Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clickety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Predik
Nomor sih. Nah.
16.
Nosotros.
Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
За өмнө жил яг эцэд цомоо алдсан. Тэгээд нэг юм бодоогүй. Тэгж ямартсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл.
Halo, aku Rosemary.
Halo, aku Alfa.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Falcons Force багийн тоглогч Top байна.
East байна.
Merhabalar ben Wolf. Ben de Frozen Enix.
Hola, soy Milos
Hola, soy colega.
y somos de Team Queso y hoy haremos la predicción del grupo rojo de la PMGC.
Mungkin yang pertama dari tim kita, Predik
Nomor sih. Nah.
16.
Karena kita lolos lewat PMGC Race Point.
Altrигого орлоо тавьчихлаа.
Alt Ego bizim ilk üçümüze girmiyor. O yüzden 4. sıraya atacağım. Çok sağlam takımlar ama ilk üçe almadık Alt Ego'yu.
Roy мэдгүй баг байна. 14 дээр гоцлаа.
Groy geçiyor. Valla bence kalamazlar diyorum ben. Yani hiç elenirler diyorum giderler. O yüzden onları da 15 atalım hadi.
15 attım.
Untuk Face Clan mungkin aku taruh di survival stage. Karena dia lumayan bagus di PMSLC.
Face, un equipo que vengo viendo un poco en su región. Se me hace un equipo un poco irregular, pero tiene muy buen roster, así que yo le daría un top.
Enigma Galaxy aku taruh di survival stage. Mungkin karena itu dia lebih sering ketemu kita juga sih di game.
Энэ дэлтрээд алчлаа гэсэн.
Ayvin RX biz geldik. Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
Apa nih tim apa nih? NRX. Kayaknya sini deh. 13, nggak lolos. Karena gua nggak tahu tim ini. Gua baru tahu.
Virtus Pro bizim arkadaşlarımız. Onları biz direkt... Bizi oradan çeksene. Bizi 14'e koy. Gel. Virtus Pro'yu direkt biz 16'ya ters şekilde yapıştıralım.
Team Falcon Force.
Falcon Force.
За тэгээд мэдээж өөрсдийгөө нийлдэл хэлсэн шүү дээ.
Falcon aku taruh di Grand Final. Karena mereka punya tim yang power kuat, jadi bisa lolos ke Grand Final.
Falcon, muy buen equipo, tiene jugadores de mucho nivel. Yo la verdad le daría un top 4.
Ай нэмээд.
Яа,
Доллар дээр бас.
хэлээрээ.
Доллар дээр бас чи та.
Arabistan takımı.
Hayır Pakistan.
Pakistan mı? Pakistan takımı ama bence iyi değiller. Bence bizi bir yöne daha atalım.
Yavaş
Hep kaydırıyoruz Allah. Biraz sonra bire kayacağız.
Kayaknya sini deh. Mereka sering ketemu kita juga.
Nosotros.
Top 3, top 3.
Бас сайн мэдгүй баг. Тэгээд 15 дээр гоцлаа.
Ini deh, survival deh. Aduh, ini bisa tukar nggak sih? Dendam gua. Ya, ini yang terakhir, IAC, champion kemarin di PMGC
2023.
2023, kita taruh di 1. Awas gua anjing.
Саяцыг 2 дээр тавьчаа.
Монгол хүн байд.
Монгол манай улсын бас өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аваргууд отхон дэлхийн аварга.
Tabii şimdi şöyle yapak bekle dur. Bak 10 numarası sıralama yaptık ha. Bende diye HC kaldı buraya. Bence 10 numara oldu.
Bence 10 numara oldu.
Vallahi gene kaldılar ha bu arada. Benim normalde eleyecektik ama
Ama zorla kaldırdık.
kaldılar.
Karena dari hasil yang kemarin kita dapatkan di PMSLC belum terlalu ada pembuktian lah, karena kita juga nggak tahu hasil di PMGC itu seperti apa. Jadi makanya kita taruh di hashtag 16 karena mungkin saja kita bisa juga lolos di survival stage atau enggak kalau di bisa langsung lolos di Grand Final.
Нэгт өөрсдөө тавьсан байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл энэ жил ер нь өөрсөндөө итгэлтэй байгаа. Аварга авна гэсэн зорилгоор орж ирсэн байгаа ер нь.
Одоо би бол яг өөрийнхөө бүсийг бол ерөнхийдөө чанга гэж хэлж байна. Одоо тэгээ бусад бүсүүдтэй ч гэсэн ерөнхийдөө үзгийг бол үзэхэд бэлэн байна гэж.
Aksir olarak da bizi neden sonunculuktan yukarı çıkarttık? Çünkü
Kendimize yakıştıramadık.
yani evet bu takımlar arasında da inşallah kalamamazlık olmaz tabii her şey olabilir ama
Al final los resultados saldrán y bueno, esperemos que salgan.
Oke guys, jadi inilah hasil prediction kita di grup Red.
Манайхыг дэмжээрэй. Үзсэнд баярлалаа. Баяртай. Өмнө жил бид авраг авахад маш ойрхон байсан.
PMGC Champions!
geçen sene PMGC'de hiç ismimiz yoktu.
La temporada pasada, mi equipo estuvo a un paso de llegar a las finales.
Season kemarin kita pernah menjadi harapan Indonesia. But this time,
We're here.
For the glory.
За, өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аварга гэх юм бол ерөнхийдөө яг авраг авахар хэмжээнд бид нар бэлтгэлээ хийсэн. Тэгээд яг сүүлчийн мөчөд, яг сүүлчийн матч дээр жижигхэн асуудлаас болоод тэгээд ерөнхийдөө хоорондоо ойлголцоогүй улмаас тэгээд арай болоогүй байхдаа ер нь elimination болсон. Тэгээд яг тэгээ болох хэвээр юм болдгоор болоод хоёрт орсон баг. Аврагынхаа яг цомыг атгаад алдахад тэгэл санал санагдсан байлээ. Яг тэрэндээ тэгэл бочроод байсан баг.
kalau mau ditanya titik terendah sih yang pasti kita waktu gagal lolos ke WC kemarin. Di situ kita benar-benar sedih banget dengan apa performa kita yang lakuin waktu saat itu benar-benar parah banget. Itu kita udah semua tuh udah nggak bisa ngomong apa-apa lagi sih. Semuanya udah sedih. Intinya itu benar-benar titik terendah kita. Sampai benar-benar kita udah nggak mau main PUBG lagi.
За, улаан группийнхээ бүх багуудад амжилт хүсье. Тэгээд бид нар юу ч хийж магадгүй шүү. Би ялагдлыг мэдэрч үзсэн. Одоо ялагдлаа ялалт олох гэж энд ирсэн байна.
Geçmişte sorunlar yaşasak da biz bu turnuvaya hazırız ve bu turnuvayı domine edeceğiz. Yani bize hazır olsunlar. Görüşmek üzere.
Los verdaderos jugadores no se rinden, se adaptan, mejoran y regresan más fuertes. De ganar y pues cuidado con Team Queso.
Ke IHC sih. Gua nggak tahu nanti di Sanhok dia nabrak atau gimana. Lebih ke arah hati-hati aja sih sama alter ego bro. Walaupun lu juara PMGC nggak ngaruh kita.
Never give up! Together we rise as champions! Don't even try, you are already in my shadow. Stand, fight, in the right!
PUBG Mobile Venom. The Last Dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
After a week of intense battles, have you felt the thrill of the competition? Hope you're still with us, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PMGC Group Stage is heating up as Group Red takes the spotlight on November 7th. They've had moments of glory and times of defeat, but they didn't give up. They regrouped and returned to PMGC stage, ready to make a run for the finals. 16 elite teams are set up to clash in Group Red, each with a legacy, each with a story of resilience and never give up spirit. Only the top 3 will secure their place in the Grand Finals, while those from 4th to 11th must fight on survival stage, and 5 teams will face elimination. They have come too far to turn back now. First up, Falcons Force, a powerhouse 14 heartbreak, runner-up in both the 2024 PMSL CSA Spring and Fall seasons. They faced bitter disappointment when they were eliminated on the PMWC stage, missing advancement by only a few points. Every setback has made this team hungrier, making them relentless and more driven than ever. Falcons Force embodies the essence of never give up. Is this finally their moment to soar? Next, Alter Ego Ares. In 2023, they inspire an entire region, dominating Southeast Asia and bringing hope to their homeland, Indonesia. But their journey in 2023 PMGC was cut short in the Fear Group of Death. Yet their spirit remained unbroken. They returned stronger with a fierce determination after toppling rivals like Boom Esports. They have proven that resilience is their greatest strength. Will Alter Ego carve their names into PUBG Mobile history this time? Then, Team Queso, one of PUBG Mobile's original legends. Since 2019, they have battled their way to the top, dominating the Latin American region by 2022. But they faced a crushing setback in 2023 with the departure of a key player, Ayala. Unshaken, they have regrouped, bringing in a young fragger Kolgot, a rising star with the hunger to become the best in the world. Team Queso is here to prove that their legacy endures. Will they reclaim their place in history? And ASIA Esports, a team hardened by countless battles. They have won title after title in their region, but the global stage has tested them. Every fall only fuels their drive. They bring fresh energy and a tougher spirit. With multiple award holders and the renowned grenade master Falak fighting alongside ASI 8, this week is about more than just a spot in the finals. They are fighting for the pride of their regions, their fans, and their legacies. Knowing that defeat is only a stepping stone to greatness. Will they rise above this time? The 2024 PMGC Group Stage will push these teams to the limit. Every moment their journey stands as a testament to grit, resilience, and an undying power to never give up. Catch all the action on the PUBG Mobile Esports channel from November 7th to November 10th at 10:45 UTC. You don't want to miss a single moment.
PUBG Mobile fans, welcome to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage. Broadcasting live over the next 4 weeks, let's take a look at the intense journeys of the top teams in Week 1, Group Yellow Showdown. Week 1 kicked off with the highly competitive Group Yellow, where many rising teams made impressive debuts in this group of death. Despite the challenges, the experienced contenders Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7 Esports secured their slots to PMGC London Grand Finals. Team Spirit opened strong on day 1, racking up 59 points to secure a top 2 position. Despite rising competition from teams like Miramar and DRX on day 2 and 3, they steadily increased their score, reclaiming a top 3 position with a crucial chicken dinner on day 3. By day 4, they demonstrated resilience and consistency gameplay, closing the league stage with a decisive chicken dinner that solidified their position and proved their strengths in the competition. DRX, the rising star from South Korea, started slow on day 1 but steadily gained momentum throughout the following days. Their persistence ultimately secured them 2nd place in the group of death and a ticket to PMGC London Grand Finals. As one of the most anticipated teams, Alpha 7 Esports, the 2024 PMWC champions, brought a formidable presence through the tournament. Their entry alone turned Group Yellow into the infamous Group of Death, reinforcing their reputation as a PMGC powerhouse. Despite a slow start from day 1, 2, 3, Alpha 7 Esports managed to stay in the fight, keeping their position close to qualifying spot for the Grand Finals. In day 4, they secure a crucial chicken dinner, solidifying their place in the top 3 overall rankings. In a thrilling battle for 3rd place against Major Pride in the final match of the league, they emerged victorious with decisive points, securing their spot in the Grand Finals and reinforcing their status as a top dog in PMGC. A tough break for Major Pride, who held strong in the top 3 overall rankings from day 1 to day 3, only to fall short on the league's final day. Now they face the challenge of battling for their slot through survival stage. The Indonesian powerhouse Bigatron Knights had a strong start on day 1, however they struggled to maintain their gameplay in the following matches, placing them dangerously close to elimination. Although facing early setbacks, Bigatron Knights secure a chicken dinner in day 4, which locked their spot to survival stage, preserving their hopes of making it to London. Despite the hard efforts of The Xavier, Vampire Esports, and Susi Esports, they were unable to secure a direct ticket to the Grand Finals. However, they will have another opportunity to prove themselves in the survival stage. Hora and Twisted Minds made their first appearance in PMGC this year. Although their journey concluded in the group stage, we hope they make a strong comeback next time, equipped with new experiences and determination.
Цели банальные, как и у всех других команд, выиграть титул чемпиона мира. 저희가 런던에서 원하는 점수는 당연히 우승인 것 같습니다.
Bom, nosso objetivo é um só, é ser campeão. E a gente vai se preparar muito. E se for da vontade de Deus, a gente vai sair de lá campeão. E eu creio que dessa vez chegou a nossa hora.
PUBG Mobile fans, this marks the conclusion of Group Yellow League stage. Stay tuned for the upcoming league matches where each team will battle for a spot in the Grand Finals. Who will be the one? I think I just sneaked up on Enigma Galaxy working on some new strats for today and trying to continue on with their consistency. What are you guys working on?
Oh, no camera, no camera.
I don't think they want to share the strats that they're currently working on for day 2 of Group Red. Are they still going to be in first place after today, or are we going to have teams like Navi, or maybe ASIA, or Team Falcons? There's just so many teams that are going to be challenging. Stay tuned and find out what's going to happen on day 2 of Group Red.
It's like Seven going up to the adults table where he's not tall enough to see what they're doing at the table. I don't think they had to worry at all about cameras, because if you keep the camera at his height, there's no way it's going to be able to see what kind of strats you're working on. But welcome back, everyone, to day 2. We've had a day of surprises yesterday. Some teams that we never would have expected to be in our top 3 have managed to at least get themselves there for now. If they can hold on to that, will be a different story. We'll find out at the end of the day as I join in with Hot Jukes, looking good. And Maxman, I was trying to think of something. My fiance calls you Jukebox because she never remembers to say Hot Jukes, and I was trying to figure out a way to incorporate that, but it didn't work out too well. But hey, how you guys doing, gentlemen?
Doing good. Yeah, no camera. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's how you do the strategies, man. And you know what? They're gonna need to do it. And as a matter of fact, I guarantee you, if there was a circle, right, they're gonna put themselves right on the edge, like they were yesterday, because edge play was working out pretty solid yesterday.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard that on stream. I definitely didn't hear what he said, but
I just heard
it sounded like it's gonna be good. Yeah. They're gonna edge, and it worked out for a lot of teams. Max.
Yeah, it worked out. That was definitely the best strat throughout all of yesterday, Jason. Edge play is the play going into Group Red, and a lot of teams have been successful in that approach, especially looking at teams such as, your Tiamba has been doing really good in 2 of their matches thanks to the edge play in particular, but realistically, going into today, Hot Jukes, so many teams at the bottom are big names, Alter Ego, Virtus Pro, IHC, that we need to see a comeback from these guys today. And as we know, day 2 is the real day 1, so there's a lot of room for improvement.
For sure. I mean, Furia needs to do the same thing. You got Tianba, TJB, Monster Squad. So today is the day for them to bounce back.
I feel like, Group Yellow was all about, like, don't edge. And then Group Red comes in saying, I'm going to edge. And that's pretty much how the entire day 1 played out here with all these teams. Obviously, some underperformers when we look at the likes of Alter Ego, IHC, Furia, I would potentially put in there. But man, Nigma Galaxy leading the table after 1 day of play, as well as seeing I8 in there, Max, in particular. I think it's been a massive surprise.
Yeah, if you said before this group that, my top 3 is going to be Nigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, and I8, like those 3 teams in particular, I would say you're a liar. You're dirty liar. But no, looking at Nigma Galaxy in particular, Jason, when we look at how they play, this is the most aggressive this team has ever looked. And I gotta say, respect to Rauf, I was kind of doubting him as an IGL in the spring season of this year, but they are taking fights so proactively before teams really become an issue when they intend to play edge circle or go for wide rotation. They take care of teams so early now that really, if they keep this game plan until the end of this group, they're going to remain top 3. They are looking so damn consistent, almost always making in top 5. So right now, they're the team to currently beat in this group for sure.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and add on to that. When it comes to I8 in particular, that's one team I wanted to talk about because I was watching some of their plays yesterday when I just here at the house, and it was so crazy to just see how their consistency was just not there. I mean, we saw them just pop off the rip at Sanhok. We heard from Seven, then they said it themselves that was their favorite map. But, when it came to Erangel, we had a really, really low game. Then they popped off again. I want to see them bust out some decent consistency because if they did, then they would be on top of the leaderboards easily right now.
Well, I do have to say, when looking at I in particular, Duke, sure, when it comes to placement points, they're a little bit inconsistent, but they do tend to be consistent in terms of eliminations on the matches. Like I'm seeing right now on the list, 7 elims, 3 elims, 10 elims, 1 elim, 6 elim, 4 elims. So they have a pretty decent ratio of eliminations per match right now. But as we know, Jukes, they're always gonna go to military, even if they get a northern plane. And that, for placement points, is not gonna help you. So I know they're gonna stick to it, but they're not making life easy for themselves, that's for sure.
Well, they're making it easy for IW and RX to pick up more eliminations against them if they continue to do that route, which actually is the team currently sitting in 4th place. For you guys, you can see our Sanhok followed up by Erangel, and of course followed up by the double Miramar. So pretty standard. I think that's the way we're going to have it the entire way through. I believe even rival stage and last chance as well. There's many other teams out there that you're wanting to kind of focus on here. I think maybe Falcon in particular, because they're going to sit in 7th place. Isn't too bad considering how we saw them play at CSA.
looking at Falcons in particular, I think they're struggling to play edge. Is not really something they have been perfecting too much in CSA. They like to play these more central positions and these really strong scouting spots typically. I think that this is just requiring them to understand, oh wait, the lobby is playing a different playstyle from what we usually intended to prepare for going into this group. So I think that here for Falcons, just start going in those centrals position even earlier, to be honest, because nobody's really taking those spots, and I think that that could help Falcons at least at minimum get more placement points. Ilims, we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Juke, any teams you're looking at in particular that you were wanting to see a little bit more out of, that you were maybe wanting to see?
Yeah, for me, it's going to be TJB, without a doubt.
For sure.
I mean, they got majority all of their points in just one game, and that was going to be the second to last Miramar yesterday. They ended up with 22 total points out of their total, and that's just unacceptable for a squad like TJB. I know, looking at PEL, they were able to come back right there at the end on the final day to be able to win that whole thing. So I'm still a little bit confident here for them because I still think they have that potential to just kind of adapt to this lobby. But it's got to start a little bit sooner than later here. I mean, this is a very short form tournament. Things can get ahead of you. And we saw in Group Yellow specifically, right, just how toxic things got towards the end. You do not want to be a squad in need of 10, 15 plus points on the last game of this, because if you need that, you're most likely going to go ahead and have to struggle in the survival stage.
I mean, realistically, when we're looking at TJB too, I think that we can both agree, Hodju, to the win we saw yesterday, that win on Miramar with 12 eliminations. It's not quite the game we want to see TJB, be able to jump up the leaderboards with. We want to see a confident, dominant game from them. But right now, that has not really been the case. So hopefully we can see them be a little bit quick on the rotations, because right now, that one Miramar, outside of that, there wasn't really much happening for them.
We have to rotate into our next segment here while the game is getting ready. We have the Infinix GT20 Pro. You guys can play like a pro by picking one up. That's the official device here at PMGC 2024 and also was at PMWC. Oh, wow. Max actually didn't bring the phone out. I actually wanted to take a look to see if you had it.
I listened.
That's the first time. We can get 120 FPS, not to mention the 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. And you guys can pick one up for yourself. And while you're doing that, make sure to check out PUBG Mobile Esports over on all the official channels, whether it is Facebook, whether it is YouTube, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok. Max, what was that? Max, you good, Max?
Nothing.
I did Are you following them everywhere, Max?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good man. And you know what? While you're following them, Max, you can also pick up a ticket to PMGC, still available right now between December 6th and December 8th. You guys can come see the action live in the UK, experience the culture of the United Kingdom, not to mention the food, and get into some sweet activities that will be happening at the event, and not to mention some free giveaways for you guys at home as well. Well, not at home, at the venue as well, I should say. And potentially we might see Hot Jukes wax his beard live at the venue. I would love to see it. I would love to be one of the people to rip it off his face and then maybe put it on my own face to make me have a nice beard for once. But our teams to focus here today. Let's start with you, Hot Jukes. You have two of the PEL teams with TJB and Tiamba, and then you have IHC in there. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at them on the rankings right now, they're so far behind, I think, compared to everybody else. So that is just, that's the reason why I picked these three squads, because I think they're a little bit in the hot seat right now, because we've seen in Group Yellow just how dominant performances can just put you so far ahead. It's just tough to even pass up. So if they have a good comeback day today, then yeah, I think that they could definitely be in potential to hopefully make it into top 3. But if they don't, it's going to be probably a little bit too difficult to possibly catch up on.
Okay, Max, what about you? Well, what about your teams to focus?
I picked like one team in all of the different segments, one in top 3, one in the middle of the pack, and one at the bottom. And the one I really want to focus on here, Jason, is going to be Virtus Pro. I have such high hopes because Tixi is on the team right now, and seeing them in bottom 5, it hurts me a little bit to my core, Jason. So they had one decent game yesterday where they got a second place with 5 eliminations over on Erangel in particular, but as of right now, when it comes to taking fights head on, they are really struggling, and I feel a little bit of a lack of synergy from time to time. So that's something that I would like to see Virtus Pro maybe try and fix going into today. But yeah, I have hopes for them, but so many teams in the bottom 5 right now, Jason, need to step up significantly. So yeah, it's going to be do or die today for these teams if they want to initiate that climb towards the top 3.
I like how you're still clinging along to Tixi. Because I remember asking you, like, at what point will you no longer be a Falcon fanboy? And you said if they underperform here at PMGC, then you're going to start to move away from this team. I feel like if you think back to G Gladiators, Tixi's previous team, like they've kind of been underperforming for a very long time, and yet you didn't give up on him. Why is that?
Because Tixi is my first favorite fragger. And
first
I will
love.
never, my first PUBG Mobile esports love. So I will never give him up, okay? And I will keep supporting him until the end, Jason. So Tixi will be back. The supremacy will begin once again.
But what if Top and Tixi are head to head? Who do you take?
Why you gotta, no camera.
And then,
no camera.
and then we get a third party by Rosemary.
Bro, what do you want for? Why do you not? I will say it's a tie. Let's all be friends and shake hands. Yeah, that's my approach. I'm a pacifist.
Yeah, well, there's gonna be no handshaking here when it comes down to who can get in to the PMGC Grand Finals. All three of these players might meet head to head here. You see I8 on your screen. They're getting ready for everything yet to come their way. Tiamba as well, the best performing team from PL, if I'm not mistaken. And I had my teams to watch as the top 3 teams currently, because I didn't really expect this to be our top 3 at the end of day 1. And for me, it's about, okay, yeah, you've shown you can be top 3 in 1 day of play. What are you going to do from then? What are you going to do after the show's done? What are you going to do before the show starts the next day? Like, what have you been able to do to prepare and prevent, more importantly, from teams of reading into your strategies and countering you? Because we look at Mir and Sejong, they were in the driver's seat in Group Yellow to qualify top 3. Last day comes in and they just fall and lose out on that guaranteed slot and have to play through survival stage.
I think it's fair to say that this is going to be really hard for all of those teams to remain in the top 3 until the very end of this group stage, especially when just below them you have teams that have so much fragging potential, like IW and RX, you have FaZe, you have Falcons, you have Tiamba, TJB, that Jukes, we know that you want to see them step up significantly today, and they are all realistically in reach of top 3. Like, really, if you are in the top 11 right now, you can, even lower, you can be in the top 3 by the end of today. The point gap is really a bare minimum, except for Nigma that are somewhat safe. Na'Vi and i8 could be falling out very, very quickly, so there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders today. They showed true promise yesterday, but when you have so many teams adapting on the fly to this lobby, I think that it's going to be a big scramble for that top 3 again today.
Yeah, and when it comes to TJB in particular, I want to just harp on them one more time, and that's, you know, it's so crazy to see 22 points come from one game, 10 points on the other 5 matches. I mean, that one game did save them, but they did get blessed pretty heavily by the circle there. They were just sitting on top of a big mountainside, didn't have to worry about a single thing. So yeah, I mean, you're right. One good game today, if they win Sanhok here, they'll be in that running for top 3. But, you know, like I said, you just want to be able to start, you know, a little bit sooner rather than later. But, you know, the question that I have that is, I think the most important one here is, Jason, you know, who was your first, you know, fragger love?
Oh,
Doc.
Doc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doc.
For those who don't know Doc, why don't you explain it?
I mean, he's the complete package.
He's the host now.
he's literally the epitome of what a good player should be. He is the best player in the world. You cannot change my mind. He's an in-game leader. He's a mad fragger. He's a great nader. Hasn't won any global titles. That's the only like one negative I can give to them. But I mean, he is the best player, man. Like, you can almost see that he goes into games and just practices like nading as well. Like, some of these positions he's able to hit nades on. If you guys haven't, you know, seen what we're referring to, over to Pandemonium_news on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, and actually see what we mean. We in CSA this last season, or no, it was spring season, he had the most ridiculous nades I've ever seen, and you can tell he goes in to practice exactly those throws to make sure they hit. Like,
yeah,
he's the best. He's
he
the
plays
GOAT.
squash in real life. He just knows how, like, the angle of the bounce for the nade to go through a window, against a wall, in a door.
The bridge throw that he had, right?
Yes.
He, like, threw it, it hit the top of a bridge and bounced directly in the face of the enemy. Like, you cannot hit those consistently, but he does.
Look, he's so good. His group is not even playing today, and we're still talking about him. Okay,
I'm going to talk about him all day now. Now you open up the can of worms. It's going to be a Doc day, as we can see about 30 seconds left before we head into Sanhok. And, you know, Jukes, you brought this up before. Seven did interview the coach of IA, or they talked to Trinda and saying, you know, Sanhok's our best map. I wouldn't really want that to be a claim to victory for me, to depend on only your Sanhoks mostly, but we're going to find out if IA can pull off the back-to-back at least.
They're going to pull a major pride.
Let's go.
They're going to get the 2 wins on it. Yeah.
That'd be
It's
good.
happening.
They need it.
All right, well, it looks like we're about to head in here. The green lights, I think, mean go, if I'm not mistaken. If they go red, I'm going to be a little bit worried here, but we do have our casters ready to go. I hope you guys at home are ready to go as well, because this is going to be another exciting day. At the end of the day, we'll have our halfway point of our group green. We're going to be dropping into our first map of Sanhok with John Allen and Blake.
It is time for the jungle. Day 2 of the group is going to be coming straight on at you, thick and fast. You better be ready, because we've got a match on our hands. Match number 7 about to get underway. Plane path across the middle of Sanhok. Nice and clean. Let's see if we get any of these hot drops, early skirmishes, Blank.
That's what we want to see, really, here on Sanhok. I want to see people get a little bit more aggressive on this map, because we have seen in the past, it's been a little bit more calm. You know, there's not been too many crazy things happening on Sanhok in those early moments of the map. But now that you know fairly well where people are heading over towards, potentially some positions to catch other players off guard and kind of cut those rotates off after a lot of the homework that was done from last night.
I'm wondering if teams are going to fall short of going for that Northwest Island, if there's going to be conflict around potentially ruins or potentially up towards the north side across the bridge from Hatin. If people are trying to go for a long drop, I mean, it's still possible to get to that Northwest Island, but I think getting to Camp Alpha off this plane path was a little bit far-flung, so maybe an early pick or two we could see from some of the teams there, but it looks like teams have been able to navigate that, have been able to figure out where they want to go, and they have played around it. TJB quite close to Virtus Pro, though, on the south point of Painan. Want to be careful there, but they're going to get away, and they'll be getting over towards Camp Charlie easily.
And that's a heavy northwest shift, so Alter Ego very happy the way things turned out here. We had a little bit of a talk with the guys from Alter Ego yesterday. Seven was able to sit down with them, and basically the consensus is that we weren't too happy with how yesterday was going, and it had sort of got to them in a way. They were still performing fairly decently towards the end, but I think they did need that big mental reset going into day 2. So this is time for Alter Ego to really show us what they've got, especially with a northwest shift like this one. Typically on a Sanhok, you are so incredibly buffed up by having a northwest shift on the circle and playing on that northwest island at the same time.
IWNRX lost a player. That was an outpoint for them on the northeast side of Quarry, over towards IHC on some ragtag drops there. IHC picked up the point for that. And on this rotate, you definitely need to be trying to go in with 4 players from a position like the north of Quarry and also from Camp Bravo. But luckily, IHC were able to win out that fight. A couple of shots also sent over to TJB. I imagine that was earlier when they picked up the vehicle, as they are still down south. But yeah, unfortunate for IWNRX to be losing a player this early.
Especially since yesterday they had such a good performance on this map as well, getting 10 eliminations very, very quickly on board. A little replay of what happened there. See, I mean, it's a good play going through from Damoog, because you just understood that, look, he's going to want to get in the buggy at some point. Knows the exact angle that he needs to position himself on. And to be honest with you, when you play over towards that northeast side, a lot of times you are split up and spread around. And you do have to worry as a team playing on the north side of Quarry of players like that who have sent out a little bit further than Bantai. That's the situation where that might work today. It might be taken advantage of tomorrow by IWNRX.
Hopefully they can keep pace in this one. Sanhok does give you opportunity in the chaos, so we'll see if they can capitalize on it. Falcons hanging around in boot camp. They've already moved east over to the west, rather confusingly, to get over to that northwest island. They go for that water crossing. Having this player out here early is really good for them. It means that they can cover off the crossings, cover off the coastline, stop people camping from the north side of boot camp, trying to stop them go for those rotations, or at least make it harder for that to happen. So we'll see if they can regroup over to the west side, because it's very likely that we're going to that northwest island.
Yeah, with this circle, I'd say so. It's a very different approach from yesterday, considering a lot of times around Sanhok, especially even in Group Yellow, we saw a lot of wraps down towards that south side. Here in Group Red, this is the first time I think we've seen a heavy northern focus for a lot of our squads. You can see it's not brain rot, but definitely a little bit of synchronization going on between the teams of everyone went south. Let's go north. And everyone's had the exact same idea. And you put yourself back in towards another situation where no one wins out.
It's one of those interesting phenomena that happens kind of only when you're playing against other really strong players, right? You all go for an idea that in theory is good, but it relies on other players also not playing optimally, which is quite an interesting problem to have, because you have to then try and predict how optimally do you think this lobby is going to play, who's going to try and then subvert that, and it basically ends up with a big game of rock, paper, scissors as to which side you end up on. So it can be very confusing to see this sort of thing happening, and we're wondering, oh, why have they all done that? In reality, they're all kind of making the same decisions for the same reasons and coming to the same conclusions, which is, in fact, an indicator of strength. But then the same thing happens in my lobbies as well. So, there's different reasons for that to happen also when people do have the brain rot, as you so eloquently put it.
Yeah, I think you had to sort of smooth brain it sometimes, honestly, in terms of, well, everyone's probably going to go north. That is the right decision to make. I will remain on the south. And that typically actually will help you out. Redux currently leading with 12 eliminations. We saw him during that interview. He wasn't willing to give away any strats. And like I said, probably one of my favorite players recently is Redux. Such a character, but also backs that up with some very good skill in game 2. Team Queso up against Na'Vi, currently in second place with 47 points. Flip does not want to go down, throws a nade through, doesn't get too much done, but there is a knock, and the rest of Na'Vi's coming in for that backup.
They've both had the idea to go to the far northwest compound. There we go. Found it in the end, as Flip is found as well. A spray down around the corner, but Na'Vi still have a little bit of pressure going on. Not quite in the full fight, though, and Team Queso can go for these reses where Na'Vi can't. Team Queso look for that flush. They will find it onto Flip. They'll be able to hold it down, and I don't expect that Na'Vi are really going to be able to do too much about this. Team Queso should have this under control, but Lemon has been able to pull off some pretty crazy things so far. Let's see if he can do it again on the corner of the Team Queso compound.
Yeah, I think even Na'Vi is potentially a case of just wrapping back down towards the south side. It's unfortunate for Flip there because he actually gets taken down by one of the players from Alter Ego in Alva on the top side of the hill. So he gets that knock on board. That fight could have gone a very different direction if it wasn't for that. Now Lemon has to make the not so easy evacuation from this locale, and it doesn't work out. So Na'Vi's down to 2 players fairly immediately. I think that not necessarily Na'Vi's fault there with the off angles coming through from Alter Ego. It's just unfortunate on the timing where they both get caught up in that location. Team Case was able to take control of the compound, and yeah, Na'Vi sent away for it. So I don't imagine they'll be getting too many ball points in this match, but they can sit pretty over towards the western side for quite a while.
Yeah, pulling out maybe a 5-pointer this game for Na'Vi should be okay. In the end, if they can get more than that, great. But just keeping a 5-pointer as their floor in terms of their point scoring will help them immensely keep up with that top set of teams. Nigma Galaxy diverting phase around their position right now on that southwest compound from the top of the mountain on that northwest island. A really powerful position that we've seen have a lot of impact in previous games, in previous tournaments, and FaZe were thinking about trying to step their toes in, but there was already a team in residence.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, the way this is all playing out at the moment. I think that there's been really no contest for the actual mountain itself. I think the Galaxy have sat themselves and settled in over towards the southwest side of it. But it is so central towards that northwest mountain that you imagine teams might want to take up residence where ASIA are currently playing over down towards the south side of Hatin on that slight high ground that looks over towards the eastern side of the map. Encilio unable to get through. Good shots from ASIA. Currently in third place, 45 points. I think they had a really good run yesterday.
Not unfortunate on the roll up there for Encilio, but ASIA, as you say, having a good time of it. However, Falak is knocked, and he was a crucial point for them. However, on the high ground, they do have the backup into the Valley of Death. Tianba will roll on in with Shan. Just the one player for now. Scouting it out, not staying too long. Okay, just a quick tour, a quick visit to get on through. Rotational path, a big scout route for Shan, as the rest of Tianba, they're still on the northeast side of the river right now, Blank. They are allowing Shan to get the full lay of the land here. He's scoped out this compound. He knows that it should be free. And I'm imagining that now's the point where the rest of the team look to... Oh, no, wait, they're down.
Unfortunate for Tiamba. They attempted to regroup with the rest of the squad. It's not happening. And now Fury is making their way through. This is the position I wanted ASIA to play, and it's only Falak up here. Oh no, he does have a teammate playing that position. So again, I actually am a big fan of how ASIA are playing out this lobby at the moment. It's really, really well done. You know, taking control of Hatin, not allowing Incilio to get in whilst also controlling the bridge from this position. Yeah, fantastically set up.
IHC in contest now with Getso Roy, who's been a little bit of a surprise over the last day of games, in 6th place right now, getting 3 elims and taking on IHC. Big nades is looking to try and chase down Ziol, but it's a little bit trickier than that. Have to get up earlier to take down Ziol. Last player standing now, and Zunda looks for the spray, hits the drop shot, and IHC will fall finally, but at the cost of 2. However, Getso Roy already up to 7 eliminations, Blank. As the next circle pops, they are still on the northeast side.
Indeed they are. I mean, honestly, for Team Queso, sitting over towards this position, they can quite easily move slightly across over towards the eastern edge. To pick up one of those compounds there. But for Alter Ego, what a fantastic spot to be in for them. And like I was saying earlier, this was their day where they had their mental reset. They were going to try and get things done properly. And this is a perfect game to get that ball rolling, essentially. Na'Vi, they play over towards the western side. They're going to try and play over towards the small compounds. Good shots over towards FaZe already, helped out by Alter Ego. So although Na'Vi was shot out by Alva earlier on, they're certainly helping them with their fight between them and FaZe.
Zen with the nade. The remaining duo from Na'Vi doesn't get connected there. Last player for FaZe on the west side of the mountain. Trying to salvage for both of these two teams, actually. Worried, and you can see how trepidatious Puncher's being here. Waiting for his teammate to get up into the action now, and they can really start to go through, but the door frame has to be blasted through instead. Because he's not going to let them in that easy. Steps the corner. You can't push through that door frame when there's a player waiting behind that next rib of wall. But Onzens takes a good step back here. The nade does not connect because of it. And Onzens still just giving them the runaround here. Really, really timid on the play, and Puncher goes down to it. Six can't even find the response, and Onzens is handling these two like a magician right now. Is making them disappear.
Flashbang goes through. That is an unfortunate flashbang, and Six will be able to pick up the points. That's 2 elims now found for Na'Vi. But yeah, as 2 players, was a chance here to take this game a little bit further, especially playing in that position on the eastern side of Camp Alpha. Now it's likely that any kind of roll up towards Six is going to go poorly for them. But a great flashbang to essentially open up the way for him to clear out that player from FaZe. ASA now moving over towards this position. Good nade in, and with an off angle once again, that will take down Swain, and that is IWNRX actually eliminated there. ASA have actually played every single rotate here quite honestly at a very high level. This is the best game we've seen from ASA so far, and it really does show.
And we've seen some pretty good games from them before as well. So that is a pretty big step as well to be gaining confidence into this tournament. And what a brilliant time to do it as well. Enigma Galaxy still up in that really important compound that they've held for a while. They moved FaZe aside because of it. Now Virtus Pro looking to try and stretch out towards it. They've got Icy up towards the top. They've already pushed him up the hill, and I wonder if he's going to have an impact here, if he's going to be able to use that off angle. The zone will start to hurt quite a lot. It's now into the unresable section out in the blue zone, and Virtus Pro are slowly putting their players outside of the zone and making their way closer.
Yeah, Virtus Pro attempting to get their way through. I mean, they've never been a bad team at making these kind of pushes, but versus Enigma Galaxy, I think it's going to be really difficult. Icy, though, has this great off angle. Redox does get taken down. There's an immediate refrag there. That's from Rosemary, of all people. And again, Alter Ego's had a great control over from this high ground. And Enigma Galaxy is now panicking in this situation.
This is unfortunate. Virtus Pro moving those players up has had a massive impact onto the fight. And as you say, Rosemary is there to chime in as well. 2 players down for Nick the Galaxy. The backlines for Virtus Pro trying to make a move, but there's still oversight on it from this angle. Nick the Galaxy, they've lost 2 of their players to Nox, but they've still got a little bit more left in the tank here. A nade to roll downhill, catches Koa, and with the blue zone pushing, he's on a sliver of HP. Can't afford to move on in. A nade, a knock, anything they could find would be brilliant, and Tixie goes down in the meantime, leaving just the 1 player standing now. Koa healed up, moving up into the action, but Nick the Galaxy look for the reses.
Yeah, and they should be able to find a couple of them. I mean, they are on the edge of the blue right now, getting their players into vehicles to potentially res them on out later on. Sanhok's going to go for the res here onto Nalvalo. Again, for Nick the Galaxy, it's happened quite frequently where they struggle slightly when the plan falls apart. He can't stick out here too long. He just needs to get in the vehicle because it will tick him through and get the re-knock.
Team Queso trying to move on through, but against ASIA, you need to be careful. They will find that first opener, though. And there's a brilliant pickup on the UZM, but unfortunately, that off angle works out well. It comes through from a third party. TJB, further along the cliff face, will have an impact here, and Team Queso really struggling now. You need all the angles to go for this aggression, and it's just not working out, but ASA8 still need to push through, and they will be next to the firing line against Team Queso, against TJB as well. They've had a great game up to now, and it looks like they're going to try and continue that. Out in the blue zone, they need to find an opening, but there's no one guarding this northern slope of the mountain.
Not right now. I mean, for them, it's just kind of an easy rotate downwards. I think Falak is likely to fall here, so they will be down to 2, but 10 elims on the game, multiple fights taken, multiple fights gone successfully for them as well is fantastic news. Falcons getting in from the southeast side, but Alter Ego very much aware and ready for it, picking up the first here. 4 eliminations and on set to pick themselves up a chicken dinner from the high ground.
Spray down from Rosemary, who's been pretty dastardly to these teams on the south right now. Alter Ego, they drop here. They know this terrain. This is their home ground. Alter Ego looking to try and fix the problems of yesterday. And potentially putting up a big game here. There's a few more teams to get through, and they'll try and make it work around the side. Alter Ego, Boysil gets the spray under the stilts. Back behind the rock, though. That's a little bit safer for Top. He looks for the healing, but the high ground can start to come through. The off angle there. Top goes for 1. Boysil does fall to it. Alter Ego losing 1. Not a great time to have that happen. If TJB can clean this one up on the north side in the meantime cleanly, all 4 of their players stay alive, which they've just managed to do against ASI8. 10 eliminations, by the way. Still a great game. TJB now have an opportunity to move up the hill, take the numbers advantage.
Yeah, because at the moment, Alter Ego have been slowed. Now, some more eliminations ready and available for Alter Ego, but they're coming just off the back of another fight here with Getzer, with Vengeance underneath, also taking shots upwards. Alter Ego desperately want to kind of confirm some of these eliminations. Good shots, but a good drop down there from Tanj.
Knock for Ralph. Not really too much Snox can do about this position now as Alva gets into position. The healing comes through from Tanch as well. And Alter Ego maintain the south side. Vengeance also making their way up into the middle here. That's something that they need to be careful of. A 2-2 split right now for Vengeance as they've moved 2 of their players up into that forefront. TJB being a little bit slower to do so. They're ready to allow the teams up the top of the mountain.
Good pick off there from Tanch.
To make it work.
Yeah, for Vengeance, this is a good pickup, but TJP waiting in the wings is smart in my opinion. Allowing Vengeance to take a little bit more space, get comfortable with this split, and then potentially come out from the wings late game. All gillied up. We'll see what TJB can get done here, because this does look remarkably better than yesterday. Or TJB.
The Galaxy in the toughest spot right now of all of our 4 teams still alive, trying to navigate this one, but they're into a late game again. TJB trying to push up the tables. This is great news for quite a few of these teams still left alive. And Vengeance finding another player from Alter Ego gives them so much more control. All of a sudden, Alter Ego losing momentum. But that's not going to stop Tanch going for the spray. Not going to quite connect fully there. Allowed to crawl back behind the rock on his target, and that is an unfortunate pickup. Means his position is known, means that South duo for Vengeance can come on through. But up go TJB, they think now is the time, and they might just be right.
I mean, TJB are just playing this out very slowly over towards that east side. Flower finds Lily to start things off, and with Yamak going down slightly afterwards to Tanch, this is a perfect opportunity. And another elimination stolen away by TJB as they start to get in on this one. And I think Vengeance just didn't do the greatest of jobs in that moment, clearing out that northern side. I think that's what they should have been more preoccupied with, as opposed to trying to third party over towards this fight between Alter Ego and Enigma Galaxy.
Getting a res on board to bring them back up to 3. The smoke's blooming, but TJB have gotten ahead of it. Alter Ego still not out of it either. Ralph taken very, very low. So is Narvalo, and that will be the end of them. Alter Ego picking up the points for that. 2 eliminations found only there, Blank, which for Enigma Galaxy's position, not great. But they still get that 4th place boon. There's up to 10 eliminations Alter Ego find themselves.
Yeah, you'll take the 4th place. It's not horrible, honestly. It's still a few points under the belt. And just salvaging a game like that where they were coming up with sightlines going through from Virtus Pro, which could have gone terribly wrong. Tanch almost is able to pick up that elimination. TJB starts to make their way in, so Rosemary has to get off the cliff face, and now it looks like TJB should be set here.
Playing this one cautiously, slow, taking the engagements as they come to them. And it's an easy cleanup for TJB, finding a second chicken dinner. The start of day 1, not so great, but they have managed to find their feet, closing out the day yesterday with some strong games, with some strong performance, and now today they open with another.
I think when we're looking at the desk as well, like they were asking essentially, look, TJB, it can't all be off the back of one chicken dinner from yesterday. Yes, it was a fantastic chicken dinner they were able to pick up, a little bit circle blessed, but we wanted to see them play the long game, play a bit of a better match here going into day 2. And that's certainly what they provide here over on Sanhok. It was really, really quite nice, John.
Very good way to start their day. The team from China, happy with that one. Let's head over to the desk.
I mean, that is the fair discussion we had before, right? TJB, you can't depend on all your points in one game, but to be fair to them, there was only a 13-point difference between them and 3rd place. And that's just one match. That's just one okay match. Chicken dinner with 3 eliminations, and obviously they were able to get quite a few more than that. So we should see TJB potentially breaking our top 3 just from this match alone.
I think it's more yesterday we were a bit disappointed because their win was not a confident win because they got circle blessed, but here they were rotating for this chicken dinner. They went for these really quick, snappy movements around the map, especially crossing the southern western bridge, then sending it in the Valley of Death to the east of the mountain, and really dodging fights as much as possible because they knew as a fact, because they don't drop on the island, every good spot's taken, so we're going to go for the bad spots, and that actually kept them alive for a big portion of this match. And off the back of that, they get himself the chicken dinner. They get himself an extra 7 eliminations on board. Like, this is by far, for me, the best game we've witnessed from TJB this tournament, and I hope it's not going to be the last.
Without a doubt, it's a huge win. A huge win. These guys dropped all the way down south in Bantai. That's the most southern side of this map. And they were able to get onto that northwestern island. Usually when we see a zone go to this island, usually the teams that drop there, I was looking at I8, you know, Alter Ego, Navi, those should have been the top squads, but no, these guys were able to rotate perfectly on in and get that chicken dinner away from Vengeance. I also got to give props to Vengeance though. They had a really good rotation super late to be able to get into that final circle, but I think it's that 2-2 split that just crushed them, Max. You know, they were just focusing on too many different teams, and yeah, weren't able to make it out in the end, but still a good performance from them.
I gotta respect what Vengeance were trying to do, which is trying to play as passive as possible to get to the late game, but the main issue is that they were not able to get that final fight the way they wanted. This 2-2 split, as you're talking about, Hot Jukes, that 2-2 was just unfortunately stretching them a little bit too thinly. Then TJB came around very late and got the perfect angle on 2 of those players, and the 2 other players that were south had to fight then Alter Ego and Enigma Galaxy pretty much all at once during that while that fight was happening. So I think if we see Vengeance just purely focus on Tongjiabao and then go and sweep the southern teams of Ultrigo and Nigma Galaxy, whoever is left alive at that point, then that would have been a game-winning play. But unfortunately, the 2-2, I think, put the nail in the coffin for Vengeance.
What about Alter Ego, though, Max? Did you have higher expectations for them in this? I mean, they did get 10 eliminations, but did you have higher expectations for them, considering they didn't really have to move too much and the zone was going in their way? Obviously, at the end, it didn't really.
I think in terms of macro, they played it almost perfectly. I think the overall hold of the mountain was on point. They had some players scouting every single entry point of the mountain. When the circle shifted north of the mountain, they sent players south to clear their back. Until Jason, unfortunately, and this is not really a macro mistake, it's more of a micro mistake,
Very
of
micro.
miscommunication. They sent a player a little bit too early to clear that solo player. I think it was from Falcons. Yeah, I mean, especially it's top. You want to be careful when you're fighting top. And he would have waited literally 5 more seconds, Jason. That's all he needed. 5 more seconds, and one of his teammates would have had an angle on top over the ridge, and it would have been the easiest clear. But unfortunately, he got a little bit angry, or like just wanting to get that elimination earlier, and he just sent it. And unfortunately, if you fight top with a DBS, things are not going to go your way. So you should be a little bit careful and wait for your teammates, because they could have had 4 players and maybe win this game, Jason, but that one slight mistake maybe caused the chicken dinner to escape them.
And we can see here, TJB finished off with 17 points, but we have the likes of Alter Ego with 11 eliminations, I8 with 10, able to get themselves 16 and 13 points respectively. But Hot Juice, I kind of wanted you to talk about Team Queso a little bit, because once we saw that first zone pop up, they hard sent it to that northwest island to get there as quick as possible to avoid teams.
Yeah, that's usually the strategy if you're for most teams. You know, when you have a situation go to that island, you just loot as fast as possible, maybe get a vest, you know, a weapon if you can, and then just haul it to that circle. Just unfortunately for them, you know, they weren't able to really come out on top on this one. But still, you know what? If it's Sanhok, you're putting up 6 points in total. You got to be happy with that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think they're too mad. There's still plenty of games left, and it's good that they put something on the board.
Well, teams who didn't put anything on the board, unfortunately, IWNRX, who were in 4th place before the start of this match. IHC again, Max, 4 points. I mean, I don't want to judge them too harshly, because at the end of the day, of course, it is Sanhok, but for IHC and their fans alike, they need to have a better performance today if they want to be able to get out of the bottom.
They picked a very early fight versus Getsoroy, and unfortunately for them, they got so late into the compound of Getsoroy, they had already the perfect setup to defend against a potential breach of IHC, and they got melted down almost instantaneously. It was so quick, that fight over to the northeastern edge. So yeah, IHC, man, they're really struggling. The one factor that was going their way, Jason, last year was their fragging potential, and even that is not cutting it anymore in this tournament, so they are really having a rough time.
I mean, for us, for IHC, we've been so confused, Jukes, that they got rid of Alex and put in Rogue over him. And obviously, Alex was a part of the roster that got them the win at PMGC. And eventually, we did see Alex go over to a 628 over in PL. So maybe it was his plans to gather the team. But from what I was hearing, it was more so he was unhappy being benched. I'm not sure what would cause a team to swap out a player in the roster after they just won the biggest title in the world.
I have no idea. You never know, right? You really never know what's kind of going on behind the scenes with these guys. It's got to be something bigger than that. But yeah, look at the difference when it comes to, I mean, we saw Roy move up, TJB now in 3rd place right off the rip. These guys got to be so stoked.
I know some people that are happy with their TJB prediction now. Some people are like, I knew they were going to do well. Jason, you're part of them. I know there's a lot of people that suspected they would do well. But to be honest, now with this confident win, this is what we expect from TJB based on how they were playing back in PEL. If they keep this type of rhythm, I feel like they're going to become this big threat that could easily compete for 1st place. This is way more in line with their game plan of PEL. So now, I'm scared of TJB, Hot Jukes. They're spooky now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you should be happy, Max, because look, Alter Ego, 11th place. They've moved on up. They are going to be surviving 4 now if we did end things off today. But Team Case, unfortunately, has fallen down even with the performance in that last match.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Team Queso because I really appreciated the way they were rotating around the map. They instantly, as you talked about earlier, Jason, they moved so quickly upon phase 1 and even took a really successful fight versus Na'Vi. But outside of that, it was not quite able to work in their favor when dealing with I8. I8 had really solid 2-2 split onto Team Queso. Sure, they do lose 2 players, but they're still able to eliminate all of Team Queso. I think here Team Queso maybe could have gone for a fight southwest of the mountain instead of trying to just fight I8 that it was such a tough position for them to engage it from, so maybe they can just rethink if a fight makes sense to take and maybe rotate center circle and dodge the fight at that time, because here, that engagement from I8 was absolutely on point. So yeah, Team Kesso, good rotates, but the fighting needs to be adjusted slightly.
Man, looking over to Erangel now, we've had so many weird Erangels with obviously in Group Yellow, so many zones going towards Quarry. But yesterday, Juke, seen, what was it, 5 teams rotate, 3 teams swim towards military just to get there in time. And then obviously Navi, who was one of the teams who swam, pulled off a fantastic performance. But man, we're just not having any normality when it comes to Erangel for us.
No, I mean, it was so crazy. What was it in the past group? We saw like all the circles go on over to that Quarry side, and then now we're seeing these zones go all over the place now. So it looks like they're finally kind of getting their vengeance there. And it was so crazy to see like that many teams. You know, we saw a squad go all the way from Lipovka in the late circle on a rotation with a boat, and that didn't end up working out for them. I think we lose Virtus Pro. So when it comes down to that, you know, you got to be able to move quickly. I think that when it comes to like this Sanhok game, I think Team Kesso decided to make some adjustments, right? They just say, you know what, let's forget the loot. Let's just get there super fast. And I don't mind it, right? Because it's just an adjustment in strategy. And yeah, you lose a fight. It is what it is. But you know what? I like to see teams change things up, especially with how they were playing before.
I mean, one team that had a little bit of a tough time going into this previous Sanhok then was Navi. They had a really early clash with Team Kesso and they got completely obliterated. But we just saw the stats a little bit early on our screens showing that Navi are currently the top performers of Erangel. We got 3 of that happening right now. Sure, they did slip out of the top 3, but Jason going into 3 Erangels now with their stats of yesterday. If they can even just get close to replicating that, they could push back up there again.
That's true. It is across the 3 different matches he had, but that one match on Nova where they got over 10 eliminations was a big factor, I feel like, in their success in that leaderboard right there. But we're going to be headed into that first Erangel of the 3 as all the teams are looking to climb that leaderboard yet again. Here, can TJB hold on? Will we see other teams step up? Let's find out with our casters.
Group Red continues as we are into match 8, the first of a triple billing of Erangel from Severny down towards Milta Peninsula. Could be a little tricky to get over towards Primorsk, towards Quarry. I'm slightly worried about the military island conflicts as well, Blank. If we've got a team dropping Novo and Sosnovka, as we think there might be, there could potentially be a scramble for vehicles around that area as well.
Yeah, I think so. It's a kind of a rough playing path, at least for teams that like to head down towards the south side of the map as well as the west. But teams should be okay because we are dropping over a lot of the roads here in terms of grabbing vehicles early on. Not a huge deal, but there's definitely going to be teams dropping on top of one another.
Over towards that South George position potentially. Maybe IHC can drop around phase. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much contest there. IHC going a little bit further, a little bit faster on those parachutes. Around Pachinki, also potentially a little bit of a hot spot. But I think over that Milta Peninsula, teams are starting to clump up there. You've got Tianba, you've got Falcons, you've got ASI8 now, all making their way down. The farm split for Vengeance. And these teams on the south are going to have to make their way up. The east side of Rosok, that's where things are going to start to pop off, Blank. Incilio versus Getso Roy. It's where Bigatron took on Inko last time around by the looks of things as well. So that place, it's mighty dangerous.
Always is and always will be a tough position to be dropping in because it is quite open over towards that area in terms of sight lines, but people fight over those vehicles quite frequently. You get a northwest shift on the circle, so at least although the rotates are going to be a little bit crowded over towards the eastern side, you can head over towards Kameshki Way, rotate through the coastline, or even rotate over top of Yaz Lake. Some of our teams are going to be slightly further in the past, but should be okay. Instant pick up on the weapon into a nice shot over towards Car from Getso Roy. We'll start off our first elimination of the match. So not as hectic as we might have thought it was going to be, but there is still one elimination coming through in the first 2 minutes of the game.
I also think that there's a big amount of hecticness in our future with this hard northwest shift, right? You're looking at teams going to have to make this river crossing a little bit early, or I'm expecting a few teams to try and make that happen either way. Sure, you can take up positions in South George. IHC currently cover that area. The Ruin split is still available, the top of Everest, and so on. But it's quite likely that the circle ends up shifting up towards the north side, which means you're going to those shooting range hills and getting there early. Well, I mean, you can argue it either way, really. It's a question of what you prefer as a team. I think at this point it's personal preference, but it's undoubted that we are going to see some of our teams moving up there to the north side.
Yeah, like I was saying, you know, some of these rotations on the eastern edge over towards Komeshki, Stalba do make it a little bit safer, but again, the amount of compounds available and the amount of strong positions available, that is the difficulty when you head over towards shooting range. We could even head out far over towards that western side, in which case we support over towards IHC, FaZe, as well as IWNRX, who did opt to go to Zaki early on in this game, which is an interesting drop spot, but I think is mainly influenced by the circle. ASI, though, staying true to their word, they're just dropping over towards the military.
They are staying in Lipovka for Alter Ego, flexing out a little bit to that mansion split. I believe we've had a little bit of a breakdown, a little update from Seven, who's ready to give us the goods in just a moment. Is it going to be about Alter Ego? We're on board with them. It could be. We'll have to wait and see, because we have got some goodies for you.
Welcome
Seven,
back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one is in regards to Alter Ego. Their coach actually told me that Boysel is going to be playing Enhanced for You, is going to be sitting out because they want the team to be a little bit more aggressive. Yesterday, they were a bit too passive. Let's see if that works out, because after game one, it definitely did in regards to eliminations.
That is interesting. I mean, they're bringing Boysel in, right? That aggressiveness, that big, wide split that Max was talking about over on the desk, playing on all of the entrances of the Northwest Island. It got a lot of them, a lot of the eliminations that they were able to get. Sure, they didn't take the chicken dinner, but they're now out of that bottom five, right? And into the survival bracket.
Yeah, I think for Alter Ego, last game was much, much better. Obviously, they had the circle shift over towards that northwest side, but they didn't throw away the opportunities that were given to them. Rosemary was taking shots. Boycer was playing well up close with a lot of other squads. So that was great to see. It's nice to see Alter Ego, you know, making the tough decisions on day two to sub out players quickly to try and get control back over their games. 38 points, lagging behind third place at 49, is not a bad deal whatsoever. I think for Alter Ego, though, being far on this eastern side does limit their chances in this match. But for them, realistically, what they're looking at is another 10-point-ish game to put them in a running for a strong position going out for the rest of the day that they can play out quite comfortably to catch up with. So for Alter Ego, we're always happy to see this team do well. And I'd really like to see them turn up the heat once again, because we know they are a strong squad that has a lot of history on this side of things. IWNRX, though, it feels like they've been on 45 points for quite a while.
I mean, a lot of these teams here in this bracket, in this group, are teams that have a strong history, but at the moment still have something to prove. They've felt a little bit humbled in the past. And I think IWNRX, you're right, they have been on 45 points for seemingly a little bit too long for their liking, certainly. And they would desperately like to join their EMEA compatriots over in the top side with Nigma Galaxy, still representing the region at the top of the tables, but it's going to be a little bit further away for them to be able to jump up there. So we'll see if they can find their footing. Maybe it's a substitution angle, just like Alter Ego.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't think IWNRX is going to substitute anyone, though. I think everyone on that team is strong enough to make this work. So I think for IWNRX, they're very comfortable with their roster at the moment. Similar to some of our other strong squads, for instance, Alpha 7. They didn't ever make any kind of subs out on that team. And what they've got there is a leading roster. But IWNRX over towards that northwest side and Zaki, it's not always the greatest of drop spots, but particularly on this circle and that playing path, it works out quite well for them, and they can now move across towards that eastern side. TJB is in their way, who have leapfrogged them now amongst a lot of other teams, from a cool 16th place to now a 3rd. Zed Wolf picking up a shot over towards FaZe early on, though, is a great start down towards North George.
Little pick up onto Venturas. That's a good opener. Frozen. Lumbering over the ridge lines in his buggy. He's trying to find a little bit more as well. IWNRX is trying to encircle this one, ensnare it, but Frozen pushed off the ridgeline here. Onsen's able to make them turn around and actually commit to going for this res. The fact that Victorious gets back up here when you had so many players from IWNRX just around the corner, it's kind of wild to me.
It was a bold rock up from IWNRX. They went real far. And in terms of scouting, it felt more like putting themselves in danger's way more than anything. So yeah, I don't think they'll be able to pick up on Venturas. There are shots being sent back over towards FaZe at the moment, but IWNRX is much more comfortable playing over towards the northwestern side. And I think the reason they do that is because we're only a few seconds away from our next circle shift, which does come through now, and they want to be in a position where they weren't fighting on the edge side of the circle, but instead we're in a position to make that rollout over towards the next best spot in the circle for themselves, which is further towards the east.
Alter Ego with a little roll up here. Furia at the bottom of the tables. They need that stand up too. I mean, it is unfortunate. I feel like Furia, especially when they entered the PUBG Mobile scene, felt like they were going to have a massive impact. They had some real attempts at greatness here, but right now we are just not seeing that, which is kind of unfortunate. But someone has to be last, and in a group like this, it feels like it could be anyone, to be honest, at this point. Still, but we are starting to isolate the teams down towards the bottom and find clarity into who's performing at this tournament at PMGC.
Yeah, in Group Yellow, there was a ton of ridiculously strong teams, but there was quite a clear drop-off towards the bottom of the tables. But I'd say you were right here in the sense of all the way even down towards IHC, potentially even Vengeance and Furia. There is this ability to climb into either a survival stage or even a third place if they truly want it to happen. I mean, TJB has proven that it's possible already in the lobby, moving it from 16th place just yesterday. So yeah, this is much more competitive down towards the bottom of the tables as well as the top than Group Yellow.
And I think if you were talking about, predicting the bottom five, we talk a lot about predicting the top teams. If you're talking about predicting the bottom 5 teams, this is probably one of the hardest groups to do it in. And I think that 2 teams that stand out to me as teams that you would have definitely included in that conversation is Getso Roy and Incilio. And they have definitely shown much more than we expected from them here, which is really impressive stuff. And I'm really happy that people are finding their footing here. So it's a story of ascension here so far in Group Red, and I'm really loving it.
Take stock of the circle real quick, because we have TJB currently playing in the crash site, which is over towards that western side. It's always a slightly dangerous spot, but it's very defensible when you play inside the ditches, but it requires you to have like a lot of viewpoints around the map, because you can get caught off guard, which they do right now versus Vengeance. You need to be quick on the trigger and where teams are coming from, because you are on a slight plateau surrounded by hillsides. So TJB now needs to flex out a little bit over towards Vengeance, prevent them from rotating in, because they have got a player down on one knee.
Ooh, TJB. Oh dear, that's not ideal on the western side. The circle shifts keeps Severny in that south side. Virtus Pro in a pretty solid position. Vengeance really causing trouble now for TJB. 3 players alive, and actually Vengeance are going to leave this one. Or at least pretend to. I'm expecting that this is a bid for the middle, but Furia holding off Alter Ego's push as well. I said that they hadn't really stepped up right now, and against Alter Ego to be able to pull 2 of them down. Good start, but 2 of them fall in response, and immediately a third. Oh dear. They tried it with Alter Ego. They've been clocked back in the jaw squarely, but unfortunately, they might still hit the tech. Oh, that is nasty. In through the window. And out of the game. That is Furia going down to what was basically 2 players from Alter Ego. That's not great.
No, for Alter Ego, at least they'll be able to get Rosemary up, or at least they should be able to get Rosemary up. Virtus Pro off in the distance. I think that Malloy is out for them, sadly. So for Virtus Pro, going down to 3 players in what I would call a really strong spot in the circle, being able to hold both those buildings on either side of the road. It could very well be one of the most strong central positions, even though it is slightly off towards that eastern edge. But yeah, a lot of teams opted to head over towards the box compound bridge, across there, which is why we do have so many teams over towards the western side, all lined up. So a lot of infighting over towards the western side of the circle going to be coming up quite shortly, and over pretty treacherous terrain as well.
IHC trying to stop ASI8 from moving further in, but not successfully. Just keeping them over that far hillside and keeping their forward rotation path a little bit more open. Making a bid for that position, but Incilio spotting ASI8 yet again, and actually IHC do catch UZM on the spray down, which is unfortunate. UZM does get flushed. Ziol able to pick up that point, so ASI8 losing a player. They're trying to go for a roll-up onto Getso Roy, but they don't really have the momentum anymore. They've had the wind taken out of their sails by that IHC pickup, and IHC are hot on the trail.
That they are, trying to catch them up. ASI8 in front of them, held out by a few teams. It could be a perfect opportunity for IHC to get into the circle here. I genuinely agree with Jason on the desk as well, is that it's such a shame that Alex is not playing on this roster, because I think that he was not only one of like the most positive guys on the team, at least on stage, but also one of their strongest players. So it's sad that he's not here anymore. ASI coming up once again versus Team Queso, and the fight is not going well for them.
No, ASI8 had to try and find their way in, try to finesse the south side of the circle, but it's not working well. Felt like the last to stand, and he's on fire. He's burning away. The shotgun's there, and actually the fire will keep him safe for just a moment longer, but the stairs now clear of their Enfuego danger, and he goes in for one, but not going to find more.
And it's definitely a symptom of where they're dropping. Military, I just don't think... I think you need a secondary drop spot. IWNRX certainly hand one over towards Zaki. You can't just drop military base every single time in Erangel. It's not going to go out well for you because you only have two options there, which is a case of either you give up on loot or you come to the circle very, very late, which is what we saw here. Team Case was already set up and good to go. And so for SI8, they come in with relatively no information, as opposed to a team like Incilio and Getso Roy, who know to play these spots on the map because Team Queso's in the wings and Incilio's in the wings, but they have information on that, and IS8 just did not.
Getso Roy just a little bit ahead of Team Queso right now. Team Queso have been taking some decent fights so far today, Blank. They've had some success in defense holds, on compound holds. So we'll see if they can continue that movement, because they are now on the outside and have to go for a crash themselves. IHC suffering. Dredged down with Incilio. And a flex out from Fash. I like this position. Going for the spray down towards the backlines is great. The nade doesn't connect either. And now Ziol, the last to stand for IHC. He is on the floor there, stands up, tries to stop the bug. He does so successfully, immediately hits the deck again. Ziol on a tear, but the second run around, that's not going to go so well for him.
Yeah, Fash has always been this really strong player when it comes to just taking these quick fights and engagements, you know. We've seen him in the past quite a few times, and we praised him quite a few times in the past as well. Yeah, you're not getting out of there. Just put him on the back of the buggy. Or put him in the car. That's the only really thing you could do for Incilio. It's stage 4. Come on, guys. We talked about this more than enough.
I just want to look back on a conversation we were having yesterday about Tiamba and TJB, when Tiamba started off their day well. But look what's happened now. TJB have pushed up. They've muscled their way in towards top 4, looking to try and break Na'Vi on their boundary. 1 point ahead right now in the eliminations. Would be a dead heat otherwise. I think TJB have more chicken dinners, if I'm not mistaken, so they would win on a tiebreaker. Tiamba not having the best of closers to yesterday and openers to today, but they've got 4 players alive. They're on the south side, and we know that this is a team that likes to play coordinated, that likes to play smart. And on the edge here, they might find that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely could do. They make these wide ruts quite frequently towards the end of the stages, which is something I'm noticing more and more. Gets to Roy. Look, defend off versus Team Queso as that crash that we talked about earlier had to come through, but it's a clean fight going through from Team Queso. Setting themselves up to 7 eliminations right now. 8th place. Very, very well done. There are shots coming through, though, from Virtus Pro on the sidelines. Some very long shots as well. I'm not sure even how they're threading those through onto Team Queso. That is impressive.
Yeah, they go for a real hostile takeover there on the Roy position. And on the south side, it will be their launching point for further escapades. We'll see if Team Queso can continue to climb. 7 eliminations. Incilio navigating around the shooting range. This is such a dangerous area, Blank. It's very likely, given the circle, that pretty much nobody who is set into this location is able to leave and get into the final circles. But the question is, what value can they find for it? TJB looking for a roll-up onto Rosemary's shack, and it's just not going well. They're both picked away by IWNRX, so Rosemary kept safe by the teams over towards that shooting range.
Hey, man, he got the knocks. He was just had the Elim stolen away from him. So
You got the one knock.
1v, a little bit of a 1v2. Put it that way.
Yeah. Sure.
Probably so.
Falcons on the north side of shooting range, probably the team with the highest likelihood of being able to get out of this one. But even then, like I said, I just don't expect anybody to be able to make it away from this unscathed in this location. It's just so dangerous.
Yeah, it ain't easy. I think for IWNRX in particular, I always worry about this type of position to play in. It's a bit of a last resort type of deal. They know more than anyone else they need to clear out these spots around the fences. They can start to work their way up towards that northeast side of the map. They're going to be really clean with it. Now, Falcons holding that building that does always keep a lot of the teams playing on the fences at bay. Tiamba moves into Virtus Pro and getting handled, realistically.
The first knock goes their way. Tixie's taken a lot of damage on the backlines. That's Na'Vi with a third party. A nade over towards Icy. Crucially timed there. For Tiamba, they're making this one work, but they're still losing players, and Koa goes down next. It's a huge opener with the nades. 3 players potential to get back up here for Tiamba on the southeast side in a clean compound.
It's nicely done, and Tiamba getting themselves back up to 3. Obviously helped out a little bit by Na'Vi there. I think the biggest test here is definitely for IWNRX. Again, we said that they didn't want to remain at 45 points, and they certainly haven't, up to 5 eliminations already on the game, but such a dangerous spot to be in. I can tell that they're feeling the heat from underneath them, because the rest of the teams will be setting the bonfire soon. They have to get out of the way, or at least set off some fireworks here in this lobby, keep themselves safe.
Make some noise. I mean, the point of this position, sure, it's dangerous, it's difficult to leave, it's unlikely that you do so unscathed, but the question is always, how many points can you get from it? And right now, that's what IWRX's mission is. Control all of these teams on the outside, steal these points away, but FaZe want to take some of them for themselves. They flexed out, they've actually rotated into this one, and the Falcons were not prepared for it. FaZe have managed to move on through successfully, finding that first knock and flush over towards the Falcons in the shooting range compound. As the shift comes on through, keeps Rosemary Shack in, but that's not going to be safe for too much longer, I'm sure. A big nade over the top comes through for FaZe, gets a flush and another knock. A nade on high for IWNRX, spots Incilio, moves over towards FaZe, and finally, teams outside are starting to take notice of IWNRX. Team Queso from the high ground start to find that crossfire.
Yeah, Team Queso needs to take advantage of this high ground whilst they can. It doesn't look like the future's bright for Team Queso at the moment with them being on the south side of the circle. However, they are really definitely making sure that this bit of hilltop that they have right now, before the circle starts to push them in, is used to every little bit of an advantage that they can get. That was a nice nade over the top side. Didn't quite get as much damage as he might have hoped, but there is a potential there for a 3 knocker.
I mean, it was right on top of them, right? It's just a little bit one way or the other. That might have been disaster for FaZe. They go for the rollout now, and they're repositioned, so a little bit less dangerous against it. The rollout comes through. Kine has to fall back to the wall. FaZe trying to wrap around this one, try and constrict this southwest edge. This is a point farm position. on the shooting range. The win likely going towards Na'Vi, but the question is who comes out with the most points, because Tiamba just fell, I think, to Na'Vi on that northeast side.
Yeah, got a ton of damage done. I don't know if it was a full knockout just yet for Tiamba. So a couple of players, or one player in play. Swain takes down Icy. 8 eliminations now for IWNRX. Lovely stuff, taking the lead over Na'Vi, who are currently over on that northeast side. Like you said, looking for that chicken dinner. Need to flex out a little bit. I'm having flashbacks to yesterday on Nova Rep Noya, where they held such a strong position, and then the circle refused to give them any kind of advantage towards that end game. So I think that they need to be concerned with clearing out space over towards this eastern side of the map. Rosemary takes down Onsens from FaZe.
The fact that Alter Ego still have this lone survivor here, all of this is being kept safe by the presence of this gun range area from that Team Queso high ground as well. This is going to allow Rosemary to potentially see a top 4 here, which would be a massive result for Alter Ego on what should have been a very scrap game. IWNRX continue to try and frag their way out of this situation, and all 4 of them are alive for the time being. FaZe do fall, and somehow IWNRX pick up 11 eliminations in the best possible scenario from this location.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount of elims that IWNRX have been able to get. I think they've been very cautious of where they've been rotating out to. They've been trying to find a couple of angles here and there. If it's gone wrong, they always have proof of exit. So very, very nice to see from IWNRX controlling that fence location. It's not a lot of times you see a team play on the fence and is able to make it all the way towards the end game. A lot of times that they teams will typically use that more of like, well, we're going to lose, let's just play fence and we'll just see what we can get done. And the team typically rolls upon them. So for IWNRX to play such a fantastic game from that spot, it is impressive. It's definitely impressive.
I mean, IWNRX don't have too many options other than go for Rosemary's Shack now. I feel like that might be the play from this position on the circle. I mean, you have to wait for this circle if Rosemary's Shack's not in it or it's not super central. But I think now you go for it, right? You move out. IWNRX were a major force suppressing that side of the Shack. You know there's a player in there. You've seen teams roll up, not have the best of times on it. There's going to be a couple of crates around that area as well, so a potential resupply for IWNRX. But the question is when. Na'Vi shimmying their way south as well, with the AWM puncher trying to punch a hole through the south side swivel.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX, the shack that Rosemary has is not the greatest of place for them. It's more of a survival spot for Rosemary at least. And they understand that if they try and rotate over towards that shack, they're going to get torn to shreds by Na'Vi on the approach. So likely for IWNRX, it's going to be trying to control down towards the south side and rotating through towards this shelter position that Vengeance currently hold alongside with Team Queso. Rosemary does finally go down. Maybe they make a wrap far over towards the north. It is a question of what they want to do next. Froze is actually able to grab that shack. Interesting.
Yeah, he managed to get across early. Na'Vi a little bit preoccupied with Vengeance, taking out the rest of Tianba, who will fall there in 5th place. They can use that little lip on the roadside as well on the north edge for IWNRX to transition into this one. And they are starting to use that terrain. A really nice handle on the west side now for IWNRX. They can keep Vengeance in this bunker, using Na'Vi as that buffer to it. And Team Queso can't get ahead of them either with the 3 players that they found. 9 eliminations for Team Queso, though. And they've defended 2 crashes so far today. 1 successfully this match. And they've gone for a brilliant crash over the top as well on this game. So these 9 eliminations definitely earned for Team Queso.
Yeah, it's not been a bad match. Not been a bad match at all. I think that they have been one of the few teams that's had to get as much fighting as possible done in here. Again, I was curious about this rotate over towards the western side. I think they had to go for something a bit more bold over towards the south. I just think that the players are quite exposed from IWNRX here. Already taking 1 knock.
I think the issue with trying to go for the wrap onto Team Queso is it's fully linearized, right? Like, you cannot peek around the side of this because Na'Vi have broadside. So you're just forced into all approaching from the same angle, which is so susceptible to nades, to anything that Team Queso throw your way. Vengeance could even have a say if you try and get out of line there. And now IWNRX on this long sloping hill that is around the corner from Na'Vi can keep them down on the ridgeline. They're finding these knocks. Team Queso is still pushed up. And IWNRX controlling this terrain. They have a little dip, a little slope away on that roadside. And when Na'Vi are pushed closer in, that high ground does not have an impact on it.
It's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one. I think that where we've seen a lot of the focus coming through from all our teams, it has allowed IWNRX to get in. And I don't think that's a bad or a fortuitous thing for IWNRX. I think they've been very, very aware of what's happening around in the lobby. Kane does get knocked again. Good shots from TPZ. Damn. Team Queso gets absolutely mullered over towards the south side. And a lovely shot from Puncher on the AWM.
And IWNRX have taken casualties in the meantime, losing 2 of their players there. 2 knocks, and out comes the roll down for Na'Vi. It was their game to lose here, Blank, and IWNRX, they might have given them a fright, but now they can start to try and close it down. The crawlbacks coming through for IWNRX, and actually Vengeance, if Na'Vi aren't careful, could have a bit of a say here. Flip goes out wide and cannot make that full wraparound. Not making it to the shack that Frozen holds. Vengeance for the rollout. Lemon in danger here, but he's in the smoke. He has the backup from Puncher as well on the off angle. Lemon goes down. Vengeance with 2 players. They've got a little bit of cover, but do they have the time to go for the res?
So 2 players now only remaining for Na'Vi. It starts to get a whole lot worse for Na'Vi to get a lot of success out of this game. They had to get the chicken dinner on this one. It's all gone a bit topsy-turvy. Puncher will find Frozen. Still has that AWM in the back pocket.
The fact that Vengeance get that roll down, I mean, that's a big mistake for Na'Vi to allow them to escape from what should be an easy spray down location. Sure, you're more preoccupied with IWNRX, but they're not pushing to you yet. And Vengeance caused trouble. They take down Lemon. Flip is already isolated. And now Na'Vi are isolated on the outside. Sure, he has the Orm, but if nobody peeks him, nobody goes down to it. The forward position, the center of the circle, currently belongs to IWNRX. And now Na'Vi with 2 looking to light up Vengeance finally. Noise does go down, and that's a good opener. But what more can they find?
Yamak finds Zedwolf on a knock, and now this is one hell of a rollout from 6. He does get up. I think it's 2 players apiece either side. Poncho with a nade forward over towards Kane. It doesn't go far enough.
The loot crate just keeping him safe. He's dancing around it, steps out wide, and 6 is already cooking. So he steps out safe on the angle, but finally connects. Now it's all up to Sway in a 1v2. Could put 17 elims on the board. Moves back to the tree. Wants the res onto Zedwolf. No. Goes for the fight, but there's 2 angles to worry about. Around the side of the box. Needs to be careful. The blue zone's there, but it's not enough. Na'Vi take the chicken dinner, but IWNRX give them a run for their money.
Yeah, so unreal game. 21 points on that match. Fantastic stuff from IWNRX. Na'Vi take themselves a chicken dinner, though, which they'll be pleased with. But I wouldn't be surprised to see IWNRX above them in the tables after that one. It was a very, very well-played game. And I think it's just purely because Na'Vi doesn't hold those sightlines on that western side. But very, very good way to handle the circle. I'm going to head this one back over to the desk in the meantime, where they can break it all down.
Well, now we're seeing why Na'Vi had those stats as we headed into Erangel, the first of the day. A phenomenal performance out of the team who just basically got stuck in Severny and just waited for their moment to pounce here, gentlemen. Hot Jukes and Maxman join me once again. But, you know, IWNRX, even though they didn't win the game, 15 eliminations is a stellar performance of the team trying to maintain or get back into top 3.
I think you said it earlier, Jason. It felt like Novo all over again for the side of Na'Vi, the way they were holding it. But no, really good game from them. They saw the northern rotations that happened 3-4 times in a row, which is always going to be a tough situation to deal with, Hot Trick. So they read into it like, oh wait, these circles are horrible for the southern teams. Let's just dodge all of those bad southern fights and just go wide northeast and go into Severny. That normally TJB tend to leave relatively early, so they knew that and took all of Severny for themselves early on. That's just good understanding of your competition in this group, and also a really good understanding of how teams react to certain circles. And so far, great position, good elimination count. This is a great game from Na'Vi that just came through.
I mean, perfect rotation. I mean, they landed all the way over there at Milta Power. We get this crazy northern circle. And Jason, we were just like, man, this sucks for these southern teams because that zone just kept going north, north, north. We finally got a southern shift, but it was too late for too many of these squads. And I mean, it was so crazy to just watch Na'Vi be able to clutch out this chicken dinner right there from Severny. There was a certain second we saw Tianba. Tianba actually tried to head all the way up through the backside of Severny. I love the fact that Tianba was already driving on that rotation prior to the circle shift, but then once it shifted south, they said, all right, forget it, let's go back down this way. They tried to push VP, didn't work out for them. But yeah, Na'Vi, great chicken dinner, but outshadowed by the performance of IWNRX, and rightfully so. I mean, these guys land so far north that we were expecting a good game from them, but I don't think anybody saw, 15 eliminations, right?
15 elims coming out from them is just absolute madness. But they were just sweeping so many teams from the pretty early stage of this match, I think against Incilio in particular, clearing all of the teams in shooting range that were just trying to survive as long as they possibly could. But no, and the fact especially they survived as 4 players when getting all of those eliminations is a statement how good their team play actually is. I mean, we know that currently, I would have to say globally, IWNRX is the best Turkey team. SGG, unfortunately, we need to have a new top team, and it is going to be them. Okay, Jason, come on. You can't. They were the champions, okay? You can't do that to them.
It's true.
I mean, that's true. They were the champions at one point. But not anymore. Not in 2024.
That's true.
But either way, I mean, honestly, one thing we kind of have to mention is Vengeance as well. I don't think we brought them up. We're seeing a slight adaptation in their play, but they kind of get stuck in that little shelter, and they can't do anything. They have to wait and hope that some team takes out Team Queso, which luckily did happen, and then you immediately saw them just barrel out.
There's one big issue in this game, and I think that you and me, Hodgix, we're going to agree on this, is that you can't really also get involved in the conversation when you're in that cavernous area or that shelter area. You just can't get involved because the team is just above you. Team Queso is literally camping out the exit point until you leave. So Vengeance, really, the low elimination count is purely because that position is made for a team to be passive.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. But you know what? I'm starting to question, right? If it's just like, all right, was it just passiveness due to that situation or just because of the way this team's playing, right? Because we saw how they played in that last match, just playing it very, very, very careful, very safe. And honestly, like, I understand that strategy for a certain type of team, but for a team that's currently at the bottom of the leaderboards, it's just not going to cut it. Like, you have to get some eliminations if you're going to, get yourself out of that situation. So maybe Vengeance is kind of waiting for that perfect opportunity to get a crazy pop-off match. 11 points is still nothing to shake your head at for sure. So, I mean, I'm glad they put that on the board, but I still want to see a really confident play style from them to feel a little bit better if they're going to try to make it to the survival stage or even to the top 3.
Yeah, as I was saying, we'll watch the game. It feels like Vengeance are just playing to not be knocked out and to make it into survival stage. Not playing for top 3, playing for survival. Buy them a little bit of extra time because obviously they get an extra week off compared to the teams from Group Green who will be playing next week. But either way, 11 points is not bad. That's going to be enough to get them out of the bottom of the table as well. But speaking of bottom of the table, Furia, IHC, Virtus Pro, it's looking like they're still going to be down here in the elimination zone at the moment. Whereas I8, unfortunately, not a great game for them here with only 0 points max.
Yeah, well, you know what that means, Jason, is that they had a Northern Circle and they dropped military. And unfortunately, when you keep having especially 3-4 Northern Circles in a row, it ain't going to be easy.
Demore could do it from the other way around.
Demore. Oh, you're British now.
Going British. Demore could do it with the bottle of water.
What? What is the segment?
I love it.
Okay, Punch MVP. Let's change the topic, guys. Punch MVP. I mean, he picked up that orb. He was struggling to hit the shots, but he started getting some shots in eventually towards the end. And he was just really peeking that ridgeline the big majority of this game, Jukes, with that orb. He was just making sure if there was a head that was going to peek over the grass, it was going to get blown right off. And he did hit a few sick shots at some point. So really being impactful with the orb.
Hey. Buff bolt actions, baby. Come on. I want to see some more of the crazy flick headshots. 903 damage is insane, but that's the only unfortunate side of that bolt action right now. It's really difficult to get those finishes with it, but still, I think that was the perfect time to bust it out. I mean, you got that AWM, you go for that headshot. Regardless if you even get a shot on the board, it's going to put some serious damage. So, I mean, it's good to see that happen right here. But, man, we're starting to see some changes in the leaderboards, boys. Navi on top. IWNRX in second place. And look at Team Queso. Team Queso sitting in 5th. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad for them. As we've been talking about, able to move up in the leaderboards here up to 5th place. TJB, unfortunately, falling out of top 3. And that's just kind of how volatile things are at the moment because of how close the point leads are. I mean, you're looking at 1st to 4th is 10 points. Thereon is about another 17 in total. Like, we're starting to see a little bit of a gap be created. But it feels nowhere as big, though, as in Group Yellow.
Oh, for sure. Even gets a Roy in 8th position, one big game, then top 3. That is a super small point gap currently on the first half of this page, at least. So currently anyone can really make it up there. And really expecting some teams to initiate a big comeback here. I like what Team Kessel are doing in terms of their rotates. I think they're getting themselves in really good spot, but this game in particular, I can kind of forgive it because, again, it kept going north every time, and they were forced in these engages time and time and time again, and made it really rough for them to come out successful at the end of that match. But yeah, bottom of the leaderboard, still, we're not seeing anything from your IHCs, your Furias. Vengeance are playing a bit passive, which... again, yeah, Jason, as you said, they're just trying to survive, but elims are going to be necessary if they want to make sure they can at least go to survival.
I thought that would have been enough to get them out of the bottom 12, but unfortunately not really able to. That's not a great sign. They got 11 points. That means they were 19 points before, which means they were in 15th place, right ahead of Furia. Yeah, it's troubling times. I mean, again, it's not that big of a difference for teams like Alter Ego with the 1 point, but you do have to wonder at what point in this group do you start to count out some teams. And I don't want to do it just yet, but honestly, Hot Jukes, the way we've seen like IHC playing, it might happen today. It might in my head count them out.
Yeah, IHC is not looking good right now. I mean, they need a few good bounce back games in order to make it happen. There's still plenty of time. If they're able to clutch out like maybe like a chicken dinner here, some double-digit eliminations, they're going to be in the show. But we're starting to see some good, consistent games from these teams at the top, which is going to make things pretty difficult here for IHC. You know, and even more for a team like Furia, man. I don't know what's going on with the squad. They're looking totally different from how they performed during PMSL. It's like they can't win a fight. We saw that fight that they were doing with Alter Ego early in the game. They had a situation where they could have easily 2v1 one of the players from Alter Ego. Didn't happen. Furia got in a 1v1 and lost it. I mean, you got to know at that kind of stage, Max, you can't jump through a window.
Yeah, it's odd. I also feel like when I'm looking at Furia, and this is not a positive statement I'm about to make. It kind of reminds me of Twisted Minds in Group Yellow. They are all doing their own thing. And when you look at the 5 Alter Ego, everyone was just so disconnected from one another, and they just got completely overwhelmed. And then, as you said, there's just a player that sends it over the window, just gets completely obliterated by Rosemary at that point. I'm not sure what's happening with Furia. I think we all came into this tournament with high expectations for that Brazilian team, but as of right now, they are just not performing up to par, up to expectations. So some changes need to happen for them, but as of right now, they are looking like the shadow of their past selves.
Maybe Seven could do an interview with them at some point and ask like what's going on within the team, what are they working on, because it's like you guys are saying, and I completely agree, it's not the same Furia that we see when it comes to PMSL when they're playing in their own region. Maybe they're the reverse. Yeah, maybe they are the reverse vampire, where they don't play well in their own region, then they play. Oh no, because they're still not playing. Oh, is it the reverse? Yeah, they play better in their own region, and then they can't play globally. I'm not sure, but either way, I mean, right now, IWNRX, Na'Vi, it seems to be a battle between these two teams when we get into Erangel, and I'm waiting for that other contender. I'm waiting to see who else will be able to step up, because yes, we've had some wonky circles. Thinking back to yesterday, going straight to military and Na'Vi having to swim across to get to Nova, but we're seeing, you know, IWNX in this game take advantage of the zone shifts by sneaking past the other teams and just cleaning up these eliminations towards the edge. Who else is going to be able to step up? And honestly, I don't feel like I can really tell you, because it's been so up and down for so many of these teams.
It's going to be inconsistent throughout the day, I think. There's so many teams that we would like to see. I mean, TJB here, for example, you would expect, right, Jukes, that, oh, wait, it's Saberni Circle. They should be doing great. But they leave so quickly to the center of the circle that then teams just leapfrog their spot and take Saverni away from them. In this case, it was Na'Vi, so I think that TJB need to maybe delay their rotates a little bit. Like, that might be something that helps them a little bit to see, oh, wait, the circle actually was a little bit favorable to us. We can just hold down this position, and later rotates might be actually a really significant help for them in the long run on Erangel in particular.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just don't have to go for a better position, right? Off center is just fine. And sometimes you see these teams, they get a little bit greedy and just kind of hunt down that spot. They end up fighting 3-4 squads and then just get picked apart bit by bit. So yeah, I think TJB could just calm down a little bit, stick to your spots, and then just work it out from there.
We'll see if they can adapt. About 20 seconds till we head into our second Erangel of the day. I cannot believe we're almost going to get to that point where we're halfway through our second group here at PMGC League stage. But honestly, with how close things are, it really is anyone could be top 3 at the end of the day. Max, hit me with a wild prediction here of who you think is going to win match 3.
FaZe win. I don't know. Yeah, FaZe.
All right, wild indeed. Let's head into our third Erangel with John, Allen, and Blink.
It's time to get wild with a plane path. Look at that. Really heavy south lane. Goodness me. From Novo over towards, is that Primorsk? Just a little bit above it for our match number 9, Blank. We are very, very hard on that south side. Goodness me.
I thought you were gonna start barking at me for a second, then I was like, I'm in here with a beast right now. Wow. Look at that, you know. Man, ISI8's drop spot is the best right now. Max Man, don't know what you're talking about. Drop military base every time. It's working. Look at this. It's favoring them right now. Most awesome playing path in the world. No, bro. Like ISI, they know this drop spot like the back of their hand. It's their only drop spot. Either on Miramar, they're dropping military base.
They go to Sanhok. They're waiting for the next game. Absolutely. Looks like Na'Vi are going to give them a little fight for their territory, though, on the military base. We'll see if Na'Vi can claim it from them. A little split for Na'Vi. Maybe they just go further and disengage from this one. Not going to be potentially as hot of a drop as we expected, but look out for these vehicles on the mainland flank. That is where we're going to see trouble brewing. Teams trying to grab these vehicles away from one another, coming into contact and losing 1, 2, 3 of their players for it.
Yeah, but Na'Vi, that was that south side. See how they play this one out. We know that ASIA is a quicker rotator when it comes to that south side map. You know what? Military base is the worst drop in the world, actually. It sucks.
I hate that guy.
Yeah, I hate it. It's just not great, you know. Northern circles like this, you really want more of a northern position on the map, honestly.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a bit of a mistake for these players to use this plane path. They should have had a better one, I think, for this circle.
You
It's a
should
big
have had a
misplay.
backup plane path.
I think this is Coops' fault.
Not again. You can't say that they're out. They're out, bro.
Yeah, that's a bit mean. That's
They
also
went
very
home.
contextual and quite a deep cut historical EMEA joke.
Yeah, that's a niche gag right there.
I liked it though. So what are you
For
gonna
context,
do? Hey, vehicle.
Yeah, vehicle. For context, in the past, this thing is that Coops actually was the best player on Nigma Galaxy for the longest time when he was playing on Nigma Galaxy. As character users get taken down. But it was funny because I always felt like whatever situation he was in, he would always look the saddest in the team. But it was not the case. It was not the case. It was just amusing the way they always lined up. So yeah, we're not digging on Coops. So we're actually both big fans of Coops.
Absolutely. I mean, we sort of created this headcanon that the whole team would always blame him no matter what went wrong for everything.
Even if he was like on 10 elims.
I think it was like Ralph. It was like he wasn't even alive, and Ralph was doing something weird, and we were like, "Can't believe Coops made Ralph do that. That's unbelievable."
It was like an Eastern shift over on Miramar. It was actually on East Island. Yeah,
that was crazy.
It was a funny one. I think Coops was alive. It was just Ralph went forward and died. And Coops is just like in the back line, like, why have you done that? And it could have easily been a Nigma Galaxy win because Coops did so well. So that was where why would Coops do this meme was born.
And then he left the team, and Nigma Galaxy are doing so much better than he is. So
John,
who's the real winner?
What's going on?
Look, I'm fighting. I'm fighting today.
Did this whole bit to redeem Coops' reputation.
This is what we've talked about, though, for Twisted Minds, is they are all individually fantastic players, right? But their cohesion is just not at the level that it needs to be for PMGC. They found it at the end of EMEA, but it wasn't there in their group stage, and obviously felt the pressure from that a little bit too much. But Ralph was, of course, and something that the desk has rightly praised him for as well, really incredibly developed as a IGL towards the end of EMEA, and that has transitioned to PMGC, which is a fantastic sight to see for supporters of Nigma Galaxy for the EMEA region as well.
Back to the game at hand then. Wow. This is the Tiamba turret heading through the map. Just one of the players.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is one way to deal with the situation of all rotating in one vehicle. So everyone picks up M4s and everyone's just a laser beam. Yeah. So although this is more like the glass cannon play, yes, technically weak to team fire. However, they also have a lot of team fire, but all from one location and with a lot of mobility.
Oh dear. I mean, it's kind of like if you see that vehicle rolling up to you, you see 3 heads popping out the windows. You know every choice you've made up until that point is a mistake, right? It's like there's just nothing you can do about it. As we're on board on the South Military Island, Falcons have Na'Vi go ahead of them. Na'Vi don't lose any players, and everybody leaving from that south side now. The Falcons looking to put up more points than 45. It seems like that's that great barrier for the teams in this lobby right now. Once you get over that, you can start to accelerate away. The crossing over towards Georgia Pole was also pretty dastardly. We saw Furia losing players early on. FaZe as well got caught on this rotate. And finally, Tiamba, they get spotted. They're not all in the same vehicle. That's their mistake.
Yeah, they should have maintained the Tiamba turret. I'm a bit upset by that, but they do find Rosemary, who is arguably the most dangerous player there on Alter Ego anyway. Baxters go down. Does he survive? Smokes does go down pretty quickly, so yeah, very well played. Stun Grenade also thrown, not sure from who. But yeah, now QZZ's got a big task in front of him. Because he absolutely has to be the one guy to essentially hold out all the other players from Alter Ego now. The rest tried to get back in. Here comes the crash, and QZ not quite ready for it yet. Good shots through the window start things off, and it's Boysil as well as Alva who have been putting up some pretty good performances, at least this morning.
Alter Ego nade up through the window, a second to follow it up, and they find the ground floor convincingly. 2 players in, a clip of damage over towards QZ as well. Tiamba looking for those reses across the way. A little bit slow into this one as well. Shan rotates, draws some fire from Boysil, gives a little bit of time, but they're expending that, dropping the nade rather than going for the healing on the top floor here. And Alter Ego continue to control this area. 3 players alive. They still have the numbers advantage. Out onto the balcony. Tunch doesn't have that off angle yet, and Shan now can start to take shots through the windows. This is being navigated quite well by Tiamba. And right now, Alter Ego are on the back foot. They have to exfiltrate the ground floor of the building. The healing's there. It's going well, but Shan gets spotted, and that might change things.
Yeah, I don't actually know if Shan will be able to hold on this position for much longer either. With him going down like that, that does open up a lot for Alter Ego. They tried to catch Panch off on the low ground, but he made a quick rotate back up again. And Tiamba has slowly but surely been pulled apart at the seams.
It looked like they may have been able to bring it back under control, and by all accounts it probably is still possible with Boysil going down on the inside. Tanch is split off, but XC caught on the open and goes down. That should be the end for Tiamba now. Just QZ in the middle and trying to keep things under control. All 3 of his teammates are still technically alive, but the blue zone cometh. He does not wait, and the reses for Alter Ego can come through. With 3 players alive, this should be easy to handle, but we've seen some pretty crazy things so far.
Yeah, QZ has to make some wild plays now. I think he is just comfortable to leave his teammates out to die. Circle heads over towards that northwest side. FaZe nice and central. Good fight here from Alter Ego, though. Managed to handle it. It didn't start too well with losing Rosemary, but that was a good test for them, right? You lose your player that everyone relies on a lot of times on the team of Alter Ego, and now they're in the situation where they gotta believe in themselves.
Staircase. Goes for the spray. One steps up into it. Got a sliver of a peek there. The stunner up the stairs. Not going to do too much either. And Alter Ego are slowing their pace. 25 rounds on the UMP. He does not have a lot left to play with here. He's going to expend a few of them. Jumping around. Goes for the swivel shot, but Boysil is so ready for that. It's not going to get by him. And they will go down. Tiamba 2 eliminations. Alter Ego stay up as 3 players.
Yeah, it's one of the few options he had remaining is to make the jump at that window and hope to catch them on the backside. But honestly, for Alter Ego to kind of predict that one and just let it happen, good smokes as well, prevent too much from happening through from Alter Ego. They realize it's only stage 2 as well, so they can afford to be a bit patient on that fight. They do lose 1 player, but 4 eliminations. They continue their climb up the lobby, and it gets ever so close to Alter Ego now. At the start of the day, 22 points. Really did not look good whatsoever, and it hasn't been crazy game after crazy game here for Alter Ego. They have just been putting up some consistent numbers throughout the day, which has been really nice to see as we head into map 3 of the day.
That more aggressive approach from Boysil coming on in, that's what they were looking for, is what they found. The points are starting to reflect that. We'll see if they can maintain that survival stage and also potentially jump up towards the top 3. Right now, Na'Vi, IWNRX, Enigma Galaxy, none of them with eliminations, but Right now, we're taking a look at the center of the circle. Na'Vi not close to it. IWNRX are, and Enigma Galaxy as well, have managed to find a little sliver of Sunken, but they are still on that south side, which means that their crossing is going to be difficult. So of those three, IWNRX in the best position.
Once again, back in a spot where they can pick up some more points. Na'Vi, I was thinking that IWNRX might be able to pull ahead of them, but they're able to sit 2 points ahead in terms of points totals. These guys are all the way over towards the eastern side, though, so not always the easiest of approaches for Na'Vi right now. Nice to see this team do well, though, because back in PMSL EMEA, their first week over in the group stages were just unbelievably good. It was so difficult to deal with Na'Vi in that league stage. They fell off a little bit, weren't able to quite find their focus. I think it was less that... You know what, I'll take that back. I don't think they fell off. I think it was just other teams within that lobby became so much better at the game over the league stage. We're talking about Team Spirit in particular, who actually came away and won their respective group stage here in PMGC in yellow. Now Na'Vi has to follow suit.
I mean, against the reigning champions from PMWC with Alpha 7 in that group, to do that is really quite impressive for Team Spirit. But you're right, it is a bit of a challenge laid out for Na'Vi. It's like, you think you're better than us? Well, you've got to prove it, because right now they are a little bit behind the metric of what Team Spirit were able to pull out of the bag, but they are still at the top of the tables, and they have managed to put an EMEA top 2 on the board. Top 3, actually.
I don't know, because I think you're right. They have to prove it, but the way I'm looking at this is that technically they're not far behind from what Team Spirit was able to do in their group stage in yellow, because honestly, Team Spirit didn't have the most insane start to their day 1 and day 2. Na'Vi still has a little bit of time to work with into day 3 and day 4, but losing Lemon as well, so that's the second knock coming through to Na'Vi. Has been a long rotate.
This is very, very difficult. I mean, they were leaving Yasnaya at the start of the circle shift, and it's been a really tough approach. They were right next to Alter Ego, had to diverge up towards Severny, and then ASI have just been in the way since, so they've been trying to push him from the edge for a long, long time. Virtus Pro counterposed to that. The ridge to the west of Severny is where they're setting their sights. They've managed to take control, and TJB don't really have too much ground to play with here. A couple of knocks sent back, a couple of rounds down range, and Tixi may be looking to move forwards here. The east side of this ridge is a lot less safe given that there are players in Severny, but the blue zone pushes everyone south, so they can try to play for that.
Yeah, it's for Virtus Pro, it's a bit of a difficult crossing. They did find at least one knock over towards TJB that was quickly res back up again onto Triple S. Long as literally following some matrix maneuvers there. You see the tracers whiz past his head. But yeah, well played. It's something that Virtus Pro are good at, though, which is getting up into positions that you don't expect them to be in. They make aggressive plays and they are good at it. And Koa is one of the most aggressive players in the world right now.
Up there with a nade. That's going to find his mark. Triple S hits the dirt there. Easy spray down for Koa. TJB, nothing really they can do about it here. Trying to pitch up for those off angles, but Tixi's there with another nade in hand. It's looking pretty good. Finds one, gets a little bit short on the burst there from Malloy's nade, but in comes Icy to get that off-angle flank grenade over towards the backlines of Virtus Pro, but it's not connecting. Another knock found from these nades. They don't need to peek. In the meantime, ASI are fending off Alter Ego, trying to go for that fight. They've lost a player in the meantime, but they are doing damage in response. It's going back and forth over on the northeast as we keep going with these roll downs. Virtus Pro starting to falter, it feels like, against TJB. Sure, they found another knock, but they haven't really been able to capitalize on it. And now with the blue zone on top of them, they need to speed things up, Blank.
Yeah, stage 4, it hurts. It really hurts. They know they can't bet Malloy back up again either. Good shot over towards Flower there, and that will be the end of it. But Koa goes down, takes too much damage there. I think they can put Koa back in the vehicle and get him further into the circle here, considering we need to get further into this one down towards that south side. And there is a lot of space to get that res through, but I think Koa is the only one that will get that res coming into position. Na'Vi down to one player now in Puncher on that northern side. VSA making their lives very difficult. It's cool to see, though, because right now, EMEA kind of good. And
we're kind of good right now.
Yeah, kind of good right now. And I mean, coming into the next group, I was talking to Jason about this recently on a video. It's a case of wouldn't be surprised to see 77 take first place too.
We'll have to wait and see for that, but that would be a treat.
I think they've got the easiest group to do it in.
I mean, potentially. There's definitely a chance that they could make that one work. Right now, though, the team that needs to pick up their feet from EMEA, Virtus.pro, what's going on? 13th place?
Yeah, and they were crazy, by the way, in their respective plays over in PMSL EMEA. They're a good team. Unfortunately, they're a really streaky team. They have a play on top of the world or not at all. And I think that's something that Nick Galaxy's been wrestling with for quite a while as well, in terms of having those streaky performances. They've made things look much, much more consistent, purely because they've got a lot of that teamwork down now, which is really good to see. But here they are now on the south side. Team Queso, definitely a team that we can't really count out at this point in time either, John. I think they've had a big step in performance coming into day 2 and have been cutting a lot of strong teams out of position.
Some really solid holds for Team Queso, some solid aggression as well when it's been needed. Definitely a lot of revision found, but unfortunately for Melodius, that is not going to be too tuneful for them. The cheeky double bounce on the nade actually goes over his head, keeps him safe for a little bit longer, but I don't think this is Resable. The spray down from Team Queso may be able to stop this. No, they fully control this ground now. Nick Galaxy will not let this one go. The rundown is there. A little bit of damage. And the final tap with the DBS seals the deal. Team Queso lose 1, but there's still 3. And Nick Galaxy are still next to this coastline.
Yeah, this situation where they are on the map, this is more about prizing Team Queso apart. It's not a quick roll-up. It's not a fast fight. This is just where they have to slowly work the problem that's ahead of them. And already getting that first knockoff through is super essential to that problem being fixed in the future. And RV going down super early as well in first place. Very likely that IWRX with their strong position over towards this south side are going to get ahead of them alongside with Nick Galaxy. And ASIA, who started down towards military base, he took down Navi as well. So 2 teams who were directly alongside one another at the start of the game. It is ASIA with just a bit of a better game plan going into the late stages of this match.
Team Queso taking another nade from Nick Galaxy, who've managed to get off this coastline really well here. Ralph is down in the midst of it all, but that is definitely a restful position to come back on through for Redox to get him back in, and the nades keep on pouring. Narvalo and SnowX doing their job. And from the low ground, Redox, he might be on the res, but he's also on the lookout for anyone stepping too far over that ridgeline. Makes it work. Team Queso fall, and it's to Nick Galaxy.
Yeah, and I will say that for anyone who wants to watch out for an up-and-coming player, I definitely keep your eyes on Redox. He has impressed me so many times in the past and has only gotten better at the game as well. I think that over the multiple teams he's been on, I think this is where he has shown his best. He is surrounded by very consistent teams as well, which is good.
Vengeance on the north side of this circle. Right now, I think, in a commanding position, but ASIA looking for the roll-up onto it. IHC will be on the third party if they're given the opportunity. A nice knock on the opener. 2 found as well. But around the edge, Yamax there. ISIA cannot make the ascension here. IHC looking to push on in, though still. With the opportunity, it will come on through to potentially take an important position in the circle. In the meantime, on the south, Incilio pushing onto Furia, losing one on the roll-up, but there's only 2 players to deal with. They'll take that trade any day of the week. Incilio take down Furia. Meanwhile, IHC continue to try and roll around on the north side of this circle as Vengeance. Are they still alive? Are they still in it? They still got 1 player, but they are severely diminished in power. IHC do all the work that they need to. The northwest side is theirs.
I want to see a good game out of this team. I want to see just 1 good game from this squad. I've been super unimpressed so far by IHC. And it has just felt like time and time again they get towards, you know, a top 8 and then it just gets bottled. Great nades here coming through from Redox. Once again, over towards Encilio, who are suffering at the hands of Enigma Galaxy. Encilio, a team similarly to others in our lobby that have these moments where they blaze very brightly and then fall off a little bit. But those few moments of fire have set themselves up in 6th place with 51 points currently, which is not a bad scoring, all things considered. Now, Enigma Galaxy have set their sights on them. With 5 elims on this game so far, Enigma Galaxy looking for another large game here in our match 3 on Erangel. Going into stage 6 very soon as well, with Lily quite literally in the middle of the circle right now, just like a lily pad. But we'll see if any of the teams can bounce off the back of that position to get themselves a strong spot in the circle later on.
A couple of froggy nades over the top there, getting fresh with them. 2 players down to it. And they hop, skip, and jump on into the Encilio backstop position. 1 knock found. The circle is going to stop just there. So that is Reservoir on the south side for Enigma Galaxy. They're up to 8 eliminations now, Blank. It's all up to the north side to see who the main contenders for this circle will be. IWNRX have been very quiet in their position. They haven't had to move since about stage 2. But now they'll need to shift west.
Falcons, a team now set to be going home if we ended things here. And I think it's a team that a lot of us didn't expect that from. A fantastic nade from Action. We'll take down 2 from Getso Roy and finish off that squad. Wow, that was an instant shot from Mela. Again, it's so cool seeing. Honestly, I just want to say it's awesome in this PMGC. I think it's the first PMGC in the group stages I've seen in a while where there are so many recognizable names, and it's so difficult for me to go through everyone's past. I mean, Mela, as we know, over in the previous PMWIs and group stages before, solo carrying that squad on phase with some ridiculous 1v4s, 2v4s. But he's still as quick on the trigger as we've seen him in the past as well. But yeah, it's awesome for me. I mean, it's a dream come true to watch this PMGC 2024. I think the format this year has been game-changing.
Absolutely love to see the ascension of these teams. What a spray down, just as you laid it for us out there. Brilliantly displayed, an immediate double spray down on the buggy, and that's an easy pickup for Mormon. He just turns around the corner. He's like, "Oh, you do that? Cool. I'll just pick up the flushes for you. Add them to your tally." Mela and Mormon moving out though against IHC. It's a tough rotate, and IWNRX trying to get ahead of it. Godless for 1. Swung around though on the buggy. There's the roll down for Zedwolf, and into the back lines. They'll try and find the rest of it. Zol goes down, and it's still a fight to be had. Will he be able to get much more done? I don't think so. Finally falling, but IHC are out phase. They're still there, Mela. What is this man made of? Goodness me, IWNRX may also fall to him.
I know, this is the thing. It's so funny. We have to like give a little bit of history about Mela and then just see him pop off, because man is a laser beam at the best of times. Enigma Galaxy though will finally put the Terminator down on that north side. And with Enigma Galaxy holding a ton of space down towards the southern edge, it really is now just down to these 2 teams. Enigma Galaxy being slightly slow on their approach here, but they're able to get over towards that northwest side fairly comfortably. They have backstops down towards the bottom, and it feels like they have learned a couple of mistakes from yesterday, which was a case of not getting too frantic. I think there's still some of that panic in this team at times, where they try and shore up each other's mistakes a little bit too much. But I think one thing that is certain is that specifically Narvalo, because he's the veteran of the team, needs to start trusting in his squad mates a little bit more. If they make a mistake on that front line, or they start getting a little bit low, you just got to wait and let the magic happen from some of your Vanguard. Because I think that if they do that, they will be a formidable squad, even more so than they currently are.
WNRX up to 6 eliminations. Enigma Galaxy. They'll be doing a lot of fighting on that south side. They've got a whole chunk of it too.
By the way, we're in stage 6, 2 teams.
This is, I mean, it's good PUBG Mobile, right? The sweeps coming through from these teams, clearing out the ground early, getting control. This is by-the-book play. It's working out well. Now, Valor with an open spray on the Frozen.
Nice.
Ralph's there as well. They trade off that angle. Kine can't control both of them, and Swain wasn't there to pick it up either, unfortunately. Not quite in the right position. Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they just have such a stranglehold on this. With 9 eliminations, they could get up to 12 here on this game. If they pick up all 3, the nade from Ralph should spot Swain. He knows exactly where he is behind the tree, and this should be an easy nade for players at this level. Unfortunately, Swain does dodge the damage, but steps out into the sightlines of SnowX, and that is terminal. Losing their player there, the nade forwards, and this is just such an easy cleanup. They know they're in the smoke, an immediate relock for Narvalo. Kynes does step out into the smoke a little bit there, but he can't even get the one, and that is a close down for Nigma Galaxy. Crossing from the south side, they had a rough time of the crossing as well. They were coming into it late on the North Shore, but they get over, they get into the fight, they get stuck in, and take home a chicken dinner.
Look, the thing is that I think I can't be... Narvalo's playing really well, SnowX is playing really well, and Redox is honestly killing it here. But I think the player that I'm most proud of here is definitely Ralph, because he's had a rough couple of years, man. He's felt like the weakest link on a fair few teams, but it feels like he has massively improved his performance over this past year, and it's only looking better for Nigma Galaxy.
It's all about the up and up here for Nigma Galaxy, as I believe they're going to reclaim that top spot in our leaderboards of Group Red here. And I mean, with the way Nigma Galaxy were playing, it kind of seems similar to yesterday, Max, where it was very edge play.
Yeah.
And it was like, we see team, we eliminate team.
Sweeping edge play has been definitely the name of the game for today's matches in particular also, but I have to fully agree with Blank's statement at the end there before he threw it to us. Like, Ralph has improved so much as an IGL. I absolutely adore... I think I've never seen such a big step up of an IGL in terms of overall playstyle of a team. Like, from their hyper-passive playstyle in Spring to now how they were playing in full EMEA PMSL and now into PMGC. I am absolutely sold on the overall playstyle of Nigma Galaxy this tournament. They were literally just falling off of first place that last game. They reclaimed it already with this match. Jason, Nigma Galaxy are just gunning, not for top 3, they're gunning for #1 spot right now. They're getting the entire way.
Look, I'm just gonna say it, boys. Coops was the problem. Okay? I'm just kidding. All right, look, I'm just kidding. No, look, let's be real though. This is looking like an entirely different squad. You're so right, Max. I mean, they played that game perfectly. They have such a great way of being able to go passive and then aggressive at the flip of a switch. They had full control of that southern side. For a second, I remember we were talking, you thought IHC was going to get that dub, and I was a little worried because I was like, if IWNRX pulls this, pushes this team, it's going to be a little bit troublesome. But then, you know what? Nigma Galaxy, that exactly happened. Nigma Galaxy were just chilling way in the back and just pushed up little by little and just controlled the entire game. Beautifully done. Yeah. And yeah.
For IHC though, to be fair, right? If we didn't see IWNRX crash that fight, they probably would have looked much better, right? I think you're even saying, Hot Jukes, like one moment they were there, the next second they weren't because of that.
Yeah, for sure. So like what I was expecting to happen was that the zone was gonna play out all the way towards the end, and we were gonna see that IWNRX IHC fight happen first anyway. But that did not happen at all. Instead, IWNRX said, no, we gotta take this fight right here and right now if we want to win the game. So I mean, it's a bold play, and it did work out because they got a lot more eliminations. So I think from them, they did the best strategy they could, considering that if it did end up going that route, I mean, we're probably going to see a Nigma Galaxy at the end win anyway. But I mean, beautifully done.
Hey, looking at IWNRX here, Jukes, I think we were both kind of surprised when it happened that they were so successful upon that breach, because at that point in time, it's not like IHC were deep in a fight versus FaZe and Falcons and like they were losing players. No, they had 4 players alive, super healthy in their positions, and they had the highest ground position in that circle at the time. That was just a Hail Mary push of IWNRX to understand it's all we just get a sad 3rd, 4th place, or we send it and maybe do a game-winning play. Sure, Nigma Galaxy wins it, but if IWNRX really wanted to win this game, that was the main push they had to pull off, and they were so successful in the process. So right now, Nigma Galaxy and IWNRX, there you go, are the big playmakers of this group for sure.
I want to add one more thing too, real quick. Like towards the end there, if Nigma Galaxy didn't push up immediately when that fight happened, they could have lost that game. you know? So I like the fact that they heard that fight and they said, oh, they're fighting? Let's push up. Let's get full control of this circle and win this game. If they would have played it passive, like we've seen some of these other teams do, and just kind of chilled there on the south, that would have allowed IWNRX to regroup, you know, get domination on that circle and possibly win it out. So, I mean, great play from all these squads.
Well, Max, you mentioned playmakers. What about Mela, man? Onto Falcons, and then he avoids the crash with IHC and IWNRX, and he plays an off angle. Like, he got his team a bunch of extra points.
He got the Blank buff. Like, Blank was being the Mela historian that game. He was just bringing all the backgrounds like, oh yeah, I am pretty great. And he just hits this sickest double headshot spray while players of Falcons, not any team is Falcons, are trying to exit with a buggy. That is top 3 sprays we've seen so far this tournament, for sure. Absolute madness from Mela. And really the reason why FaZe are in my top 3 is mainly because of Mela. So I'm glad to see he's able to pop off in that way. But Jason, it doesn't matter because the French are here to play. Sanhok is MVP. I'm proud of him. Good job.
I mean, yeah, it's been a lot of ups and downs if we think of the French scene in general when it comes to PUBG Mobile, Max, and of course with you being French and you being such good friends with a lot of these players, you've seen it kind of firsthand that it's really rough to be a French. Well, it sounds weird, but it's been rough to be a French player because these French super teams haven't worked out. But the upside is, you know, kind of going their own ways has netted the ability for Snowix here in Navarro to really step up and will be the top dogs in our group.
Yeah, one unfortunate thing about the PMSL format is that I feel like the Western European teams have been diluted significantly from the old PMPL days, then it became PMPL Europe and then PMSL EMEA. But we always knew that French players of Shockwave, of Game Lord back then, had some really strong individual players. We just had to wait, Jason, for them to get picked up by these really big orgs with great players on their squad. And really, you're looking at Robs, you're looking at Novalo, you're looking at Snowix also. Like, I am so glad they found a good spot, and especially for Nigma Galaxy, it has been so successful on these first 2 days of PMGC. So I just wish them luck for the rest of this tournament, but I am absolutely, I'm over the moon right now when it comes to their performance.
Over the moon. I cannot wait to see Max bust out the French flag at some point. But as you look at the rest of our leaderboards here, again, a little bit of a lead starting to grow. I would say somewhere between like our 3rd and 4th place team, potentially a little bit lower on downs. We can see a little bit of a split of 7 points between I8 and of course FaZe Clan. But again, Team Case has been able to get here into the front page at some point, and Cilio here as well, a team we honestly haven't talked too much about. But there also hasn't been necessarily too much to talk about them. They're previously known as AOR when you look at CSA.
You know, consistent play. That's all it takes from Cilio right there. You know, they're in the running. I mean, all it takes is just one good zone, one good position, and they could easily win this game. So it's like, I'm not mad at their play style. I haven't seen anything personally that's just making me go, oh my gosh, it's Cilio. Like, what are we, like, this is their time, you know? But at the same time, that moment could still happen. So, I mean, for all you Cilio fans out there, keep cheering on your squad because I think it's only a matter of time.
It's really rough for Cilio because I have the impression, looking back on a few of these games, they're just fighting the best teams when it comes to fragging potential. Like here, they're like, oh, you're in a 4v4 fight versus Nigma Galaxy. There's currently the biggest step up of this PMGC ever since PMSL. And they're just struggling to deal with it. They do have some big names on the team. I think that, Jason, when looking at Incilio, Westron is like one of the big names on the team. But even Westron is just... looks like just your average player in PMGC because you got so many good fraggers in this lobby for Group Red. And unfortunately, sure, your region, you might be good, but global is a completely different matter. And right now, Incilio are just having a really tough time this event.
Yeah, completely different matters. Sometimes teams play better, sometimes teams play worse when it comes to globals. It generally you would think playing worse, but we have seen a couple teams play better. Speaking of unfortunately worse, even with IHC with that performance in that last game, they still have not moved on the leaderboard, so they're still sitting down there quite a bit. But in the meantime, it looks like we do have to head to a short break while we get things ready to go for the second half of day 2 of Group Red. So we'll see you all in a few.
Welcome back to Group Red Day 2. I'm joined by none other than Falcons Force Icy. And you know what? We're just going to jump straight into it. We're going to be a little bit honest here. You guys have actually started off a little bit slower than people expected you guys to start. Last week, Alpha 7 mentioned that they came in a bit overconfident and they were surprised by teams. Are you guys going through the same thing? Are you guys also feeling confident, or were you guys surprised by anything?
Okay, энэ 7 хоногт одоо хаахид одоо маш удаан эхэлж байна. Харин өнгөрсөн 7 хоногт Alpha 7 хэлэхдээ таадын Alpha 7 өөрсдөө маш их итгэлтэй ирсэн. Тэгвэл тэд босоод багийнхнаас болж нэлээд surprise байсан. Одоо та бүхний одоо удаан эхэлж байгаад ямар нэгэн шалтгаан байгаа юу? Ягаад удаан эхэлж байна вэ?
Нэг шалтгаан бол байхгүй. Гэхдээ одоо ямар ч баг муу тоглож эхлэхийг хүсэхгүй байх. Тэгээд алдаан дээрээсээ одоо улам сайжраад алдаагаас дараагийн өдрүүд дээр ч гэсэн илүү сайн тоглох болно. Жижиг алдаа маш их гаргаж байгаа болохоор жоохон тэрэн дээр айгүй халдаад байна.
Okay, so he's saying, is there like any other reason for that? Like every team making mistakes, and also we are trying to fix our mistakes on it. So like we are like now trying to focus on the last matches more.
Right on. Well, here, let's talk about those last matches before we actually get to the halfway point of Group Red. What are you guys going to be switching up?
Сүүлийн тоглолтууд дээр яг ямар өөрчлөлтүүдийг хийх бодолтой байгаа вэ?
Их өөрчлөлт хийхгүй, яг л өөрсдөө тоглолтоор тоглоно. Тэгээд тэр гаргасан алдаагаа л яг давтахгүй тэрэн дээр анхаарал тоглол. Манай тоглолт гарна да.
Okay, so like what is he saying is there is any changes for now. So like for now he's just like trying not to repeat the mistake.
Right on. Hey, well, that's exactly what you want to do. The good thing is, even though you guys are currently making mistakes, you are 17 points away from getting to third place. So thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Well, it was great to hear from Icy, but I'm really glad, Seven, you were able to find a baby gap so you could find clothes in your size there over in Malaysia. We are back here with our halfway point of the day as we have one more Erangel to come up and, of course, our double Miramars. But yeah, you hear Icy. I mean, it doesn't look too phased. I feel like they've been in situations like this before, and they've also have come back from situations like this as well. I just went very southern there, kind of.
Right on.
Right on. Dude. Oh my, you've been going all over the place, Jason. You went from Italy to Southern. I love it. You know what?
I didn't do Italy, yesterday.
That was Jukes, yeah.
Well, I felt it. I felt it in my heart and soul. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let's go. I'll tell you what. You know what? I think Falcons are feeling confident. Like, yeah, you can see Icy on his face. They've been in these situations before, so I don't think they're too worried here. It's just crazy how well some of these, teams that we really didn't expect are performing here. I mean, yeah, look at this Alter Ego. I thought that we were going to see Fudia win this fight 100%. But you know what? Just a couple good plays from Alter Ego, shut him down. And one thing I love to see, Max, is we're seeing like how punishable tiny mistakes are in this tournament, right? Like if you do not push together as a squad, you even one half-step misstep, you're knocked thirsted instantly, and that could lose you the game. So teams definitely got to dot their I's and cross their T's here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think we saw it also from Team Kesso fighting Na'Vi on the first game over on Sanhok. The Na'Vi do this 2-2 split and they just send players solo, and Team Kesso have really solid angles. And that's the thing that happens in PMGC, right? Is that you have all of these insanely good teams coming in from their home region that now going into PMGC, they are the best in their region. They're able to punish all of those feeder teams who do a lot of mistakes, and they'll do it again into a PMGC. So you got to be very careful that your synergy especially is on point. We've seen it a few times, Jukes, already, I feel like today, where sometimes some players just doesn't want to wait for his teammates a little bit longer. He just sends it 5 seconds too early and instantly gets obliterated. So, sometimes those little mistakes can be easily avoidable, but when you are under pressure, sometimes you still make the mistakes and teams will be there to punish it.
I mean, I didn't know Alter Ego changed their name to feeder teams. No, I'm just kidding. I'm only saying that for Max. I'm only saying that for Max, not because I dislike them. But as we take a look at a quick head-to-head here between our top teams, or pretty much top teams, you can see a big difference when it comes to chicken dinners, of course. But IWNRX, man, on the elim game is pretty insane.
They're a fragging team. Like, they are, for me right now, in terms of EMEA teams, they're the best hope in terms of fragging potential. Sure, Team Spirit are great. I think the Team Spirit maybe stand out more with how they rotate around the map. But IWNRX, their fragging potential with Z-Wolf in particular is insane. But one thing that needs to be highlighted, right, Jukes, is that even though Z-Wolf that 2 games ago went out early, the entire team can still pop off. So it's not like Z-Wolf is just doing all of that heavy lifting alone. The entire squad is putting up the numbers, playing so well together. And when they pull a rotate like they did in this previous game versus IHC, the synergy's on point, the timing is on point. This is a team that I think is going to do very minor micro mistakes, and that means it's going to be very hard to take them head to head in a fight.
Okay, well, one thing that's allowing them to be so successful in these head-to-head fights, of course, is their device, the Infinix GT20 Pro, getting that 120 FPS to hit those DBS shots. You guys at home can play like a pro as well here. And speaking of pros, Max, man, we have an ex-pro with us here in Hot Jukes who can easily talk to us about the difficulty right now of playing at this level and making mistakes. You don't want to see it happen. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change topics instead. I'm going to talk about something a little bit better. What team to you, Hot Jukes, has been overperforming the most?
Overperforming?
Expected. Yeah, overperforming.
It's got to be Enigma Galaxy, right? I mean, none of us even, none of us even had them in our top 3. So, I mean, these guys are just crushing it. I mean, they're playing it perfectly. I mean, I want to go back to the point about Max said about IWNRX and their frag potential. I mean, they proved that in that last match by just pushing up on the IHC and trying to take the game into their hands. They realized that if we don't take this fight right here, right now, the chances of us winning are low. So they got those eliminations. They ended up with Enigma Galaxy, but Enigma Galaxy, once that fight happened, they're like, no, we're going to push up. We're not going to stay safe in the South, and we're going to win this game. So they're playing it perfectly. Honestly, if I look at both these teams as coaches, I would be like, hey, you guys both did perfectly. It just, that's just how it turns out sometimes, So I want to see that consistency from these teams. I want to see those perfect plays and to continue on. And if they do, we're going to see both these squads in the top 3 and hopefully in the Grand Finals.
And it's quite interesting right now because when we look at our current top 3 on the leaderboard, you got Enigma Galaxy, you got IWNRX, and you have Na'Vi. If you look at the winning team over for Group Yellow, it was Team Spirit. I mean, we were looking at different regions like South Korea, we were looking at Brazil, right? Japan, of course, but then we didn't have the side of Reject make it to PMGC.
Yeah.
But EMEA is bringing the heat this PMGC event, and I'm bringing up a serious question with how EMEA teams are currently playing. Is there a realistic option that the trophy goes to EMEA?
That's that immersion right there. That's that immersion, baby.
Yeah, I'd rather have that than flossing, to be fair.
That's better.
That's true.
But yeah, so my question at the end was, is there a realistic option here that the trophy of this PMGC goes to an EMEA team? Because they have currently been looking the best as a region this tournament.
I mean, no doubt. No doubt.
I really want to argue
possible
against you with that.
Oh, yeah?
But I can't,
You can't.
You can't. With the numbers of the group stage, you can't. It's like, well, the stats are there.
Yep.
Well, I will say this, though. It obviously gets exponentially harder going from this league stage where there might be a feeder team or two to the Grand Finals where there ain't no feeder teams and it's insanely hard, right? And also when you get the clashing of styles potentially happening, like what if IWNRX or Team Spirit were in different groups? What if IWNX was in Group Yellow and Team Spirit in Group Red? The style that they played in those lobbies, would it have worked for them? Or would they have been able to adapt properly to the way the lobby's playing? There, I'm not so quite sure.
I'm going to say no. And the reason why is because it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's so crazy to think about because you look at these different teams, you have to be able to adjust on the fly. One thing that both these teams have been able to do is prove that they can do that, right? So with how they've played, I'm in reality, I'm going to say, yeah, they can because they've performed so well in their groups here. Honestly, I'm so stoked for the rest of this group. I'm hyped for Group Green. Honestly, though, I am really excited for the survival stage because that is going to be make or break for so many squads. And with how this group is going, that survival stage is going to be stacked.
Yeah. I mean, you already got teams like D Xavier, Vampire Esport, Bigatron Knights, Loops that are going to be over in that group, right? I'm not saying Inco because Jukes, it's not going to happen. But the Group Yellow's already looking stacked with the teams going to survival stage. So if you're adding already some teams that are looking to maybe struggle to make in top 3, like you have FaZe, you have your TJBs, your Falcons, Chiamba, if they go to survival stage, man, that is going to be a tough week for those teams to make into the Grand Finals. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, anyways, you want to be in the top 3. That is the goal for these squads.
All right, well, our goal right now is to sit back and relax as we have our final airing of the day underway. John Allen and Blaine, take it away.
Hey, don't relax too much. You've got to be paying attention because this is going to be our last Erangel of the day, as you say. Match number 10, as we are going to head over the southwest side again, making things a little tricky for our teams on this plane pass, Black.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day today in terms of just how these games have played out. I mean, even having an Erangel end on stage 6 is fairly unheard of here, and it's nice to see our teams get more aggressive because this is something that you wouldn't typically see in PUBG Mobile, but I do think that it is the natural evolution of the game, which is taking those moments to sweep on the sides of the circles and not allowing the circle to dictate your performance in the match, if that makes sense. I think teams who can be more aggressive, remove those teams whilst there's still more chance to do it, whilst there's still more space, where those third parties aren't more of an issue, and you have the confidence to make those plays. Yeah, more games like that where Enigma Galaxy can firmly close out a game versus IWNRX because they have all the space in the world to work with. That's going to be a more consistent feature here in PUBG Mobile. And me and you were talking about before this game started, just in terms of like the performance and the teams and how the format has changed this year for PUBG Mobile. It has increased the skill level. We just have so many good players, good teams here in our PMGC groups. And I'm confident to say, and I have said it before in the past, but I am saying this with such conviction right now, this is the best PMGC, the best year of PUBG Mobile we have seen yet. And I can only imagine if we continue on with this format, with the way that we're currently getting teams in and with our leagues over at the PUBG Mobile Super Leagues, PUBG Mobile is just going to get so much better with time at an exponential rate. This is an interesting statistic though, John. Flower with 12 elims and then Longs with 1 on the elim proportion.
It's not been great for Longs. He has not been living too long in these games and making too much of an impact. I hope that he's contributing in other ways, but that will remain to be seen. Right now, TJB are doing okay, right? They're in 8th place, 51 points. They're within striking distance of the top section, but teams are starting to open up those leads towards the top of the tables, right? From Na'Vi down to FaZe, that's a sizable gap, right? 13-point difference there, and then all the way up to Enigma Galaxy in 84. Things are starting to look to get a little bit more difficult to breach that gap. But all the way down to Alter Ego, we're looking at teams very capable of making that jump now.
Yeah, and I think we do have to focus more down towards our bottom spots and who's going through the survival stage, because if Na'Vi, IWNRX continue to play the way they are, as do Enigma Galaxy, it is feeling like today is becoming more and more of that breakout. We talk about PUBG Mobile a lot of times being very similar to a peloton in cycling, because it is. A lot of teams will stay in that main pack with a lot of the other cyclists. In this case, a lot of the other teams, but then a little way in you will see a sprint out from some of these teams that have the endurance, have the capability to make that happen and separate themselves from the rest of the pack. It's not necessarily often you see that happen in a four-day group stage in day 2, match 3 from Enigma Galaxy, sending themselves up into 84 points. But again, they have been so consistent that now at this point, any strong game that they get on top of all the consistent matches they have will just push them further and further away. And Na'Vi, as well as IWNRX, would like to create a similar kind of situation for themselves.
We always look towards first place as trying to push up towards the metric of around a 10-point average, and that generally is enough to see you into first place. Last week, Team Spirit didn't manage to make that metric. It's notable to say they only got 225 on the 24-match set, which means that they fell short of that, but they were still fairly clear in the lead. So looking at this one so far, Enigma Galaxy, it's kind of the same story, right? They have managed to get into the lead by a pretty sizable margin, but they're not quite up to that 10-point average. And that speaks to, in both lobbies, the closeness of the competition for these top 3 spots.
Yeah, and again, it just goes way back to what we were saying right at the start of this game. Is just how strong all the squads here in PMGC are. There have been very little teams that do not have the potential to be up towards the top 5. And I think that Fury is probably the first team that we'll see throughout the entirety of the group stages that we could probably call out as a team that's just not been performing up to their potential whatsoever and is struggling here in PMGC. I think every other team has that potential to make it happen. I mean, you look at Virtus Pro, you look at Vengeance, who honestly I haven't had a whole lot of time with my a whole lot of time analyzing, but they're still a strong team, even though their team fight does look much weaker than some of our other squads inside the lobby. But they can break out. They can break out of that bottom 5 here into survival stage.
That is the goal for a lot of these teams. You're doing okay over there. You're
yeah,
surviving.
I did like a left sneeze into a right sneeze.
You're in your...
I had to even it out.
You're in your own survival stage right now, but you've managed to escape that one. You're over. You're into Group Red once more.
The dust, I could sense it from Miramar.
Oh dear, goodness me. It's coming for you. The dust storm's approaching. But we've got to get through this last Erangel first. That's what we've got to do, just like these teams who are competing once more to take down EMEA in the top spots, right? Because I mean, we covered the EMEA region, and as long as they're in the top 3, we're basically the best thing that's ever happened to PUBG Mobile, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think wow, that was actually very close to the Clara, so yeah. I'm quite proud of that. Yeah, PMSL EMEA has gone crazy. And I think that's purely off the back of the, last year we had a lot of PMPLs, which encapsulated the PMSL EMEA region. But a lot of them only had 1 to 3 teams that were really, truly strong within it. However, this is the best part about PMSL EMEAs is that not only does it group all those strongest squads together, but it forces teams to make readjustments in terms of those squads that maybe weren't in that top 3 in each PMPL. There were players within other teams that were very strong, very damn good at the game, and they've been selected, picked up, and re-emerged into new rosters of their own, and we've created this super league for PMSL EMEA, and it's filled with extremely strong players, and because they've all been able to play against one another, the overall skill level has increased massively, and it's something that PMSL, the EMEA region, was sorely missing out on, because that's something that other regions definitely had beforehand, where they had multiple strong squads all in their relative PMPLs. This is a little bit more in-depth into format of why PMSL EMEA is doing so well here in PMGC, but there always was the players to field, just not necessarily encapsulated into 24 and now 16 in those finals really strong squads.
It's so good to see the distillation of talent into, well, all regions, to be fair, have been stepping up, but obviously we're a little bit biased towards the EMEA, having followed these guys.
Less than bias, it's just they just have been the region that's benefited the most from this format.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna sort of move on towards. Like, we've been following this region for a long time, but it is just undeniably true that they have improved at such a rate. Team Spirit beating out world champions back in Group Yellow, and a team that has been struggling to find those performances for a long time, Blanca's Team Spirit. And obviously now, coming into the end of day 2, or into the latter half of day 2, we have an EMEA 1-2-3 on the tables in Group Red. So whilst that can very much change, we talked about the volatility of this group and the ability for a lot of teams to jump up all the way down from 12th place, really, towards that top 3 position. It is still definitely an indicator that there's something developing in the EMEA, and I'm happy to see it.
Circle down towards the south side of the map, so around farms. There's still a little bit of Sosnovka tucked in on this circle, but it is, I'd say, impossible for the circle to head down there. It could certainly keep it in towards the end game, but we're likely going to end up on the coastal area around this middle island of Erangel. So teams are bunching themselves up alongside that coastal edge. Tiamba heading down on the south side of farm towards that pier area of the map. ASI8 got out nice and early. They were still very cautious the way they did it, so we saw that earlier. We didn't quite comment on it. But they were very disciplined in the way that they made their rollout from military base. The ASI is a funny team because I absolutely think that they need a backup drop spot, and I would implore them to find one. But they are working off the back of just being very good players on this team. Right now, fending off versus Team Kato, and now over towards FaZe. If we look to the past, Stalwart actually was the team that played over on Nova Apnoia so often. Even that team has now changed a lot now here on Falcons. Even when Stalwart, they stopped playing Nova Apnoia as often and looked for a secondary drop spot on those playing paths. So it's a team that we already have a case study on.
ASI8, they've managed to get a nade knock over towards FaZe, and Falak finally goes down, but not before he launches one back in response. Will fall off this top, as Virtus Pro also crunching in. Alter Ego across the way, maybe also able to have an impact here. Onsens is bleeding out, but Virtus Pro is suffering to Mormon. Finally goes down, and that's the run over from Tixie, but they've still got Mella in the back pocket, the secret weapon to unleash upon all those around him. Can he hold off Virtus Pro? Because it looks like he might have to do so almost solo. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Gets around with a vehicle, stays alive for a little bit longer. Somehow gets away, but can ASI8 find a response here? They've taken a knock in the meantime, and he's the last to fall. ASI8 put him in the dirt there, and now Virtus Pro take up their position.
I mean, Virtus Pro, it was a tough fight for them. I mean, even against FaZe, who were already in a fight with ASI8, they were able to somewhat hold their own there, but it was a little bit too much for FaZe, and they will leave the lobby for that factor. We are getting our next circle in, though. We'll see how that hits over towards IWNRX. So nice position for them to get performance going. I think that they are Turkey's hope, really, I would say, in PMGC. They're a very, very good squad. And I think out of all of our Turkish teams, definitely have the most potential.
Showing that here, opening to keep the throttle open. Vengeance rolling across the hillsides. A lot of teams trying to move in now onto towards the shorelines as Vengeance try and cut an open field crossing. It's not really going too well, though. The established crossfire angles just tear them to shreds, and now they're down to one, or two players actually managed to make it through. Surprised that many even managed to make it that far, but there's another one soon to go, and I think that might be the flush as well, so they are down to one in the end.
Yeah, for Vengeance, I think that is what I would just call a bad play. Honestly, I think when you get a circle like this, where it's so far down towards the south side of the map and even cuts in a bit of Sosnovka, you know teams are going to be rocking over towards the cliff face. If you're not already in that position, making that rotate very, very difficult, but it was made even more difficult by the fact that they decided to pass by the ditch that sits on the south side of the compounds that IWNRX are in, which is a very common position for teams to play. You saw a nade been thrown down there by IWNRX, and it was less to do damage, but more to confirm positioning. I think IWNRX definitely needs to know where the teams are in their future, because they will be tucked away in this compound for a while, playing out over towards the eastern side. So it's essentially a scout without vision onto their targets, which is good from IWNRX. I think they are certainly thinking about their future here in this game.
Virtus Pro clock tanch there on the crossing, looking for the res. The spray down from Malloy confirms the knock, but he's taken down in response. So two players for Virtus Pro. Koa up to the rock with the DBS, hot swaps to the Scar, and Boysil's trapped on the back lines. Alter Ego suffering here, trying to defend the 11th place spot with the only one elim that they've managed to find. Virtus Pro giving them the runaround, and Tixie's out wide for a flank. There's no way that they get back for these reses now. He's up and into the fight. They should know vaguely where Boysil is. He's darting out into the blue, trying to get away from this one, but I don't think he's going to have too much luck, because he's actually heading around the headland. Not too sure where he's going. We'll see where he tries to end up here. We're still in stage 3, so the blue zone very survivable, but not really too many options for Boysil now.
Not really for Alter Ego. They are struggling. Now there's the one player with Boysil moving out. For Virtus Pro, now I'm curious because, and this is more of a question for Maxman on the desk, because I know that he really does like Tixie, but Bishke is a great player. And I think he performed fantastically well with Virtus Pro as a frontline, but almost like guardian for the team. He was very, very good at protecting his squad mates, and also a fantastic nader for the squad to open up those fights. For me personally, I think Tixi is a great addition to any squad, but I think going into the group stages, it's a difficult decision to be making for Virtus Pro, as I think that they would be doing, personally, they would be doing way better with Bishke on the team. Now, this might be a conscious decision, just be like, let's get Tixi in, and we'll try and get into the survival stages, but we desperately need practice with him now if we want to make it work going into the Grand Finals.
It'll be interesting to see how their roster develops here. Do they bring Bishke back in? But yeah, they are definitely committing to Tixi as a core component of their roster. We'll see if that flourishes into the later stages of Group Red, because it's not happening so far. Incilio on the south side right now, in the compound that they hold, one of the major forces in this lobby. I'm also looking at Team Queso on their hilltop on the southeast side of Pachinki. Just across the road, you can see Fash has taken a scout out towards them. They've got a lot of high ground oversight. Teams from the west may look to try and rush over it, though, with Enigma Galaxy sat there. ASI8 kind of stopping anyone from the southwest having an impact. I feel like Enigma Galaxy potentially the only team that could take that high ground from Team Queso right now.
Yeah, I think for Team Queso, they have had a real good step up in performance today. Unfortunately, they are just hemorrhaging players on this north side. ASI8, again, they're an odd squad to me, because I think some of these early rotations, especially Erangel, are just made unfortunate by their decisions on the drop spot. I mean, this one obviously works out, but it has been incredible for them. There's been questions about ASIA in the past and the players on that team and how well they can do, but this group stage is really proving a lot of people wrong here, and I think that they are a fantastic team and one of the best squads coming out from that region in a long time.
Virtus Pro on the hillside. Enigma Galaxy, they've lost Snowix, but that's a little bit isolated from the rest of the roster as well. Losing another on the forefront would be really far from ideal, but Tixi down there, a move forwards from Redox to try and secure them a path towards their team. ASI8 flexing out, a good third-party rotate. They sent Falak, they've sent Noki out to get stuck in on this one. Snowix is still down there. You can see Narvalo desperately wants to establish control, and they might have been able to do it. Virtus Pro get pushed aside. ASI8, if they're not quick enough, they won't be able to capitalize on this weakness. I liked the flex out. They didn't get too much value for it, but they'll be okay just to pull that one back. Uh-oh! Is Snowix in? I think he might be. As they try to pull him back into the zone, he doesn't have too much time left.
Yeah, Snowix is a little bit on the edge here. Might be able to get him back up, but I think he did fall in the process, which is not great, but Enigma Galaxy is far ahead. Again, what they're looking for is consistency. They know that on their large games, they can get even further into this tournament. So right now, this game is more about a salvage. Tiamba, for the first time in a while, getting some shots out. They have had a slow start to today, and TJB even finding damage over towards their fellow PEL members. Some great shots their way. They are just absolutely cut off on the hillside here. Do not see them getting too much further into this game. Na'Vi, on the other hand, this is something we haven't talked about, but we have to talk about now, John. This crash from Na'Vi over towards the IWNRX compound. Let's see how this one goes, because I think this will be a testament to Na'Vi's strength here in the lobby.
Absolutely. IWNRX currently still on 4 players, but they've taken a knock. Na'Vi also on 4 players. I feel like IWNRX are going to be able to get this res. They have their building, their corner of the compound. Once the nades start to fly, they're both going to have to leave, and I think that's when IHC could potentially strike from the northern side. So a lot of dynamic situation unveiling itself on the northeast side. We'll have to see how they find this way out, because Na'Vi looks like they want to take the initiative. You can see in the picture-in-picture they're starting to move up and into the fight. Lemon gets that first knock, hops in through the window, looks for 2, and Na'Vi descend on it. Kine goes down on that second pump from the DBS. Looking for more as well, turning the corner. 2 knocks over towards IWNRX, sending on in a challenge, but Lemon is more than up to it, and IWNRX are absolutely demolished. Lemon chows down, and he's eaten good tonight. IHC don't even get a chance to third party.
Lemon, unbelievable player. is this guy. The first to hit 100 eliminations over in PMSL EMEA 2. Really, really fantastic play there from Na'Vi. And this is not a play that I would have expected actually coming into this lobby, because I think the way that Na'Vi's been playing, they have been shut down at some of the worst moments in their matches. I didn't know whether they had that confidence to keep going. But that's the nice thing about having Axter on your team, is that he is just a consistent blessing on that squad of positivity. And I think that really does help you. And that's what you need in Nigeria a lot of times, is a guy that says that doesn't get pessimistic and can continue to provide those calls, which are really important in the moments like this one right here. They see IHC is coming up from that top side. Instead of just wavering in the compound, they immediately send out, take the hard decision. Six does go down to Rogue, but it is re-knocked either way onto IHC. We'll see how Na'Vi can deal with this one. Zol just about misses onto Na'Vi in the vehicle roll-up.
Na'Vi have to move. They haven't had time to get this res either. Lemon moving forwards, getting that stim ready to move on out, trying to confirm this flush. As Six on the back of the buggy needs to be healed, clutching his stomach. He's looking the worse for wear, but the roll down onto Zyol is good. And Na'Vi make one more step. Out to the east side, though, TJB keep the flex going. IHC try to move into their territory, and they step out. They move out wide and look to flank through. TJB down, but can Na'Vi push through?
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Na'Vi's able to get all their players back up, but under the assault of both TJP and now as well as Falcons, this has been a hard position to get away from. Good shot over towards Flower, though. Will at least allow 2 players to break out from Na'Vi. 5 eliminations. They're looking for a top 5. Still 8 teams left in the lobby, and quite a few teams are in safe positions. So a difficult game to continue in on with. Nigma Galaxy here, though, did move over towards ASI 8. I think it's just the 2 players, I believe.
It's 2 players for Nigma Galaxy. Yeah, I think there's a couple more for ASI 8. Yeah, they have got... Oh, no, they've got 2 as well. Yeah, so it's just a 2v2.
The player down towards the south side.
That's unfortunate. On their flex outs, they looked pretty good, but just a little bit too much challenge there. Team Queso, they've been moved aside. Will go down. Losing that high ground. They sent Melodious off into the distance, I think. But that's not going to last too much longer. And 4 players for Falcons up on the high ground. High ground on the edge of the circle and Falcons. Blank, I think I know where the circle's going.
Yeah, it's going to keep moving north. The thing for Falcons is that I expected more performance out of them so far. I know they're not doing badly, but honestly, maybe this is just a case of bad memories from PMGC, let's put it that way, coming back to bite them. But good job for Na'Vi, though, on this south side. They made that rotate. They went over towards the cliff face. They know they're not in circle, but they can have consistent effect in towards this one. Good shots from Falcons, though. Keep pouring down, picking up more eliminations.
Incilio trying to hold off their compound against TJB, who are moving in from that northern side, but it's a pretty furious fight. Incilio looking okay, though. TJB have not managed to have the impact on the crash that maybe they would have liked. In the meantime, Na'Vi moving up from that south side, getting ahead of this road crossing. Actually surviving for a little bit longer. Into a decent spot here underneath the tower. They'll take up residency. Still on that crash, TJB looking to find the knocks, and they will start to exact the price. The Incilio are deemed to pay. 1 player left standing. It's just Vash, but TJB are on 2. They've got 10 eliminations here. Some high elimination counts already being displayed. Na'Vi on 6, ASI 8 on 8, TJB on 10. And not too many teams looking so healthy. It's the Falcons on 4.
Yeah, we expected this from TJB, though. I think that, you know, they have adapted and adapted much quicker than I expected them to, which is really cool to see for TJB. 10 eliminations on the game is fantastic. The door is still in play, Vash, just so you are aware. Yeah, for Na'Vi to be able to head down towards that south side and get back up towards the north, that's also very, very good. 6 eliminations, but it's top 5 that a lot of these teams are looking for, and likely going to be next circle. This game should be an easy Falcons win. I think we can call that here, to be honest with you. I don't think you have to be too much of a genius to see it going their way.
I'm calling TJB. I think this is Long's time to step up. We were criticizing his contribution to the team. And I'm doing that off nothing but pure vibes, Blank. That is completely silly prediction, but I'm going for it nonetheless. I'm liking it. The southeast side, the Falcons, unless they get the shift, then it's definitely them. Fash goes down, and there we go. Wait, that was the Blazer. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Long's not able to add another into his tally, but TJB cleared the southeast side.
Yeah, now looking to break out from the position. They know they can't stay here for much longer. And again, the longer they wait, the more opportunity for teams to take shots towards them as they leave. Na'Vi still getting peppered on, but living in the process. Nigma Galaxy and ASA have to move. Na'Vi's just about in, I think, but I think if they have to, I think they might have to push like a couple of meters towards the eastern side, in which case they'll be opened up to Falcon sightlines. But yeah, they are in full survival mode right now.
It's a real tough time for those teams out on the east. I think TJB might be able to outlast them. The next crate, I don't think, is in the circle either. So you're looking at that rock, a tree, that's maybe going to keep you safe from the Falcons. But they've got 4 sight lines that are taking a real strong look over towards TJB's position here. It's going to be a smoke rollout, and I don't think TJB have the vehicles to really go for this one quickly. You can see the smoke starting to bloom. They're making that move now. And the Falcons need to be ready. They're watching that open ground. The smokes are still coming out for TJB. And with the zone putting pressure on, the southwest side is going to get messy. ASIA playing to the back of their building. They know the safe side of this one. And a shot over towards Icy. Over from Falcons there. Na'Vi find a little opener. ASIA now with a little bit more freedom because of that to go across, and Narvalo immediately met with the wrong end of a DBS. Noki able to go 1-for-1. IQ's down on the backlines, and a potential trade here for Nigma Galaxy to stay alive on the high ground. Spotted through the window. That's so nasty from Falcons up the top. They're trying to sweep out, move towards Na'Vi. Can TJB use that smoke train now to get into position?
Yeah, for TJB, again, I think for Falcons, they are much more preoccupied with this fight on the western side. I think they're trying to pick up as many eliminations as possible and clear out TJB. So TJB might just been gifted a second place purely off the back of Falcons understanding that there is more limbs available to them on this east side. They weren't picked up by one another. But up to 6 now. Overwhelming 57.9% prediction here rate coming through for Falcons. Action's going to look to move a little bit.
This is the difficulty, though. I mean, Falcons are now right up against the blue zone flank. It goes south. TJB are in this with their rock. Their solo hold on this position may be enough to slow the Falcons down. Look at that. Icy's going to go. Falcons don't have too much cover to work with. 676 is there. Ooh, he needs to be very careful. Can't go down. Lemon does get spotted on the off angle. Long's also underneath the vehicle. Is taking tickle damage, but somehow shimmies away. No. Icy is down, but the Falcons on 3. Can they find the solo player out in the grass? They got 2 from Na'Vi to deal with. If they can get the res onto Lemon, but 6 is down, that means it's just 2 snakes out in the grass for the Falcons to try and pick up.
Yeah, the Falcons have to move, though. You're right. 8 eliminations, not a bad game whatsoever. And it is Redux. Can't really count this guy out, but I think with the position he's got to move into, oh boy, life is difficult. Smokes are really going to be the only thing that gives him any kind of cover, and he's sort of just playing off this lip to try and catch a player off as they move out into open ground. I think Top's the one that has the angles on him. Good shot from Redux, tries to confirm the elim. I think he might still get it purely off the play zone pushing in, and now it's a 1v2 with 676 with some awesome sightlines. Has to hit those shots though, and he's unable to do it.
The flush comes on through. It's a 1v2. He knows both of these positions though. The shots came through, did not have quite the sightlines to fully control that left side peak, unfortunately, and he's really committing to the shots onto East, but cannot quite connect, and East reads into that beautifully, dips out through the smoke, has the read exactly where he needs to go for the fire through it. Brilliantly pinged out, played to perfection, and the Falcons descend on the open fields. A fantastic chicken dinner for them to find.
Yeah, 73 points. I think that puts them up to, which is awesome for the Falcons. And we wanted to see more out of this team, and that's the game to do it on. Very, very hefty control that they laid down on that north side of the map. But for Na'Vi, another strong game, a good play from them. And they got themselves out of what was a horrid situation, literally a horror movie on that northeast side.
Excellent way to close it down. Let's head back to the desk to set us up for the next.
Max, I'm just gonna give it to you.
Falcons win, baby. It's there. It's time. Let's get it. But realistically, it was such a good game early on for Falcons in terms of scouting to get to that spot. They were just trying to survive to the late game. But Jukes, the shots off top just made that entire late game scenario possible. Without top there, they would have gone down in 5th or 6th place. But those shots onto the solo of IA, onto the players of TJB at some point, and clearing Na'Vi in particular, made all of this late game scenario possible for them to wrap up the win.
Dude, I swear Top made all of their jerseys by hand himself because this dude was threading the needle all game long. It was ridiculous. I mean, through the window, I mean, we were watching and we were just like, oh, they got eliminated. It must have been Na'Vi. And then we're like, Top? How the heck did he even get that shot off? I mean, what a game. 6 eliminations, 910 damage. This is the chicken dinner we needed to see from Falcons right here, right now. Couldn't have been done at a better time.
That's my MVP contender right there. That's what I wanted to see from Top, and it's good to see them on point. But it's kind of odd that we have 2 finishes very similar compared to their win yesterday on Erangel, where they're just playing edge high ground positions, but they know how to use it to its full potential. And actually, East at the end too got a really good angle behind the smoke. I was like, how the hell did he hit the shot? But as you said, Jukes, he just pre-fired through the smoke onto that solo of TJB. Good games all around from a lot of teams, but really the rotates early on from Falcons to get to that spot in the first place really made that late game so much easier for them to approach.
Yeah, I mean, man, just Falcons win, something that we've been waiting to see. Good to see TJB last towards the end as well. That's something that I think that we needed to get done. But man, I mean, I8, that's one team I want to talk about too. I really like in the squad. They have that kind of all or nothing type play style. They put themselves in really good positions, and when they do, they soak up some serious eliminations. We haven't seen them, at least today, right, get a crazy, chicken dinner or anything like that. I think it's only a matter of time for these guys, though. Even though, I mean, it's a little frustrating for me to watch them, go out with 0 points. That type of play style, when it does work out, man, does it make up for it.
I like what they were doing on the Western side. They were trying to third party the fight of Nigma Galaxy. It was Nigma Galaxy and Virtus Pro, and they were making sure they can clear that Western side so they would have full control of that area of the map. But unfortunately for them, then they get crashed by Nigma Galaxy. Then it turns into a 1v1, and then you just get completely lasered down by Top. Then unfortunately no one can really survive that type of encounter. But I would say Jukes analyzed very quickly what are going to be the strong positions in the circle. They saw the Western compound, which of course that's always going to be a strong compound in this type of area, but they also sent IQ for a long period of time south of the water, actually south towards the water bank, because they actually had some really good dips over there for scouting, and IQ really got so much intel off the back of that. So sure, the circle didn't end up going there, but if we had a southern shift, I8 would have been the first team to get in that position to maybe gun for the win. So I appreciate them understanding in this terrain what are going to be good possible spots for the late match.
Yeah. Jason, I want to ask you a question, though.
No answer. I want to talk about TJB a little bit more, Jukes, since you brought it up. And I know you two were pretty happy with the way they were rotating and obviously taking initiative in some of these fights, like their third party of Gets Away up against Incilio.
It was a good fight. I don't know if you want to talk about TJB because you're happy about TJB right now, but there was one time for them to stay relevant in that game, and it was the third party on Incilio and Gets Roy.
Yep. Yeah, if they wanted to win that game or even stay in that fight, they had to take that third party. And that's what I like about TJB is they are willing to take those risks. We've seen them just take those risks and it not work out so often in this tournament. I think that's why we've been a little bit worried. But you know what? At a really good point, they got 10 eliminations this game. I think we're finally starting to see them on the up for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I think especially when looking at TJB, there was one slight little thing that made their breach on Incilio and Gets Roy so good is they understood the fight was happening. So, okay, we're going to third party. But they sent it to the Western warehouse that was still in circle. The Eastern warehouse was not in circle anymore. And that means that Fascia, at that point, the sole survivor of Incilio, was forced in their direction and they could easily pick it up. Sure, he does go out to Blue Zone, but it just assures they don't have to take any more big fights and they can easily make it into a top 3 scenario. So that small decision, again, of going West instead of East warehouse was a big difference maker in this match.
Max.
Yes.
I hate to do this to you.
You don't have to talk about Alter Ego, Jason.
What is going on with IH? Wait, what?
Oh, okay. I thought you...
What's going on, Max, with Alter Ego?
I knew that's what you were trying to do. You know what, Jason? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Are you happy? Okay. Am I sad? Yes, I am sad. I want to see Rosemary succeed, but it's not happening. So that's my analysis.
Okay. I think that's fair. I mean, they obviously did make a roster swap today with Boycho, as we heard from Seven before, trying to play a little bit more aggressive. Hasn't worked out too well, but our MVP, you know, Max, I'm actually surprised because you bring this up quite often. You talk about the hair buff and Top, who normally styles his hair like up and back, just letting it go free. Is this the hair buff he needed finally?
I think the hair buff only counts if you got white or red hair. Like, just you have to have a different hair color. So I'm not sure. Kind of looks like blank a little bit.
Look, the only thing that gives you a buff in this
Don't
game
do that.
is
Don't do
eyebrow
Top
slit.
dirty like that. Sorry, Hutchix.
No, it's all right. Yeah, so the only buff that gives you in this game is the eyebrow slit. That's the only thing that's been confirmed. Different hair, no change at all.
Or like Carrillo had it at some point.
Yep.
No, okay.
Yep.
Maybe I should get one.
Most of the Brazilian teams have like that little slit through their eyebrows.
That's right.
Maybe I should get one.
Powerful.
Of those. Maybe Max should get one of those. We'll see. Something to talk about. Maybe look forward to for PMGC Grand Finals. But we can see our overall rankings now as we have finished off our 10th match. Enigma Galaxy still going to be holding to the number 1 position, but Na'Vi, again, back in the top 3 here in second place as we saw their performance in that last match, the rotations. But Falcons are in hot pursuit, Max. 72 points. They are in with reach now.
Yeah.
Breaking into the top 3.
We kept saying it right. One big game, Jason, is going to be enough for these teams to be in contention at least for top 3, if not maybe pushed even in top 3 itself. So Falcons, they're back in a race, and I think this is going to be a big confidence boost for them because they were a little bit shaky throughout yesterday and the start of today, but this is definitely going to be a big difference maker for Falcons. And when it comes to especially their placement point and elimination ratio, like that's a good ratio. 31 placement points, 41 elimination points total. They're looking pretty good on those matches, especially on Erangel. I think they're still a little bit lackluster on Miramar. That's where we're going to be heading next, and I would like to see a good performance from them on that battleground in particular. But as of right now, I'm not as stressed as I was at the start of the day, Jason. I'm like a bit more comfy with Falcons. I'm happy with it.
Bit more comfy. Well, Jukes, what about you? Who are you a little bit more comfy about?
Falcons.
He can't repeat his it. Okay.
You could have said TJB, man.
Hey, you know what? I mean, yeah, honestly, that is the answer. TJB, I think, are finally performing what has been expected. And it's good to see because it's on trend with their performances we've seen in past tournaments, right? Kind of a slow start, but then they ramp up towards the end here. And I'm glad that they're not waiting all the way to the end because we saw in Group Yellow just how, like, dangerous that is. So they're putting themselves within shooting range of being able to, you know, get themselves into the top 3. One chicken dinner and Miramar here. I mean, we can literally see them in second place easily. I like the fact that Enigma Galaxy, they're not letting off the gas pedal, Max, right?
Yeah.
They're putting themselves ahead and getting a nice little comfortable point gap where, you know, with this team in particular, I think it's a perfect thing to do because I do not want to see them emulate Mir and Sejong, you know, from Group Yellow at all.
They're just being hyper consistent. Mir and Sejong, I think, showed inconsistencies in those big Hail Mary sends in the center of the circle. When those matches would happen, Jukes, they would get 0 points, 1 or 2 points. They would be very, very low, or they would go for the big matches. I don't really see that with Enigma Galaxy. I feel like they're at least every single match getting some eliminations on the board, and that is going to keep them in the conversation for the top 3 until the very end, in my opinion, compared to going for big random sends or in the middle of the circle. So that's something that I think they'll be fine with. I think they'll be super comfy in the top 3, though one team that's not comfortable right now, and Jason, you baited me with talking about IHC almost earlier, but it was for Alter Ego, but I am going to talk about IHC. They had such a good game on Erangel 2 matches ago, and here they could have went for the biggest third party on IWNRX and Na'Vi to clear all of the northeastern side. But at Jukes, they just delayed it so much again and again and again, and then they just get surrounded by 3 teams in one area. I want to see IHC take fights. That's how they stood out in PMGC last year, but now they just seem like a super passive version of their prior selves. It's so weird to see.
Yeah, you know, that was the question I was going to ask Jason. Was like, hey, what do you think about IHC? Because he was talking about just how this team has gotten so unlucky. And it's so true because we've seen them just fight the top teams over and over and over. And they're getting it's stuck against 2 squads, 3 squads, you know? So it's just really, really unfortunate for them. Maybe they should try to maybe stay a little bit off center, play it just a little slower, something to mix things up because they're just getting put in these worst situations possible.
I mean, speaking about worse situations, I'm thinking about Fury at the bottom of the table at 18 points.
Oh my gosh.
That is not the team I expect to be down to the
that.
bottom. We know how strong Brazilian teams are. We know how they can pick up a ton of eliminations, but what is going on within this team? And I'm not even asking that question towards you two. I'm more asking it in general. This is a team who we know can do way better than this, but somehow they are struggling. And honestly, I'm going to almost just say it. if they don't have a good match in these last 2 matches today, I'm almost have them in my head. I pretty much do have them in my head as, yeah, they're not going to make it through. They're going to be going back home.
I get why you would say that. I definitely 100% get it as of right now. I said it earlier today. They remind me a bit of Twisted Minds in terms of these are big fraggers when it comes to Brazil in particular. They did so well over in Brazil too, so it's really surprising that they're not successful transitioning into PMGC to some extent. But I feel like the communication is a bit shaky. At least that's how I perceive it myself, Jukes, looking at the fights.
Yeah.
They're all doing their own thing, so don't know how you see it, but right now I would say synergy communication seems to be a big issue.
Yeah, there's something off for sure because they just can't win a fight. Literally, like I'm looking at these guys, I see their spots, their positions, and I'm like, all right, hey, yeah, they're going for this push onto this building. That's a good play. Lose, and then you know what? Let's try to get this third party. They get fourth party, and it just has not been working for them at all. They need to start winning some fights and get a little bit of confidence under their belt because there's something when you're in this stage, you got so much pressure on you, especially when you're at the bottom of the leaderboards. You need something to bounce back. That's kind of what we're talking about, whenever Navi, I was like talking about having their coach Axer, the smiliest man in PUBG Mobile, if they have a bad game, he's going to pump up his squad, be like, hey guys, shake it off. Let's get it going. And for Fudia, it doesn't seem like they have that person right now. It's just, they've just been in that hole and just keeps digging deeper and deeper and deeper as time goes on.
Okay, well said about Fury here, but maybe we should turn our attention towards a couple of other teams. We did talk about Vengeance before a little bit, talking about they're a little bit more of a passive play style, but it has allowed them to actually move up in the leaderboard and like basically over double their points so far on the day. Virtus Pro as well, which I don't know how we feel about Virtus Pro. I don't know where you predicted them to be. Obviously with Tixie coming to the team, I feel like they're just kind of on par with a team that would have to make like roster changes right before PMGC. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
No, I would have to agree. I'm not going to reiterate the point that Blank made during that game, but I'd have to agree with the whole point of the player changes and stuff. And there's definitely seems to be way less synergy, unfortunately. I feel like I'm just using the point of synergy and communication as a scapegoat argument, but you can really feel it when the way teams take fights, that there's a little bit of a disconnect, right? You have players that maybe engage 5 seconds too early when they could wait just a few more seconds for teammates to get an angle on you. When you breach a compound, you have a group of players that go to one spot that doesn't see the other 2 players of your team. I want to see an improvement here, Jason. There's definitely some time to do so still, but we're almost at the end of the first half here of PMGC for this group, so they need to do a comeback soon.
All right, well, let's take it into our first Miramar of the day. John Allen and Blink, enjoy.
First Miramar of the day, indeed. First Miramar of this group. It's a little more open. It's a little bit more rotational. Let's see how that affects things as we go into legs 11, map number 11.
Indeed. I mean, we're heading over towards Miramar now. We've had some definite step-ups from certain of our teams here today, and a lot of them are breaking out towards that top 5 position now, which is what typically happens towards the end of day 2, and then day 3 is maintaining performance or having your big comeback to sit up on that top side with the teams that are looking to head towards Grand Finals on their direct invite from getting into the top 3. Remember, from 3rd place down towards 11th, those will be our teams heading through to the survival stage, and if you're any lower than that, then you will be going home here in the group stages. So a lot on the line here for some of our teams towards the bottom side of the table.
Give them a clip off the top, like a rock to the legs. It's going to be pretty ruthless towards the bottom of those tables, I'm sure. Not only between the teams, but between everybody else in this tournament as well, if you progress those survival stages. Southside plane path, so the north edge of this map, up to good old Cobby over on the north side. Going to be difficult to access.
Yeah, seriously low playing path here on Miramar, which is going to mean that a lot of those areas on that northern side aren't going to be clear early on in the game. You're going to have to make a big run up, but with a circle like this, it does mean that some of these teams can stop a little bit shorter and potentially loot up around some of these more or less well-known areas inside of the map, and then head back down towards Los Leones. However, ISA start their game off strong once again in a very central position. Usually there is multiple teams that kind of play towards the center of Los Leones, but at the moment it's really only ISA who has picked up that position.
Virtus Pro close by. Ooh, there's a dangerous SLR there. That could be a real cannon to a player without armor. If he's able to one-tap, it becomes a shotgun, but doesn't quite connect on more than just the one shot. And should be an easy flush down for Virtus Pro. They pick up the point. Could have been dangerous for Tixie, but he makes it work.
Once again, for Furia, it is just not going well for this team. One player from Vengeance is suffering to IWNRX, who are very comfortable in this position in terms of taking out other squads, as they had to play frequently throughout their PMSL versus other teams within this area. So for IWNRX, they're quite happy to pick up that first elim over towards Vengeance. So already 2 players outside the lobby, but 2 of our teams that are very far down the lobby, down the leaderboards right now in Vengeance and Furia. So it's not too exciting in terms of which teams lost their players, but for IWNRX, getting 1 additional point is very nice. And we still have the PMSL EMEA trio at the top with Enigma Galaxy, IWNRX, as well as Na'Vi.
Still definitely something to try and chase towards the top blank. One of those teams trying to make it work for the Americas has been Team Queso. Over these last few matches, they've been really putting in an effort to step up.
Welcome back to a quick interview with the 7WG, and I'm joined alongside Colega from Team Queso. This is going to be your second international tournament. How are you feeling so far after almost 2 days done?
Este es tu segundo torneo internacional. ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo después de estos 2 días?
Pues me siento, no sé, tranquilo, emocionado y pues mentalizado a ganar y pues ojalá se nos dé.
I'm feeling calm, focused, and we are really looking forward to winning. That's all.
Right on. Hey, well, it's good to be feeling confident. Has any team surprised you guys, or has any team made it a little bit harder for you guys throughout the matches?
¿Algún equipo que les haya sorprendido, que les haya complicado la vida en estos partidos?
Pues yo creo que TJB son buenos en teamfights, así que pues yo creo que ese equipo.
I think TJB is one that's been getting in our way a little bit, so that's the one that we're keeping an eye on.
Hey, well, there you go. We got to hear from the MVP of PMSL America's fall split. Back to you guys, because this man's a unit.
Absolutely, been putting in some numbers today. Team Queso have made some impressive plays. Haven't been, haven't been able to find that chicken dinner, but it seems like it's only a matter of time. I will give big W right now to that translator shirt. Big fan, love it.
Yeah, I mean, he was a cool dude as well. But yes, so I think for Team Queso, it's been a massive improvement between yesterday and today. They looked really good going into those first 3 games. They've not been able to quite keep up with some of our teams at the top, because I think the way it had worked at the start of the day is that some of our teams that were far towards the top side of the lobby weren't getting as many points as they might have hoped, and that quickly changed. So Team Queso's chase, although impressive, doesn't look as impressive as it might do to you guys at home looking at the leaderboards, just because some of our teams towards the top side have just started to break away now to put up even more points. But yeah, fantastic work from Team Queso, and hopefully that kind of performance can continue throughout these next 2 Miramars and into tomorrow.
ASI8 with oversight onto Team Queso. Doesn't matter what you're MVP of, that's a dangerous situation to be in. I like with the oversight for ASI8, but it looks like they're not too keen on going for a straight up fight. The circle likely to keep shifting out this way. IWNRX currently leaving El Azahar from the northeast side. Second place on our tables, with Enigma Galaxy extending their lead quite comfortably there now, but IWNRX leading from the front, just about pipping Na'Vi to the post now to second place with that tie-break factor that they've got, and on a dead heat, 79 points there.
Yeah, very close right now towards that top side. Na'Vi being able to put up somewhat of a decent performance on that last map. I think it was kind of tough for Na'Vi as well, but they made some really difficult rotates and escaped from what was a super treacherous location on the map, surrounded on all sides by enemies. But the fact they were able to get towards that wizard tower and actually play from there, yeah, really well done. I did not expect that one happening. So for Na'Vi, just that resilience is certainly there for the team, and they're maintaining up towards the top side of the lobby in 3rd place. See what they can get done here on Miramar, because Miramar actually was a map that Na'Vi dominated on in their own games in PMSL. And I'd be excited to see just how much further they can push their scoreline these last 2 games of the day.
IHC still trying to get on that road again. Of their fall off this year, this is a continuing tale. Na'Vi right now having a good impact. Currently in the hills near Chumasera and a little bit sequestered to the southwest side of this circle. Behind TJB, behind Alter Ego as well. Maybe a difficult route ahead, but they've got that south rotate option depending on where this next circle goes. I think we're going to see Na'Vi biding their time out in this area to wait for that firm decision to know where you need to take that little bit of a risk to make that next set of rotations. Chiamba, in the meantime, over on the east side, in between Impala and Los Leones, spread a little bit over those fields, controlling quite a lot of ground here. And I mean, this is something that we were praising Tiamba for in day one, right at the start of day one. We haven't really seen that much from them since those strong performances to open it. And I mean, that's reflected in the tables. They're down in 11th now, Blank.
Yeah, confidence needs to be knocked from this team. Not making as amazing of movements on that first day as we saw towards the end of it, and now in day 2 as we head into match 5. So for Tiamba, time's running out a little bit to have that breakout towards top 3, but being 11th place is even scarier because you're right on the edge of being knocked out of this tournament as a whole. So again,
wow.
They do get this Eastern shift, so this is certainly a time for Tiamba to get something done. But I think the main thing that has been causing Tiamba a lot of problems is some of these careless rotates in the early and late game, because their mid-game rotates are typically quite good, and they're very good at finding these areas where they can hit these massive wide wraps and find open space inside the lobby. But yeah, then we head in towards these areas where they're constantly getting caught up with another team and then are unable to finish that fight out. So I do want to see that change from Tiamba, and I think it is a confidence thing.
So hopefully they can regain some of that confidence, some of that gumption to be able to plunge headfirst into the bubbling cauldron that is Group Red right now, because it is certainly heating up. Enigma Galaxy currently with the Galaxy Brain, Ralph at the helm, expanding his horizons time and time again. Incilio as well. As I was talking about before, this is one of the 2 teams that has really come out and surprised me so far in Group Red. Incilio and Getso Roy both putting up some decent performances. Again, not like massive end-game circle finishes, but still just consistent and solid performances against some really strong teams here. So it just goes to show you anyone can come out of the woodwork at any moment. IWNRX, they move into the middle. We had a hard southeast shift based on that previous circle, and it means that teams are going to crunch in between Los Leones and Impala. I think we're going to have to see a few teams, yeah, we are seeing it now, going in towards Los Leones itself, which is not favorable, and it's just going to prolong their eventual demise, really.
You don't have much choice at this point in time where the circle is so unbelievably packed with teams and players that you have to take some unfavorable routes in. 6 getting knocked out here for Na'Vi by TJB is somewhat unfortunate for their point scoring. But this is something that TJB has become quite well known for, I would say, in terms of their reputation here in the group stage Red, in terms of being able to take multiple fights at once. Like, they're very aware of what's going on inside the lobby. Long's up in that front line, battling off against Alter Ego, allowing the rest of the team to potentially get some work done elsewhere. But he is doing an awesome job at holding Alter Ego at bay solo.
The thing that Alter Ego can't do is move too far forwards here. Sure, you might want to go for Longs, you know he's on his own, but you expose yourself on the plateau of ground that sits in front of him to the off angle. As soon as you go for that roll forwards, the rest of TJB step up and spray you down. You are dead. Done for, dead in the water. And now they turn their attention to Na'Vi instead. They know it's a little bit more of an isolated fight. Not for long though, potential for it to be third party crashed on, and the opener is good for them. Tunch looks for the shots, but the off angle is clipped here. Hans for You tries to sing in through the sidelines with a volley back towards Lemon, but he steps back behind the corner of the building, stays alive for a little bit longer. Gives them a little bit more trouble. Alter Ego, 2 knocks sent their way. Na'Vi still suffering. 2 players alive, but no players to res. Lemon up the stairs. A ground 4 nade from Flip on the off angle, and both the players from Alter Ego step into the ground floor as well.
Yeah, it's a great nade from Flip, baited in by his teammate. Again, I would say that these 2 players are the best out of Na'Vi, but now just Flip remaining, and there'll be nothing gained off the back of it. And both of these knocks do not get flushed out, so Na'Vi gets 0 points on the game, going out in 16th place. So not where you want to be on a team that's trying to control over in that top 3. So Na'Vi will have to reassess the scenario going into match 6. Yeah, wow, that's rough for Na'Vi. But we'll play to Alter Ego to make that one happen, albeit being a 2v4 that could have gone pretty wrong.
I mean, it's a pretty disgusting bit of minutia on this circle as well, right? Like from that southwest side, you have to push around in a single avenue. It's very linearized on your approaches around Los Leones. Where they were, they didn't really have too many options, so kind of a forced engagement there. And Alter Ego do just win out the gunfights on the day, which is not how you want to close down the game. ASI8, Falcons, TJB, with a big opportunity now to jump up towards the top of the tables, and TJB already have 2 elims.
There is a fleeting moment here for Enigma Galaxy, and I'm curious to see whether they go for it or not, if they're just going to cut in, because there is potential where they could have wide wrapped around, past Port Paraíso on that road, cut out a lot of the sight lines and head towards the north side of the map. But it's looking more like they're cutting in over towards the high ground on the south side of this lobby. I really did want to see someone make that wide wrap on the eastern side, but it's not meant to be. And there only was a few moments to make it happen before we hit stage 4, where that circle really does start to hurt. But yeah, the difficulty is because a lot of teams coming out from Los Leones have to sort of prize themselves away from this position. TJB is getting prized apart themselves.
IHC, 3 players alive on the south side. They got Getso Roy trying to navigate the grounds out from the south side of Los Leones, but you can see how trapped in they are. This is all because Los Leones has such an ominous presence on that western side of this circle, Blank. It's just so difficult to make your way through it. No teams really trying to go for it. ASA8 still holding on to the east point of Los Leones, but they are probably done for on the next circle shift. It's going to be really tough for them. Everybody else who's trying to make their way out is coming a cropper as well on the teams that surround it, who got in ahead of this rotation. Enigma Galaxy, they tried to go through. They tried to actually go to that rotation, I think close to what you were talking about there, out to the east side, but it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think so. And again, it's one of those positions where, look, man, you could have made this rotate. Instead, they decided to go for something a little bit more dangerous, to head up towards that north side, which might have given them more presence inside the circle. But another one of our top 3 teams go out without too much say into this game, which gives a lot of chance from 4th down to 6th place to put up a huge amount of points here to try and catch up. But right now, with the way things are going for TJB, I don't think they're going to last too much longer in this game. So it's all going to be up to Falcons and ASI8 to have big games off the back of this one.
So Roy spray down over towards a couple of players they spotted from Alter Ego. A good rip out the back of the buggy there. But a spray down from Rosemary is the response. Alva as well chiming in, and gets so Roy take twice as much as they dish out towards Alter Ego. Just car remains, and unresable stage 4 zone means that Alter Ego are in the driving seat of this engagement.
Rosemary checking for the peak that's going to come through. Does spot it, but unable to get the tack through. And it looks like it's going to have to be a bit of a dry push for them over towards that north side. The best they can do is just keep peppering bullets over towards that way to keep the team up on high at bay. Flower will go down to the play zone. Yeah, I think the TJB not likely to head too much further into this game. Car in a bad spot. Usually the last player alive who gets Roy as well, so certainly a player not to count out any times. In comes Team Queso, the team we just had that interview with. Looking to finish off Alva. He steps up, but a good couple of shots will pin him down.
Hops back in the buggy, and Team Queso keep 4. Need to get a little bit of healing done, but they're looking good. Let's talk about Tianva for a second here, Blanks. They have a very good, strong compound central to the circle. Furia sit a little bit beneath them in another very strong spot, but they're only a duo in that location. A lot of teams crunched in on the west, and it's all, again, because of this approach from Los Leones. Because of the presence of the urban environment on that west side, it's really split our teams and forced them to play in from this west edge a lot slower than they would have liked. IWNRX going to control a lot of the routes out here. ASI8 are suffering right now. They have managed to get all 4 of their players back to their feet, but they took a couple of knocks. FaZe are in that location. Incilio further down south, and the wraparound is basically impossible at this stage.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it's going to be very fast, right? It's going to be the fastest part of the game in terms of teams all trying to get themselves and out of that southwest side, which has been so dastardly for a lot of squads. And I think it will slow down a little bit after that because we have lost 25 players already, which is a significant amount at 17 minutes here in Miramar. But Tiamba, they set themselves up with a bit of a split going forward to give themselves more opportunity in the end game. But here's Team Queso losing 2 players. I think that I said TGB was done for, but they are still putting in a lot of damage from those backlines.
They just got a double spray down onto Team Queso. ASI8, in the meantime, they do try and go for that wrap down south, and I said it was going to be almost impossible. It looks like that was true here against Incilio's outpost. Incilio only playing with 3, but there is no way you get through that crossfire. There is a backstop there. It's just a death net that's been established to catch the teams trying to flee Los Leones, and they fish up points left and right from it.
Circle over towards that eastern side. So right now, Vengeance currently playing a spot in the map which is very much out of the picture for a lot of teams, but that cuts out a lot of play area for squads. Not only that, you've got that fielded area where currently Furia are playing, so a real disgusting circle to finish off this Miramar with. And Tiamba takes that time to move out over towards the eastern side to a position that has a little bit more cover to play in. Bond does hold back to maintain that rotate, to play that backstop, and now is recalled by the rest of the team. Virtus Pro don't have too much say in this from that south side, more preoccupied with looking out over towards the west. But what an ending we're getting here for Miramar. It's going to be so difficult, and all eyes right now really on IWNRX over towards the west.
Incilio trying to keep Team Queso out on the south side as well. They're still playing as 3, but they managed to get 3 eliminations off ASI8. Virtus Pro are chiming in as well with some high ground positions. Can the point be picked back away? It looks like Westron's good for 2. Looks for the 3rd as well. A lot of damage done by Virtus Pro to Team Queso, but 2 points go over towards Incilio there. Picking up not too many more on this game. Unfortunate for Team Queso, but this has been a brutal circle for everybody on the west side, Blank. So no shame really on going down there.
Yeah, I would agree with that, absolutely. It's been really difficult. And you need to be massively on the swivel, you need to be taking shots, you need to make sure you're maintaining presence within the lobby. If you see a team, you see a player, you have to do damage to them, because that is going to be a team that in the future will be a backstab towards you. So you just can't let people get in towards these positions without taking damage over towards them, which East understands more than anyone else, which is why he's pressuring FaZe so much here. As you can see, IWNRX out in the distance looking to make their way in.
IWNRX have managed to get a little sliver of this circle, the ridgeline that they hold now. It's pretty tenuous right now as well because of the Falcons across the way, but FaZe kind of kept safe by the fact that there's 2 teams going one over the top and the other, but 2 players from Falcons going down. This is dangerous for FaZe as well as for Falcons as well, Blank, because it means that IWNRX can now push forwards, peak that ridgeline down to FaZe where perhaps they couldn't before.
And the sidelines are massively open. It's a good nade from FaZe to keep them out of the way for the time being. But immediately, loads of nades are just left out. Interesting nade. I think that was a bit of a mistake, an accident. But especially when you're coming out from multiple positions where you haven't been able to loot too many of these death crates purely off the back of these fights being taken at super long distance. Wasting a grenade like that can be pretty hurtful.
ASI8, they're still here with Falak as well, and pretty powerful player in his own right. They tried to move south from the route out east from Los Leones. It hasn't gone great, but finding a point here would be pretty good news for ASI8. Remember, they are still chasing that 3rd place spot. FaZe holding on for now, and with Frozen going down, IWNRX can no longer put that pressure on. Tiamba on the south side, and Furia in their shack in the middle of nowhere, having a great time with this shift. Meanwhile, on the south side, is Falak still going? Goodness me, okay, ASI8 with one representative taking on the majority of Incilio. They are a 3-player team, and happy Falak's just 1v3 them on the southwest side. What a way to keep ASI8 in this one.
Yeah, Falak is kind of like the secret weapon for ASIA. I think he's played most of the most dangerous angles for that team. The fact he's able to 1v3 versus Encilio is just incredible. I mean, I don't know how he got himself out from that situation on that southwest side. But finally, here's IWNRX putting in work over towards the Falcons. Icy's forced to back off behind the building. Some great shots coming through. FaZe, in the meantime, did get taken out, rocked from the lobby.
Not only do ASIA get 3 limbs, they stay in this one for more and more placements. They're fairly isolated. Very big potential for them to actually flex out, take a hay bale position, and try and survive for a top 4 on this game. Blank, they're chasing Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are in shambles because of it. What a way for a turnaround to come through. Falak making his dash now, making his approach. We'll see if he can survive it, because IWNRX, they're on the hunt from the north side. Once Falcons go down, they'll turn their attention to Furia.
Yeah, great amount of eliminations found. Tiamba, despite having such a strong position, really haven't had too much contest in the lobby. So still sit there at 0 elims. In the meantime, Ghetto Roy did overtake them and been able to put themselves into an 11th place. So right now, Tiamba, sat in 12th, would be going home after these games do conclude. If we were ending here on the point scorings. But yeah, this is an awesome game for Tiamba to put up big points. But at the moment, it really is IWNRX who are stealing away most of them alongside with Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro. You've also got to consider that bid for the top 3. Yeah, Tiamba trying to get out of that 12th place position would be great. And I mean, they do have so much control. It is stage 5s and 6s where we see teams that take these passive holds start to flex out, start to flex their muscles. But I question what the value is that they can get from this one. Virtus Pro not going to have to crash down to the west side here. They can stay out on this eastern side for a little bit longer. It is a ridge that slopes away from Tiamba down to the east side, which means that Virtus Pro on the low ground relatively to that compound. But they can navigate across and look up. So I think the more likely approach of Virtus Pro is control Vengeance on the north side of their position and just keep that ridgeline covered off. Tiamba will take shots if they're given that opportunity, because no one really can crash into them at this stage. Falak, though, he's getting bold with it.
Yeah, and purely off the back of Falak, I think at the end of this game, they should break into the top 3 and dropping Na'Vi out from 3rd place just off placement points, because right now they're on 78, and we already know that they've got at least more than 2 placement points from a 6th place finish. So well done to Falak to get the team into this position where, despite it all going wrong quite early, being in Los Leones, he's the player that keeps them together. Ridgeside on the east is still kept in, but it's precarious for Tiamba now on that south side. But Virtus Pro can certainly work this angle on the eastern edge. And they'll have to be careful of Vengeance, though, because this is a team that knows of their location. They know that the position is down there, and they're going to be sending shots towards Virtus Pro the entire time.
ASIA putting their hopes on the man himself, the man of the hour. Pakistan is behind him as well on this map. I don't know how much further he can go. The monster truck is smoking. The tires providing very little cover. Relying solely on the body and the downhill slope to make it work for him, which is a little bit of an advantage there. IWNRX now coming into contact with Vengeance, who are opting to go west on their rotate rather than try and move down and contend with Virtus Pro. IWNRX still need to go a little bit further forwards, though. Seems like they've spotted their opening. They see that retreat coming through. They may be able to signal the go time. Maybe crash into Furia, but it's a dangerous set of options they've got. Virtus Pro are flexing out 2 and 2. The backstop for Vengeance is there now, and IWNRX could be the pneumatic press to crunch them down.
Yeah, IWNRX, this game means a lot to them. Especially with Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi being out, it's a fantastic opportunity to get themselves much closer to where Enigma Galaxy currently sit and basically place themselves far and away from a lot of our other squads inside the lobby. There is Falak going down. It was only a matter of time. I mean, he didn't really have anywhere to go, and those crates were essentially the only thing keeping up and alive, but fantastic work from him. TPC does go down to IWNRX. They are just keeping these players on the eastern side at bay, and up to 9 eliminations so far. So fantastic stuff from IWNRX, and IC alongside Virtus Pro is able to easily finish off the final members there from Vengeance.
But in comes IWNRX. They're poking their noses in. Virtus.pro don't think that they belong. Tianba also looking to put pressure on. Virtus.pro actually now kind of caught on the outside here. Tianba look to establish the perimeter here, and they need these elims blank. They have none so far to show for the game that they found. A really well-orchestrated position that they found themselves in. They have had no pressure over this circle beyond occupying a central spot. And IWNRX continue to drain the points out of this lobby. They're up to double digits now, and the team from Turkey, they're making a bid for the top.
It's so close between Tianba as well as IWNRX. It's difficult to call it. They're both on other sides of the map. Tianba would love to get some points out of this one, like you say, John. Chicken dinner has to be gotten at the very least for Tianba for this game to have been worth it. It is somewhat understandable of why they have so little elimination count, purely because of their position in the circle down towards that south side and have a huge amount of sight lines that provided them too many elimination capabilities. But yeah, this is now the time to start flexing out a little bit. They can't rest on their laurels down towards that south side of the map now.
Virtus.pro trying to move up from that low ground. Now's the time to strike back. They've got stiff competition. Good news is that Icy goes down and launches that nade towards IWNRX's position. Kine does get knocked. The reses are coming through. A lot of damage being eaten by Virtus.pro, but not a knock seen. They can heal this one back up a little bit more. Zedwolf close by. Tianba gets spotted. That's Furia. Goodness me. Silence has been quiet for a long, long time, but finally they're starting to poke their heads out above the pulpit here. 3 players alive for Furia, and hadn't really looked too much at them, but they do have an open ground position. IWNRX, though, have other ideas. A response from Kayovsky over towards Swain is there. Can IWNRX get back to their feet in time? Can Tianba find anything out of this game?
Yeah, they're desperately looking at, and the more they try to place themselves in a position where they can find these shots over towards these teams, the more they set themselves up into sight lines of Furia. Zone 9 now with 4 teams remaining. It is a race against the clock here for Tianba. They do find Gusta. As more nades pour on through, and now this is Tiamba's time to shine. But it is Furia finding most of the eliminations and the knocks over to IWNRX.
Goodness me, Zedwolf still alive behind the mound, and it's just Tixie on the back lines. IWNRX, they're going to give up at least one of these players, maybe both of them, as the zone is crunching fully. Furia try and flex out. They're picking up these points. 13 elims for IWNRX. Zedwolf and Kane, 2 incredibly powerful players. There's the knocks they're looking for, but they still don't have it confirmed. They really want this one to try and move on through, and finally they break that 0 barrier. A second knock over towards Furia, and Silence is the last to go. IWNRX cowering behind the tree as Virtus.pro go down fully, and nade falls just over the wrong bouncer for it, and up the top Furia go down immediately. Tianba, I think they only got the 3 elims, but they'll be okay with a chicken dinner. A 13-point game. It's matched blow for blow by IWNRX's elim count, however, and that is the big story here.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And the thing is, I think IWNRX go out in second place there, with that nade being the final elim technically in the game over towards IWNRX. It was a case that Tianba was able to get that shot off onto Silence, the last player from Furia, and it was IWNRX to fall slightly afterwards to the nade that popped going their way, which is a very amusing scenario. Quickly ends, but for Tianba, it's not enough, John.
All right, well, I'm John now. Welcome back. Wait, I can't do his voice. No, I got nothing. Welcome back, everyone. As we're on the desk here, as we see Tianba take themselves a victory, and for a team who are on the cusp of being forced out and being sent home, i.e. 11th place, they get a win when they desperately need it here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. And that's a win they're definitely going to take. Landing all the way to the end zone. I love to be able to see Tianba pull it out right when they needed to. So, I mean, when it comes to their play style, they landed just south of La Bendita, which is pretty central to this circle. And honestly, they needed a game like this. They needed a kind of a free circle zone where they didn't have to move too much and be able to put some eliminations on the board. So I'm hoping they kind of utilize this and kind of rocket launch themselves up here, Max.
It would be interesting to have the perspective of Tianba this game, because we know they typically like to play sweeping edge play style, but it's like playing center was kind of easy. we we didn't really have to do too much this game. We were just chilling in the center. They did do a little bit of a play that was similar to what Mira and Sejong were doing back in group yellow, which was to have a 3-1 split in the middle of the circle, and when the circle would shift, they would regroup in the better compound, which that resulted in them making it to the late game to then get the chicken dinner. But as you see, it's only 2 eliminations, so it's not like they were gunning down teams in good positions and taking their spots away. No, it was a very straightforward match, and it just gives them a decent 17 points on the board here. So good points, but it's a passive one, so I can overlook this match a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're saying Tiamba was 17 points.
That was 12.
They got 12. They got 2 eliminations there.
Yes.
I bet they wish they got 17. I would buy. Maybe you're mixing 7.
You know what, Jason? To be honest, I thought I was back in 2020 when you would get 15 points. I don't know why I said 15 points in my mind. I went back in time.
3 years ago. What?
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. That's not 15.
He's very nostalgic, Max Man. Okay.
I thought about Tixie. I was like, and I went back in time, Jason. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Tixie, for instance, Virtus Pro did get themselves 11 points, and that's probably one of their, not guaranteed to be one of their biggest games they've had so far. So maybe they're starting to get into the mix here and figure some things out. Whereas Furia, I don't want to knock them too hard, to be honest, because they kind of played center for a super long time. They ended up getting 5 placement points, but at least for them, they did get 4 eliminations on top of that. So they got more limbs than the winner of that match of Tiamba. So at least they're showing signs of life. But I still need to see more out of this team if I'm gonna, get them out of being knocked out in my head.
Especially, there was a really clutch grenade at the end. I think that secures them 2nd place, and they also get the elimination thanks to the nade right on IWNRX before they get eliminated by the blue zone. But it is still not the big comeback of Furia, Jukes. I think this is not the big game. We're like, oh yeah, Furia, they're back, baby. Let's get it. Like, this is not the game. Just like we were kind of critical about Tongjabao's win yesterday on Miramar. That was not the big game to come back. They've done that today. I still need more from Furia. Good to see they can get towards that late game, but again, 2 teams were kind of gifted strong positions in the circle. It was Tiamba and Furia. I still need a bit more.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, those are the 2 teams I was kind of hoping would kind of get gifted a bounce back game. And it really is a serious thing. When you're down and out and you're so low on the leaderboards, sometimes you get blessed that circle, you get a good game under your belt, and it just kind of takes a little relief off your shoulders, makes you feel like, you know what, yeah, we could do this, and then you can start playing all out, So I was hoping we would see that from Furia. I mean, yeah, they were dead center for so long, unable to get the chicken dinner, but you know what, 9 points is definitely got to be like, okay, finally we're putting something on the board, you know what I'm saying?
So this is also, by the way, for IWNRX, 2 matches where they're first in terms of points, but they don't get the chicken dinner, which goes to highlight again how many eliminations they can get in these matches when they have the right situation available. And yeah, maybe.
From 2023?
But kind of with good rotations, though. That's the thing. They also get decent placement points on board, Jason. So they got the best of both worlds. They're looking really solid.
I do want to bring up Vengeance, though. They finished off in 7th place at 5 points in this last match. And I want to bring them up particularly because we were talking about while we were watching this match, they had this really far out split of like a 2-1. One player was on the very southern side, the other 2 players on the very northern side. And Max, you're talking about, I was like saying, oh yeah, they gathered information. But Max, you brought up a point about that information is only good in one sense. And yeah, I want you to go into that.
I mean, information is good if you're going to do something with that information. And unfortunately for them, sure, they had that split. That was a good split, Jason, to be completely honest. By the way, congrats, XC, for being MVP of the game. GG's. But they had this good 3-man split to the east. There was no teams entering from the side of Impala, so they had free reign to do whatever they wanted over there. And they saw the fights between Falcons, FaZe, and IWNRX. They saw Tiamba and Fury in the center of the circle. They knew VP were going to be wide rotating south. They had all the information you could ever ask for in this type of scenario. But unfortunately, they did not go for third parties on fights to clear space. And unfortunately, by doing so, you're letting teams like IWNRX, like VP, close the gap between you and them, and they just get completely obliterated. So, scouting point, good. Didn't do anything with it yet. So I'd like to see Vengeance maybe looking to be a bit more willing to take fights when they have information that a good opportunity for an engagement is there for them.
Well, we can see here overalls now after match 11 has finished off, and IWNRX have taken the top spot here at 97 points, 66 eliminations. Honestly, a massive start here out of this team from Turkey. And then, of course, Tiamba with their 12 points did manage to go from 11th to 7th. So again, we're still seeing it is extremely close here, and one good game, one chicken dinner can technically boost up the rankings by quite a bit. But for now, it's about that consistency and maintaining this over the course of the next 2 days. And of course, one more match to come today.
Facts.
You know, I try to only spit facts. If I was spitting lies, it would be a little bit weird. But as we look down the list, Alter Ego, hey, you know, credit to them. 8 points in the last match, Max, able to get themselves up to 10th place. It's still not safe by any means, but at least they're not 11th anymore. At least they're showing some signs of life in terms of fragging power.
I want to praise them, but Jukes, looking at their fight where they got a bunch of those eliminations, it was Na'Vi doing a weird engage. So I can't even say like, oh, Alter Ego played it well. It was Na'Vi being a bit of an oddball in that engagement run, unfortunately for them, but it might give them the push they wanted to start climbing the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego were coming all the way from the south side towards that late circle, and they just were not able to even get into it. So, I mean, it's just a tough match for them, and you're going to have those games, right? You're going to have those games where, you know, you're going to get stuck in a position where there's just nothing you can do. You got 3 of the best teams in the world just right in front of you, and you're going to get taken out. So, I mean, you just got to look at that one, shake it off, and then just come back in the next game. You know, one team, though, that I feel could have done better in this one was Falcons. You know, Falcons was a squad that had a really good position on that north side, and this is the second time, Max, I've seen them get taken out early because they're in a dominant position, but they leave outside that spot to go clear their backs outside a circle, and it catches them up so many times because they leave that spot and then it gets taken by somebody else and they get taken out by IWNRX. So I want to see Falcons just maybe be a little bit more patient. I understand the aggression, I understand what they're trying to do, but sometimes when you have that good spot, it is better to just stay there.
I fully get the point you're getting to. I was just waiting for Falcons realistically this game, Jukes, to leapfrog IWNRX's position and be the gatekeepers of the northwestern edge. If they do that, I think they clear IWNRX, and then who knows, maybe they go the entire way and get the win, not too sure, but they were a little bit too complacent this game, and they were not willing to bake these big rotations. They could have even maybe sent it into Vengeance because they were super split, and that was a great push opportunity, but I think they were a bit too hesitant, and IWNRX, again, we talked about it many times, Jukes, if they see a team show weakness, they will punish you, and they will get those 4 points you are worth at that point in time. So, yeah, Falcons here, maybe a bit too hesitant, and that did cost their lives in this game.
Okay, well, another player or team. I gotta stare him down. Hold on, I gotta stare him down.
Same face, dude.
There it is. He smiled. But obviously, Alec from I8, man, we talked about him a ton when it came to CSA, and we saw him there have, again, some pretty good impact. I think he finished off at 3 limbs against Sencilio, which I believe Virtus Pro was helping assist on too, he said, Max. But, you know, Falec, for me, is I think my big question was, how well is he going to play when he gets to the global stage? And I'm impressed. I'm really happy with his performance so far.
Yeah, I would still have to say currently the best fragger in Pakistan for sure. It's undeniable at this point. Sure, some people might say Crypto, but I got to say Falec plays with his team compared to Crypto, and that's definitely helped him out a lot in the past. But even when he's solo, Jason, you don't want to think you're going to get an easy elimination against him, because if he has nades in particular, I'm telling you, you're in for a really, really bad time. But he's able to just get a few extra placement points for his teams, clear Incilio, as we said, Jason, and again, staying relevant in the conversation. This guy could literally go so far globally, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to continue, but I'm happy he's getting points on board. He's doing great.
It's really funny, Hodgins, he was saying, you know, if Falec has nades, you're in for a really, really bad time. And I was thinking, well, if IQ has nades and you're under the banner of I8, you're in for a really bad time.
That's true.
Team nades we've seen in the past, but obviously we're just kidding here. We're not trying to harass IQ at all, because they have been playing fantastic. But it comes down to the last match here. This is the last match of the day. It's the halfway point of the group, Hot Jukes, and I think this is the appropriate time for us to start getting worried about some of these teams.
Yep, for sure. I mean, that's going to be everybody there at the bottom. I mean, it really is going to get to that do or die point. We saw a lot of teams at the bottom here in Group Yellow at this point, and they were not able to make it back. So I want to see a chicken dinner right here, right now, from these teams at the bottom.
Well, let's find out. Head into the final Miramar of the day, the halfway point of the group. Let's go back to our commentators of Johnny A and Blanky B.
Thank you very much, Jason. It's me, Jason, over here on the casting desk. Max is bald, and Infinix GT20 Pro.
That's pretty much the summary of Jason. There you go. That's my impression. What do you think?
Yeah, it was pretty good. But yeah, not sure how to proceed.
Well, let's
with my whole life.
Let's go.
Yeah, but we're heading over towards the northwest side. El Pozo, Puerto Vallarta, down towards the southeast side. Yeah, it's a last game of the day, last chance for some of our teams to get themselves into a position where they can be vying for that top spot coming into tomorrow, because I really do think that tomorrow is going to be the game changer. But yeah, for Tiamba, it's not, that game was not enough. It was a good chicken dinner, fair enough, great rotate at the start of the game, but kind of a lackluster finish from them.
Hopefully looking for more, like they were saying back on the desk. Jukes are saying they want to see a big chicken dinner if you want to make a bid for the survival stages even. Over on the east side, Furia do have a bit of a hot drop. I'm not too sure who that's with, but it looks like Furia, they're eating the dirt right now because they have been put down. I think that's by IWNRX with a bit of knife action over on the east side. We're going out that way with the circle too. IWNRX start with a big chunk of points to kick things off.
Yeah, it's the same drop as before, where they found one Elim onto Furia. This time, instead of just sending one player, they send all four. So some mind games happening for the lads over on IWNRX. Just jumping on the bonnet here to see if they can get themselves as far as possible without having to get to it, because this vehicle only holds two, but this is one way of doing it. You can fall off like that though, as you did see, but at least you get another player towards another vehicle and they can get moving. An unfortunate first vehicle to find as a 4-man drop, but hey ho, there you go.
It's pretty rotten for Furia. They have pretty bad time, but they got Kayovsky. Come on, what can you do? As a solo, I believe that he can carry on for at least the next minute, maybe minute and a half.
Yeah, Kayovsky's not a bad player at all. He's actually a really good player. But for Furia, things have not been going their way. I think that last game was probably their best game so far out of the tournament. And even then, they were pretty much silent the entire game, all the way up into the ending. Here's our replay on that fight. It literally was just full-on melee action and then baited into the building to a micro Uzi. So very well played to IWNRX, and that is 3 points, which will set them on the first triple digit of the lobby of 100 points here in Group Red.
Excellent stuff. And if you can close out towards that 120 mark at the end of the day, it would be brilliant for them. So if they can rack up a chicken dinner here, that would be a phenomenal day. And I mean, to be fair, with the circle breaking out to the east, they do have a good opportunity to take up a strong spot here. However, the metric that we're looking at over 4 days of gameplay was Team Spirit in first place with 225, which was a record-breaking first place, actually. Back in last week, they broke the record from last year, which was 220. And came through with 225, as I said, which would mean that you'd need, what was that, 112.5 points at the end of today. So if you can get 113, you're ahead of their averages per map performance.
Should be great. Be great news for these squads. But again, last match of the day, we head over towards a similar location of the map, over towards that east side, but less dominated by Los Leones, so you won't have as many teams crunching into that horrible spot of the map. And because the playing path wasn't as southern, you can have a lot more rotates that can happen over towards the north side as well and wrap around past El Azahar. So it's much easier for a lot of our squads to get in towards this one. Specifically looking at Navi, who started in La Cobreria up towards the northern edge of the map. That is one of those rotates that I'm talking about, over towards Cruz Dubai through to El Azahar, potentially taking up some of these high ground positions.
Team Queso, they've got the M249 in the pocket with Melodius, but he's on his own right now. The rest of Team Queso further out to the east. You see them currently with ASIA kind of bearing down upon them. They're going to give this one up. They don't feel like they're in a favorable spot for it, but this is even less favorable. Out in the open, and losing a player like that, oh, it's such a rotten time to have it happen. Pretty rubbish, all things considered. And Team Queso cut down to 3.
Yeah, unfortunate. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and ASI will put themselves at 1 more point, who, again, in that last match, able to just about shunt themselves into 3rd place there over Na'Vi. All thanks to Falak, who, as Maxman was saying, probably the best player from their respective region currently. Even putting them over Crypto, which is a bit of a statement, honestly, but I think he's right. He definitely plays a lot more with his team, and that's what makes IS8 so strong. But still, in those solo situations, he is a monster to come up against.
It is a pretty terrifying sight for sure. Virtus Pro, the team from EMEA, the little brother of the region right now. The rest of them all the way up at the top of the tables, but just can't quite keep pace. He's not got long enough legs. Stop being mean to him. Stop picking on your little brother. But right now, the lobby is certainly picking on them. They have not been able to really have too much momentum gather at all, which is quite unfortunate. I mean, they have had some shine through moments back in EMEA, but it's just not transferred on over. Alter Ego as well. They have today, I mean, they definitely did change up their play style, right? Like, it was definitely a good start to the day, finding really strong results. But it's just not being consistent enough to put them safe right now. They're on 57 points, but they've been flirting with that 11th place bubble for a long time now, and it's somewhere they just don't want to be.
Yeah, it's a struggle as well with Virtus Pro, Gesso Roy, Team Queso, all being within just a few points of Alter Ego right now. Similarly to FaZe, though, being on 58. It's a scary position to be in from 8th place downwards. All these teams are so close to dropping out into those bottom 5. And again, not securing it going into the end of day 2, it just feels bad. It just feels bad with how close it is towards that 11th place bubble. Yeah, Karevsky, he decimates a vehicle, but we'll find another one.
I think that was on purpose. I think he saw the new vehicle, maybe low on fuel on the buggy, and then put it into the dump truck because he knew other teams are going to rotate through here and might use the buggy as well. So he's taking it out of action, can't get it out of there, takes a new vehicle.
Yeah, it's a fair enough play to go for, especially when you're solo. You don't really want teams tailing you in the future. It's TJP who've had a magnificent comeback over day 2 and the end of day 1. Tiamba now behind them, though, in 7th place with 62 points after that last game. And with another Eastern shift on the circle, it's another potential chance for Tiamba. We're currently tucked in over on the central side of the circle on that eastern edge of the coast.
Yeah. I don't know if you caught that as well on the stats on the left-hand side for TJB. Long's no longer a lone outlier at the bottom of the tables. Definitely now leveled with the rest of the team, all of them sharing the load equally on TJB. So he has been pulling his weight today, which is great to see and could potentially be a big contributor to the TJB rise in performance, bringing that 4th player back into action, which is great stuff. But right now they're moving through Los Leones and have to push in towards the central glut of teams that have all pushed in towards that North Impala side. IHC, they're late out this one, back over towards Chumacera on the south side here. We're going hard up to the north. That is bad news for IHC. They still have a long way to go. This is a pretty mean shift, all things considered. Everybody on the north side of Impala doing okay, but there's a lot of ground that is unoccupied on the north.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where Na'Vi will cut in on this one, because I don't think we even see them on the map right now, but I think they're far on the northern side and will be cutting through back down through El Zahar, which would make a lot of sense to me. You can see them just coming through water treatment now. Enigma Galaxy also on that western side. Both of our teams, Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi, do struggle on these types of rotates because they do start far on the northwest side, and it has been eastern shift after eastern shift.
All the way up to that east coast. I mean, keeping El Azahar in this circle is pretty nutty. The teams are slowly being drawn up there by the gravitational field that is the circle. Enigma Galaxy exacting their toll onto Na'Vi as they try and make their way past, which is, I mean, great news for Enigma Galaxy, right? To be able to take down Na'Vi, stop them from getting towards the top 3 a little bit. Unless they want that EMEA 1-2-3, it could be a nice little trophy to take with them in those confirmed spots to the Grand Finals. That would put, I think, 4 of our confirmed spots into the EMEA region, which would be quite something. I would certainly be bragging about that, at least for the next week until they get decimated over in our last group.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi losing one player there is somewhat unfortunate, and I don't think Enigma Galaxy is comfortable with letting them get too further into this one as they take a little bit more damage. Team Queso, though, Gesso Roy taking some damn good damage over towards them here, and Queso did lose a player early on, so now down to just 2 players. They know they're not behind that crate now, so they should be on either side. So that's a good position where Roy can start to isolate those positions. Alter Ego again losing a player. I was glad to see Tiamba move up because I was sort of curious of why they weren't moving as fast as I might have liked there, but they do take it slow. They grab the longhouse over on the northeast side. I don't think it's a bad position whatsoever. You can control the coastline very well from that spot.
The start of Team Queso's day looked like it was going pretty well, but they've moved a little bit from sharp cheddar down to soft brie right now on the cheese rankings, and it's not being super healthy. Unfortunately for Getso Roy, they have missed one. They need to pick up the rest of the cheese board to take it down. Steps out for one, but they know he's in there now. And that should be an easy pickup for Carp. They can res protected in the container, and only one of Team Queso remains.
Yeah, it gets to send away and try and maintain some of that point scoring, because right now they are in 12th place. They are in the bottom 5. It's not a good place to be, and they did drop. And it's just been a case of those points did not keep flowing through. They had a little bit of a performance upwind, and then that wind just came to a dead stillness over on the Team Queso camp, sadly. But waiting on our next circle, and it does shift over towards truck stop. So again, giving a lot of that high ground where Getso Roy is currently playing in play alongside IWNRX, who is slightly further down towards their southeast side. But for Na'Vi, they couldn't be happy with this one. It does make their cut in somewhat easier over towards the south side of El Azhar. Despite playing with 3 players, it is certainly a game that Na'Vi could potentially get back into the top 3 with. But I am still looking at ASI8, who honestly completely deserve to be in this top 3 at the moment.
Yeah, they have had some really quite strong performances. I mean, you said it right at the start of the day. This felt like one of the best ASI8 performances in general. And I think they're just continually making smart decisions, even in difficult spots, right? That route out east from Los Leones, I think they took the best option out of a bunch of really bad options and couldn't quite make it through, which is unfortunate. But then Falak was able to piece together a pretty miraculous game out of the crumbs that were left. So great news to be able to salvage something like that. And it's continually part of that conversation is ASI8 are just there with some decent entries from that edge of the circle.
Take a look at Falcons at the moment in truck stop. It's slightly lower ground than anything else, but it's going to keep them safe. It's going to keep that team safe. And a team that's chasing in 5th place right now up towards that top 3. And it would be a shame to see Falcons not head towards that top 3 and be part of the PMGC Grand Finals if they go down in survival stage, because they have been, as a team, synonymous with PMGC for such a long time now. So I'd be sad to not see them in that top 3, but I'm sure they could perform in survival stage just fine. There are limited spots over there for squads to get in with. IHC looking over towards Virtus Pro as they attempt to make their way in. They do lose one player, and another goes down very low to 20%, and there is more targets to be dealt with in the future as Tiamba moves further down towards that south side.
IWNRX as well chiming in over onto Virtus Pro, so having a handle on this fight from the east side of truck stop. Currently IWNRX with the high ground oversight onto all of it as well, so that southeast edge is very, very dangerous to move through, especially almost doubly so because it's IWNRX on that high ground. Very dangerous team to come into contact with here, seemingly in Group Red. TJB nades over towards ASI8, and they're trying to carve out more presence in towards the top 3 here for ASI8, and TJB want to continue their run up the tables to pivotally positioned teams. Another precipice of failure here against one another. Maybe just to disengage, get closer into this one. The next circle comes.
As over towards the northwest, it's a really hard shift, and Venge's quite happy with this one, though there is the Enigma Galaxy encampment on this side, and that is a dangerous team to be close to. You could spike out at any time, because I'm sure they would like to take control of where Lily is currently playing from Vengeance all the way over on that eastern side of this hilltop. In the meantime, it's ASI8 looking over towards TJB. Long's already down, somewhat out of the picture here, and ISA are doing a good job at keeping them at bay, but nice backstab here coming through from Triple S, and it's going from bad to worse here for ASI8.
Oh dear, 3 players down on the hillside, and now it's just Flower on the low ground here, but still looking for more. Challenge sent back up. It's 1v1 on this situation. IQ with the high ground with the nades as well. The inside track, and it's a pickup for TJB. This is the correct decision to make. Picks up 3 points just like that, and IQ cannot get his teammates back on up. This is very unfortunate stuff, and Flower, I mean, he's taken one hell of a peppering to the shack, but it's not going to land the damage. IQ burns the roof, but it's going to heat nothing but the metal. Flower stays alive for the time being into the buggy. IQ wants to disengage, and both of these two teams take one another down. It's Na'Vi's chance to try and push through. IQ steps back out of the vehicle. He really wants this fight. Stays out in the blue. Flower with the spray, with the Vector. Can't get past it, and IQ's on for another lone game for ASI8.
Yeah, almost had it for TJB. I mean, it was a good backstab from them there. And it looked like ASA had it completely under control. But 5 elims for them, I think they'll be okay with that one. IQ being able to make it further into this game too is good news for them. Kayovsky in the wings for Na'Vi on that north side. Don't know if they know where he is right now. Here's FaZe up against Alter Ego. Again, a team that wants to put more points up. But right now with 0 elims and only 1 player left.
Hans for you, nade over the top towards Noise. Caught with a little flurry of bullets there. Noise makes his approach, but the blue zone's pushing in again, and Hans for you stays alive. Incilio across the way. They want to try and suppress it, but no luck there. ASI8 with their lone player as well, still off in the distance, but he's not going to risk peeking over here when he knows there's sightlines from Mellor off in the distance. Incilio taking looks out this way as well. Much too dangerous for a solo to try and take that fight. Tiamba, in the meantime, on the northeast side, trying to push on in, but IHC trying to stop it. 2 players alive of theirs in IWNRX further south. Not really going to have the time to flex out this way.
Tiamba up against IHC. QZ behind the rock. Finds the first pick off and then looks for the second. There is this little bit of backup here, but 1 player down for Tiamba, and Shan likely to fall shortly. For Tiamba, I think that might be somewhat of the close of the day here for them. I think that was a small tag they got off that nade, so they know he's roughly in this area.
I think a lot of teams are going to go down on the southwest, so if Tiamba can hold out, they can rack up a couple of placement points here. They've gotten 3 elims already. Getting this res, they can stay as 2. They're just about on the edge of this circle. Na'Vi, IHC, all have pulled off this location now. IQ goes down, and this is what I was talking about. This southwest side is a lot hotter, Blank. Falcons are here, Incilio are here. One of these 2 teams is not going to make it out from this location. I think they have to joust or send away, in which case they're, again, in a lot of danger. Incilio can move east. Falcons have to move through truck stop too.
It's a rough circle down towards the south side. Not a fun position to be playing in, especially with that roadside that cuts through on the northwest, which is practically a valley here. But it's awkward high ground to play around with, even towards the central side of the map. Getso Roy currently have a great chance to put up quite a few points here, looking over towards the northeast side and picking off teams as they come through. Na'Vi scouts out over towards Tiamba and will lose a player because of that, in fact, to Bond. So now both teams down to 2.
Falcons moving through the buildings now in the truck stop. Playing the east side of it, does have a foothold into the circle, but crossing across the road to the high ground will be tricky. Nickby Galaxy trying to leave. Vengeance have other ideas. Yamak finds the shot down to Snowix. Ralph is low, the blue zone's pushing. Does get that first aid off just in time, but the crossing's covered and Yamak's too quick for it. Not going to be able to get away with that. Ralph flushed away. 2 players for Nickby Galaxy pretty quickly on this engagement. Vengeance able to drag them down and looking for more as well. Noise gets the reload. The spray down to the back is harrying. It's deadly as Redox down out of the vehicle. Just the 1 player now left standing.
Yeah, again, for Vengeance, they actually play this quite well because it's not an easy compound to remove yourself from. So Vengeance set themselves up on all corners of it, so they have all the sightlines available and just play it very slowly. So I do really like the way the Vengeance went about that versus Nickby Galaxy, who are now in a very tough scenario coming into tomorrow, where they could have massively increased their lead, but these last 2 games just have not really provided them with the value that they might have liked. In the meantime, IWNRX, though, still up and kicking. 5 eliminations so far, 102 points for them, and can play quite comfortably from the eastern side of the map.
Chamber with now 1 player left standing as 8 teams remain. We're getting close to starting to ladder up those placement points. for Elims, for Tiamba, but they are really bunched in now. Getzo Roy on top. If Getzo Roy take down Na'Vi, they may not suspect that there's another player here unless too much noise is made in this location. I mean, they heard some nades further downhill, so they should know that there's two presences there. Or be aware of the possibility of it, and may be a little bit more wary of that. So, are they going to have the wherewithal to make this one work? Kayovski's been solo for Furia for a very long time. In fact, right since the start of the match blank. He was a solo when IWNRX dropped on them and got 3 knife eliminations.
Yeah, basically Na'Vi was just never aware of Kayovski's position, and that's typically how it goes when you get a solo who went down to a solo very early in the game. There's no indication of a third party that happened nearby through either hearing the fight or seeing the fight. So for Kayovski to get towards this position, there's no indicators. So I think for Na'Vi, they are... it's not a case they didn't scout it or they didn't check hard enough. Just difficult to know they'd ever be here in the first place. Falcons, though, looking to finish off their day strong as they take a fair bit of a hit, with Falcons losing top on a knock here, as Incilio are down towards that southeast side. Good barrage of bullets, though, but the nades are starting to come through as Incilio gets into that range that was required.
Mountaintop that gets a Roy, a real powerhouse of a position. A lot of cover, a lot of oversight. Danger for the Falcons as they try and leave the truck stop. This is that difficult road crossing I was talking about. They have gotten up to the ridge, but Incilio looking pretty solid to hold off the Falcons here. 4 elims found already, all 4 of their players alive. The Falcons, not so lucky, will not be afforded the same luxuries as one of their players already down. East, that outpost, Icy on a wide flank up towards the north side, quite separate. Closer to Vengeance than anything else. Vengeance also scouting across the road, trying to get themselves a position. Icy regroups, back in with the rest of the Falcons, and he stays on this side of the road.
Yeah, it's a really smart play from Incilio, honestly. The fact they get that first knock over towards top, they instantly take the opportunity to set themselves between a lot of the teams on that eastern side with this ridge side that sits in front of them and Falcons. They know that Falcons can't really challenge them here, but it is Vengeance coming down from that northern edge, and this pressures out Falcons more than it does Incilio.
Forces Falcons to have a choice. Do you go north? Do you go for that fight at Vengeance? Or do you just get bogged down in your current position, get picked to pieces? It seems like that might be the option for them. Currently, we did see Kayovski actually go down on that north side, which means Na'Vi will not have that danger. It was Getzo Roy to spot that one, so the high ground angle was able to scope him out. Bond has been surviving in his little nook for a long, long time. You can see the damage already pouring on through. Getzo Roy aware of this back and forth conversation now, and they'll know. You can see 6 does go down. In the meantime, Incilio descending on the Falcons. East is the last to go. The Falcons do indeed get picked to pieces. And it's Vengeance versus Incilio for the western side.
Yeah, frustrating game there for Falcons, because I think if they were a little bit more on the ball there and settled their forces up towards that ridgeline a little bit earlier, rather than have Icy looking over towards that northern side, they might have been able to take a stronger fight. I think it's just because they were trying so hard to maintain control over the north and the south that I think it didn't even cross their mind to just take a full-on assault and just try and play out this ridgeline, which is fair enough from a team that has a lot of experience. You're trying to cover all corners of the map. Bond out in the circle. Na'Vi protected by the fact that they still have a little bit more time outside the blue, so it will be Honda to find that final player in Tiamba, and Flip gets to live for another day, technically getting himself a 5th place at least here in the top 5.
Vengeance spreading out, currently on a 3-1. With Lily taking sightlines over towards Getzo Roy. I mean, this high ground position for them has done very, very well. The question is, can they transition back down south? Because IWNRX, that danger, that threat, a lot of strong teams. I'm liking the dynamics of this one. Flip, very low, not down just yet fully. A scrap between 4 full squads will be quite a way to close down the halfway point of this group. I mean, it's It feels kind of thematic for what's been happening so far in this group. Everybody's in this fight.
Yeah, we got a lot of teams trying to get this one done. And it's nice to see that it's Vengeance in 14th, then our 9th place team, 7th place team, 4th place team, and 1st place team. So this is somewhat of an equalizer game towards the end of the day, especially because so many of our strong squads did go out quite early in both our last 2 matches. That breakaway doesn't seem as horrendous anymore. Flip zigzagging, gets back into position, and Porsche is forced off the angle by the blue. So Flip lives to tell the tale.
I've got to see Porsche versus Lamborghini 1v1, right? That has to be in our future somewhere. It's only a matter of time, surely, before we see that one pop off. We'll have to wait, though. Just that little bit longer. Na'Vi, last player to stand. 1 Elim. Trying to push ASI8 out of the way. But they're on 85. A little bit off in the distance. But top 5. The placement point's going to help with that. 1 more Elim. Or maybe Incilio or IWNRX go down in this fight and you ladder up that way. Nades in hand. Westron launches towards Frozen. Immediately lands on the mark. That's a really difficult res as well. So a great start to this fight for Incilio. 4 players alive. And they can start to move up to this angle, leaving 1 player at the back. They start to reinforce this position, but the crossfire is there. It's excellent control here for IWNRX to keep their teammate alive. Kane not going to go down without a fight. Getso Roy can start to chime in, though, and this makes it so hard for IWNRX to hold off this push from the south.
It's getting really tough now for IWNRX. Good shots from Incilio. And this is classic Incilio, honestly, in terms of the fact that they'll have these moments where they just pop off and then they're quiet for the rest of the day. But IWNRX not able to get too much further. Getso Roy, on the other hand, 9 Elims. I mean, they have had one of the most unbelievable positions on the map for such a long time now that it makes sense for them to get a good game off the back of this. Fash, though, with a classic off angle for him, getting a bit of damage done and allows the rest of his team to regroup and repass the situation as they move further up towards these crates.
Getso Roy still have 4 players alive. Vengeance starting to establish a northern line here. With IWNRX down to 1, it's all up to Swain to show us why they're at the top spot, or just go down in the midst of it all. But again, he is kind of in a little dip between 2 crossfire teams, which in general is one of the safer places to be as a solo until that fight concludes. It's very unlikely that people are going to fully commit forwards because the team on the other side will just take those shots in. The question is, how long can Swain survive this if Incilio look to try and move up to those crates? Vengeance, I think, right now in control of this one.
Yeah, they've got a fantastic spot to play in. Getso Roy basically living...
No way. No way! He's right there! Oh, Swain takes it down. There's no way they didn't see that. He's completely caught them on the broadside. He finds a second as well, trying to pick up those points, and Swain is on a tear. Hops into the vehicle. He's getting away with murder here. Incilio fall down to it, but Getso Roy jump on through as well. That is criminal.
I mean, they'll take a 4th place. Man, come on. You knew he was in that direction. You were jump spotting the fool. And yet, don't look behind the crate. What a sneaky play there from Swain. But now we're down to Getso Roy versus Vengeance. And Getso Roy desperately needed that damage to be done early on so they could start to break out and create some position to play in. But Vengeance, just like how they played against Enigma Galaxy, have all the angles in the world to work with.
Nades in, but the first knock goes the way of Getso Roy. They've been fragging out this lobby. Vengeance are on 7, but a lot more added to the tally for Getso Roy. Yamak on the flank, however, he's been pretty deadly. 5 Elims only just for him. Pretty greedy, and he's looking to chow down on a final chicken dinner today. Japan needing this at a crucial juncture, but Lily goes down on the high ground. 2 players left standing, and Yamak's cut out of it as well. It's all up to Noise against Getso. 2 players down beneath him. Very, very low, but the healing coming through from Juke. Steps out with the MG3. A lot of damage being sent up, but the damage is not really connecting. The AUG there getting reloaded by Noise. Flanks out wide. Information fed back over. The nade is cooking. There should be the damage, but it goes long. Another one to cook. Goes down to it. And Noise looking to try and keep this one going. Getso Roy. Are they going to fall at the final hurdle? Caster last to stand. But Getso Roy at the top. The Molotov is there. And Noise has the inside track. The reload on both of the weapons here. Gets the point confirmed. And now, with a sliver of HP to worry about. Spots ahead. Spots a shoulder. But he needs to find the mark. It will be there. And it is Vengeance to take it back. Getso Roy cannot step forwards. They are pushed back into the compound, and Japan stands strong.
It's such a flop from Getso Roy, though, man. You have a 2v1, push up with your teammate. Don't be pulling the pin on the grenade. You can see how happy Vengeance are with that one. What an outplay they had there. And again, it's just in case you trade off one another. You don't need to do this. And I think they understand better than us that that was just not the move, John.
That was really unfortunate, and that is, I mean, that's fair enough. That despair from Getso Roy, that's gotta feel bad, especially at such a crucial time in the tournament. Let's head back to the desk.
I don't know what I can say that doesn't tell that tells a better story than the faces of Getso Roy right now. 2-on-1 that they fluff and mess up, and Vengeance capitalizing off of that, win out in the 1v2 to save his team and to put a big, massive chicken dinner on this game for them, considering they were so low on the leaderboards. Max, I know you're angry. Let it out. Let's hear it.
I don't even know where to start on this one. Vengeance should not have lost 3 players, in my opinion, that fight. There were some angles that were taken that were way too risky in the first place. And then you guys highlighted it during this game too, Jason, which is the 2v1 onto Noise, and they just send it one by one, and they just fumble what could have been an easy wrap-up to get that chicken dinner. I don't know, but this is the first game I feel like of this PMGC. I'm just like, I'm a little bit frustrated because there was a lot of mistakes for the wrap-up. But you know what? Vengeance at least get himself their first chicken dinner, so GG in that front.
Oh, I mean, you did predict them to win.
Goodness.
I mean, I just felt there was like something weird in the ether, just saying, it's Vengeance time. It's going to be the win coming up. I didn't want to, but I felt like they were going to. And actually, before this game-winning play, Jason, they even got eliminations on Nigma Galaxy, which if we're looking at right now, currently one of the top fragging teams alongside IWNRX. So maybe Vengeance are like, we are going to be aggressive now, and it's working out.
Go ahead, Jukes. I interrupted you.
Dude, I mean, oh my gosh. Thank goodness he switched to the AUG right there at that last second,
Yes.
because he got busted with that DBS, and he's so lucky because we've seen more times than not. Oh, let's look at this real quick, though. Look at that. IWNRX always putting points on the board no matter what the situation was. But man, that was so close to the end. I wish you guys could have heard Max's reaction because he was like, Vengeance, what are you doing?
Well, Jukes,
it was so...
If we were going to hear Max's reactions, we needed a lot of these.
That's correct. That's correct. highly correct here. This last game was crazy, man. It was really slow at the start. I think teams have definitely recognized the position they're in when it comes to the leaderboards, because we're seeing a lot of patience from these squads just trying to get to end game, put some points on the board, and then boom, right towards the end, it was just chaos, which is what I love to see. I can't wait for these next 2 days.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the replays to show the play of Swain onto Encilio. That was madness. They don't spot him out.
The bait crate!
Behind the crate. And he's just looking up here, clearly like putting the focus on Getso Roy onto approaching that warehouse. And then, yeah, just playing a little bit of a game of hide and seek, and you just have Swain waiting in the wings to... I'm waiting. It's going to come up on the replays here, and it was just madness. He was not spotted out, Jukes. How the hell did that happen? I don't know.
It's Swain, you know, popped out that box. That was so crazy. It's beautifully done for him, you know, like he was just playing it very patient, that was actually what I thought Vengeance strategy was, because we saw a couple of games ago they like to go towards that center. This was on Erangel. They like to go to the center of the map, and they stay. Oh, there it is. Ah, dude, what a play.
Is that the sound he made?
So crazy.
Weird.
I
looted
Vengeance was
a
playing
Swain out of that crate. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh my goodness.
It's that Pair Boy dropping it onto the map. Oh, I just looted Pair Boy. We have a 5th player on our team. We can see 21 points though for Getso Roy at the end of it, even though they did lose out on the chicken dinner. But Vengeance, 20 points, man. You know what? I'm gonna check the overalls from before. Did that double their points pretty much? Yeah, they're at 44. So like almost 50% of their points they just got on that match. They're gonna be up to 64 now, which from what I can see, is going to be top 11 unless some things have changed.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to see. I had screamed it. I was like, I want to see one of the teams at the bottom, really pop off. And they did. Vengeance, 10 elimination chicken dinner. These guys got to be so excited, Max, going into the next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Vengeance also gets a Roy, right? They were at the bottom of the leaderboard for a big portion of time here, and they're able to push it with this second place. 15 elimination game, 15 eliminations. Ooh. Doing really so much work on all the teams who are trying to exit El Azhar. I think you had Furia, you had Na'Vi, you had Tiamba. And actually, one thing I really have to give respect to Get to Roy for was their mid-game 2-2 split. They're 2 players holding down the warehouse to negate a possible breach happening and sending 2 players to the northeastern cliffside of that warehouse, making sure they're keeping tabs on all of the teams who are trying to exit that city. And because of that play alone, Hot Jukes, it got so many eliminations before the final fight, realistically. So 2-2 split, that was absolutely on point for Getsoroy.
Can we talk about Incilio though? Because I feel like they played a position super well that we were discussing while watching the match. The fact that you had Falcons coming in from truck stop near the little taco shop there, and Incilio decided to actually push onto the high ground or take the high ground away from Falcons and then just play that high ground to their advantage perfectly against them.
Do you want to take it, Drew? So I'll take it.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
No, the approach of Incilio was really good because they understood, we got some really good dips we can play around. So we can just outplay Falcons in terms of how long we can stay in this kind of terrain. And Falcons, they had a good angle, right? Initially, I think, Jukes, but with Icy far northwest of Truck Stop, and he was trying to give some assist, but unfortunately, Incilio was so stacked in terms of utility, grenades in particular, that Falcons knew we can't play this ridge anymore. We have to go back into the city. And then 3TN, really, Jukes just gets the perfect angle to just dismantle all of Falcons.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, that's what I think has been like Falcons' weakness here is, like I said, they're just doing a little bit too much. They'll be in a really good dominant position, but then they'll send somebody out to go scout, get some info, or they'll head back outside of the blue zone to try and take out a team. And they got caught off guard. Cilio just full sent it, which is what they needed to do, right? They needed to secure this position. And because Falcons did have Icy on that off angle, they were down a player and got taken out. So, I mean, great plays from Cilio to recognize that, hey, you know what? We got to make this decision, and it's a push they needed to do.
Well, it was that decision, then the decision to push into IWNRX as well. The pincer then between Incilio and Getso Roy too. So it's a really smart play overall. I really like to see that, and it gives me some hopes for them going forward, as they're going to see them in 8th place for IWNRX to be holding the #1 spot, the first team to break 100 points with 0 chicken dinners as well. Where Enigma Galaxy have 2 below them, I8 has 1 below that, and we have seen Getso Roy move in from, I believe it was 12th place up to 5th from 1 match.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a big point sponge, I feel like, at the top. Yeah, sorry?
Look how close it is for 5th all the way down to 8th.
Yeah.
3-point difference, dude. I mean, this is going to get weird. It's not even that far away from 3rd place. So this is going to be, I think, one of the closest groups we see, especially if this trend like continues into tomorrow.
We keep talking about tiebreakers. It could be an issue here. We had DRX Alpha 7 tied for 2nd and 3rd place. We might have a tiebreaker again here for the top teams. It's insane.
I don't like this. I don't like knowing that Vlad, the only one to say he thinks Group Red is a group of death, might be right, because it's hard to look
it's true
in this one. We can see Ventus though did be able to move out of the bottom teams into the safe place of survival stage in 10th with a good result for them. I'm hoping for them in particular that was also like a little bit of a breather, like the mental breakthrough of like, okay, we can win games, we can get eliminations, and if they can use that tomorrow and continue this momentum, I mean, we're really going to see the power of South Korea and Japan and what they can bring to PUBG Mobile.
It's very important to say when looking at Vengeance, a lot of the players, this is their very first international event, right? And I think that they going from the Japanese scene to global is a big shift, even bigger than some PMSLs into PMGC. And it takes time to adapt. It really does take that much time to adapt for them. So they're going to try and make it work out. And hopefully this last game, this win is going to help them a lot. But here you go. MVP of the day is Z-Wolf again. Back to back MVP for day 1 and day 2. Red, this guy is a menace. And who's going to stop him? As of right now, no one, really.
Yeah. Well, I got nothing else to say. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I feel like Z-Wolf, he should just add MVP to his tag in game, because why not? Like this guy seems to get MVPs every time he plays in any of these events.
2.7 average limbs is insane, by the way. You're getting close to 3 in a PMGC. That is crazy stats.
I mean, what else to say? I mean, Z-Wolf has been crushing it. I mean, he has. Him and the rest of his team. I mean, look at this right here. 1, 2, 3, back to back to back. these guys, and this is all just assists alone. So when it comes to IWNRX, they're definitely proving that they're a cut above the rest of these guys. And with 2 days left, they're looking really, really strong. I mean, them, NRG as well. It's going to be an absolute battle here for the rest of the 2 days.
Yeah, so many IWNRX players here, by the way. Just saying. They're just going to be dominating. And then Phallic is there chilling also. But with that said, don't forget that the PUBG Mobile X Venom The Last Dance collaboration is available now in-game. You can experience a unique gameplay adventure, discover Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote warhorses. Equip the Black Symbiote arm to move rapidly by aiming and fixed targets, pull in mobile targets like players and even airdrops, and launch yourself with slingshot-like movements. Gear up and harness Venom's power in PUBG Mobile today. You can bond with the symbiote and become the ultimate duo in PUBG Mobile now. So play the game and watch the movie at this very moment. With that said, we're going to head on over to the stage with 7 Worlds Gaming very soon for a quick interview to wrap up the day.
Let's go.
Or are we not?
Welcome back as we are ending day 2 of Group Red. I'm joined by none other than one of the players of the team that's currently in first place, Frozen from IWNRX. You guys have been so consistent in regards to being able to get those second place finishes. How important is it for the team to finally get a win?
Bu maç bugün maçlara dengeli olarak ikinci oldunuz. Bu win'i almak için en önemli şey ne sizin için?
Öncelikle takım arkadaşlarıma teşekkür ediyorum. Çok güzel performans sergilediler. Sorunun cevabı ise... Neydi abi soru ya, unuttum.
Soru win'i almak sizin için ne kadar önemli?
Yani win almak bizim için önemli değil. Önemli olan daha fazla puan çekebilmek. Yani win alamayıp 5 kill alıp da ölebiliriz yani. Ama önemli olan fazla puan çekmek. Biz bunu iyi yapıyoruz. Win alamadık ama ikinci olup bol kill'li maçlar çıkarıyoruz. Yani önemli olan bunlar bizim için bu. Gerisi diğer maçlara kalmış yani.
He's saying that he's thankful for his teammates that they did a really good performance. Actually, trying to get win is not important. Our main goal is to collect a lot of points through kills to get through all the matches.
All right, well, I mean, if it is a matter of collecting points, you guys are currently doing that really, really well, as you are 13 points ahead of second place going into the last 2 days of Group Red. Is there anything you guys feel like you need to be able to change?
Şimdi son 2 gün kaldı bu maçın bitmesine. Takımınızın bir değişiklik yapması gerekiyor mu? Top 3'ü korumak için.
Yani şu anda oynadığımız oyun güzel. Önemli olan tabii ki de güzel puanlar çıkarabilmek ama oyunumuzdan yana bir sıkıntımız olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Yani aksine gittiğimizi düşünüyorum. İnşallah bozmayız da son 2 günde çok iyi maçlar çıkarıp inşallah İngiltere'deki PMGC finaline katılırız. Teşekkür ederim yani.
Well, there's not much more to change. Actually, we're doing good right now. But our focus to get a lot of points and then make it to PMGC in London for Grand Final.
All right, well, hey, it's looking promising. Before I let you go, is there anything you want to tell your fans?
Fanlara istediğin bir şey söylemek ister misin?
Yani bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Desteklerine çok ihtiyacımız var. Yorumlarda okuyoruz, sağ olsunlar. Desteklerini esirgemiyorlar. Bundan sonra desteklemeye devam etsinler. Ekstra olarak da buradan aileme, takım sahibimiz Ayhan abiye, Mesut abi ve Ferhat abiye çok selamlarımı iletiyorum. Onlar da desteklerini hiçbir zaman esirgemiyorlar. Diyeceklerim o kadar. İnşallah sonraki günde de çok iyi bir şekilde geçirip burayı birincilikle tamamlarız. Teşekkür ederim.
Okay, I'm really thankful to every fans that keep supporting us. I want them to keep supporting us. Thank you for the good comments that you guys giving to us. I'm gonna especially thanks to our team owner, my parents and my friends, and keep supporting us. We will make it to the grand final.
Right on. Hey, well, you're starting to get a supporter here. I know you guys got a bunch of supporters, even from our devs too. I see you, Maxman, out there. And hopefully, I know you said it wasn't important. Hopefully, you'll be able to get that win tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Jason Kaplan for supporting him his entire career and talking about him as being a standout player. So, just a little critique there. No, great to hear from Frozen, and obviously everything they have been doing has been working out well for them. Currently sitting on the top of the table, and if we ended off things right now, they'd be directly through to PMGC, which would be phenomenal for them. But Hot Jukes, before we end off the day, what was your takeaway from the day besides Vengeance coming out strong?
Oh man, there's so many different takeaways. I mean, you got IWNRX crushing it, obviously. Looking at the leaderboards, it's so close. That's my favorite thing about this, is that this group is like this. I mean, every single day, I think we're going to be biting our nails to figure out who's going to be in the top 3.
It's a heart?
It's like this.
It's like this. It's like a heart.
It's like
There
this,
we
but
go.
crushed into a heart. You know what I'm saying? Because my passion for this game is too strong.
Well, hearts are going to be crushed, right? If you're not 11th or higher, you're not going to be advancing through to at least the survival stage. You're going to be going home, and that's going to be a little bit of a longer trip for some teams than others. But what about you, Max?
Like this, Jason. Also, no. For the bottom teams, it's good to see some resurgence from some squads. I mean, Vengeance is going to be the standout, of course, to wrap up the day here. But we're halfway done through this group right now, Jason. So there's still a lot of room for teams to make a comeback. But when you start getting towards the end of tomorrow, then you're really going to struggle. So the earlier the better. And I'd like to see, you know what? I'd like to see Virtus Pro, Jason, with my boy Tixie, get some good games in. That's my hope.
Yeah, hope or cope. I don't know. It's going to be up to how the results go in the next 2 days. For you guys at home, remind you guys once again, the official device here at PMGC is the Infinix GT20 Pro, the 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. It has been the official smartphone of not only here the Grand Finals, but also thinking back to PMWC and also a lot of the PMSLs as well. So really happy to see, one sponsor throughout the entire year so people can really get used to the device and take it to its brink and really show what they can do. And also for you guys who are interested, we still have tickets available for the Grand Finals in the UK on the 6th through 8th of December. You can go there, you can participate in some activities, get some free rewards, and potentially see some talent there in person as well. Not to mention the teams and players, but you want to see us more importantly. But gentlemen, that's going to wrap up our second day of Group Red. That is the halfway point. We have 2 days left to go before we can determine which 3 teams will be going through the Grand Finals and which teams will be going to the survival stage. And then, of course, after that, Group Green before we head into our survival stage. Hope you guys have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite. It's a back for the bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the score, baby, you know that the real. And I'm gonna confirm that I'm laying the field. Yeah, we're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock, selling our beats and we're selling the lot, burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild war. Fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. Yeah, war, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure fire, go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that's the deal. Getting the go, baby, know that the real. Gonna confess that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, more fire, pure fire. dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. Back for the bricks, getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to top. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, fire, yeah. More fire, fire, fire, go that fire, pure, yeah. Pure fire, fire, fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet my side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to top. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, fire, yeah. More fire, fire, fire, go that fire, pure, yeah. Pure fire, fire, fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet my side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, wait, so lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, more fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure. Yeah, pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire.
Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart.